Okay, hello. Let's see. Time to get this started. Let me just check if the stream is working correctly. Okay. My. Okay, I'm here myself. Cool. It is working correctly. Where is hello chat? Let's see. Yeah, today I'm gonna play OpenTTD. But I'm also gonna ask my questions. There is. I saw at the very beginning someone was asking where's your next video and stuff like that. It's coming. Unfortunately, there's various different things that I've been working on in the background, and they've kind of forced other things back. And because of that, things have gotten delayed, and also I've just like every time I try to start a video that's like really short, it ends up becoming a bigger project than it was originally intended to be. Also, let me turn this a little. Oh, no, wait, wrong way. There we go. Okay. So yeah, every time I start a very short project, it turns into something that's a lot bigger than it is. And that's the unfortunate part. The next video is about the Parkway in Philly, and sort of how not all European designs of urban planning were good ones, and we shouldn't maybe be praising one part of the world specifically over other parts of the world. Just curious, do you own a Metroliner model? Yes, I currently do, but it is currently being sacrificed. The Metroliner model, I have a Bachmann one, so it's not the expensive Walthers ones. It's being sacrificed to being. I have a Silverliner 4 shell, a SEPTA one, that's being. That will be put on the. Whatchamacallit? The Metroliner drive unit. So I have a Silverliner 4 because no one makes a Silverliner 4 in HO. You have to kind of build them yourself. And since my club is a SEPTA-based club, that's kind of what we're going to do. Yeah, H-Bomber guy syndrome. Yeah, kind of. Also, someone asked, what's OpenTTD? Well, let's flip over to it. OpenTTD is a game that sucks your life away, especially in multiplayer. But essentially what this is, let me zoom out. We're playing on European bullshit. So what OpenTTD is it's essentially the same guy that made Roller Coaster Tycoon made this game, and the engine looks very similar. It's also very late 90s. And essentially what it is it's a kind of like Transport Fever type game. This was the original. This is the original like Transport Fever type game where you have like towns, cities, freight, and everything where you got to transport other places. And you get to build it all. You get to build all the networks. You get to build all the trains and stuff like that. The only downside is that like this is what the network. This is what the graphics look like. The graphics look like this kind of graphics where like you get little pixel sprites like this. And these are like steam trucks, I think. That's why they have the. Let me see. Yeah, flatbed steam truck. So yeah, so hold on, I have stuff turned off. Transparency. Let's turn everything on so you guys can see it all. So this is what normally the game looks like. There's your cities, and like where's Madrid, for example. Here's Madrid. Now, obviously, train station's a little bit out of scale compared to everything else. They're about the size of part of the city, but like this is essentially what it is. Yeah, it's basically SimCity 3000 with a focus on transit. Yes, except it runs way better than SimCity, and it's also a lot more versatile. Gotta recreate the SEPTA Metroliner with... Well, hold on. I'll get the shell later when I go up and get stuff. It's basically, I have a Metroliner drive unit, and then I have a SEPTA Silverliner body. To be honest, Transport Fever 2 is the best. Maybe I'll convince you that this is better. The graphics definitely aren't better than Transport Fever, but the mechanics of this game are better. Because there's way more in-depth industry chains that you can make. Yeah, these are isometric graphics. Yeah. I mean, they're just older. This is all like sprites and PNGs essentially. Um, but yeah, and there's the different levels. Like you can see the snow caps of the mountains. If you are at a certain level, you zoom out far enough, it just kind of goes simple. So all these different colors that you're seeing on the map are all different companies. So there's multiple companies in this game. Where's the... Whoop, that's my company. So there's a few people online currently that are playing with us tonight. So I'm going to be talking with Brian in a bit because Brian is currently on my company. But we have a few other players, like the red down here. If you know Justin Rosniak, this is his railroad. The red one here. Where is his? His is this one. Or if you know Jeremy Zorik, he's also currently playing. His is this one. Jeremy's also sharing it. Or no, that's not his. That's dark blue. Where's Jeremy's? Jeremy's is the one out of Paris. Yeah, Paris and Eastern. This is theirs. And then my friend Marcus has this purple one over here and a few others. Mine, of course, is the green. We are the Cheeky Breeky and Western. So anyone that played Stalker would know that reference. Let's see. Why the hell did Chicago reject a mansion tax? Because rich people vote more than poor people, unfortunately. Hope this game gets remade in modern graphics someday. You'll kind of see that, like, this would be hard to recreate in modern graphics with the amount that you can do, but I'll show you. Our base of operations is here in Warsaw. Let me turn off some of the buildings and stuff so you can actually see. Or here's town directory. So we can see the most populous cities in Europe right at the moment is Paris, Lviv, London, Amsterdam, Warsaw, Vilnius, probably screwing that up, Rome, Brussels, Hamburg, Venice, Berlin. So obviously this is not very accurate to the real life stuff. It's also in the bottom, if I move chat, hold on. In the bottom, you can see down here, it's also May 5th, 1922. So the cool part about this game is that we have it set up. Hold on. We have it set up so when you go to buy vehicles, like here's one coming in right now, you can see that this is a Milwaukee Road EP2 bipolar with express cars, heavyweight mail cars, and heavyweights on it. And the track infrastructure will upgrade itself on as stuff continues, because we have a lot of different pieces of track. We have low speed, 65 miles an hour, all the way up to 90 miles an hour is the maximum currently. And we have electrified with overhead third rail, and we have narrow gauge stuff too. So, and dual gauge even. So where's, I usually leave it on non-electrified because if you're starting out a company, like here's another one, I think this is another EP2. Yeah, EP2. ESO EP. Vilnius. Okay. Vilnius. I'll remember that. Yeah, so we have a monopoly over Eastern Europe. But you can see that, like, we're only 20 years into the game. This sort of has been running, for about a week in real time, but 20 years in game. And you can sort of see how people have built out in general. I chose this area originally, and me and Brian are building out in this section because it was flatter, and I saw there was a lot of resources or industries over here originally. But yeah, if you want closer cities that are bigger to each other, you choose Western Europe because Paris is one of the biggest. Jeremy's currently running this, and then so is London, of course. And Europe is interesting because you can everything's kind of accessible via waterway, so there's a lot of boats in this game too. Will they run into? Nope. Okay. The wayfinding of the boats is very funny. Is this the JGRPP version? Yes, this is. So I should explain. So OpenTTD, the reason why it's called open is it's an open source game. It is free. It is not. It doesn't cost anything. It's an open source version of the original Transport Tycoon Deluxe. That's what the TTD stands for. It's the where is it? The JGRPP version is a modified version of it where you can get a bunch of extra stuff, which I think it was originally based off a Japan pack originally. But basically it adds a bunch of stuff. And here, let me turn off some of the there's my transparency. So let's turn these off completely. Then we're going to turn buildings off. And we'll turn bridges off. We'll put this up here. Let's see. Yeah, we did the New York Chicago airline, the line railroad in a past game, and we ran the Zeppelin train. Excuse me, the Zeppelin trains on it, or we called them the shit and fartins. But yeah. Oh, let me turn on desktop audio. I didn't realize that wasn't on. But yeah, we have our Warsaw is our main thing. We have our statue here of our owner, and we have there's our headquarters right here. But yeah, let me go get Brian on because Brian has been building out a lot of the freight infrastructure. I mainly have done the passenger. I haven't played in a few days because I've been trying to work on stuff, and then I had the conference yesterday. So I've haven't been on for a few days. So there's a lot that's changed, but let me see what's up. Why were they called shit and fartins? Because they were the German like Graf Zeppelin or Zeppelin train things. So we just joked they're just the goofy. I think they're in here. If we go by vehicles. And then we go by maximum speed. Nope, they're not in here yet. I think they show up in the 1930s. But they're like the fastest for a while. But you can see they have a lot of stuff in here, like Milwaukee Road, normal Pacifics, Atlantics. Yeah, let's do engines only. That's pretty slow. But yeah, they have a lot of different stuff in here, like the Baldwin box cabs, the MP54s, EP3s. You got Angus, which I was using for a while, which is an Erie camelback, articulated camelback, which only a few of those actually existed in real life, but in this game we've been using them a lot. Then you have the 210-2 Santa Fe, a bunch of different stuff in here. Basically, you get a lot of options in this game when you have the packs installed. Does it have a PRT? I don't think it does. Yes, you do get high-speed rail later in the game, but you have to go to like the 1960s to finally get like Shinkansens and Metroliners. Because I think the Metroliner is one of the fastest in the game for a while. Let's see. Ever since the Boeing stuff started taking Amtrak to New York instead of flying there from California. Well, that takes like 2 days or 2.5 days, so that's a trek. The farthest I'll seriously take Amtrak. The farthest I'll take Amtrak seriously is probably New York to Chicago, because the Lakeshore Limited is actually quite useful. But like Amtrak anywhere else is farther than like Chicago is kind of pointless most of the time. Yes, there's trolleys. We got little trolleys in here. I don't think this is a PCC, or PCCs haven't showed up yet. They're not real yet. But this is a Farallop passenger electric tram. I don't know if those are real. Or this is a cargo tram. It's like a European one. Oh, here's Brian. Hello, are you there?
Howdy.
Okay,
Now I gotta turn off stream audio so I don't hear the double.
Yeah, I gotta turn you up slightly too. Let's see.
apologize. I have a cold right now, so I'm a little quieter probably.
You're good. I'm just slowly catching up with chat. Are you saying the Zeppelin trains don't show up till 32?
I think 32 because what's it called? Even though the Nazis hated trains, they used it as a propaganda thing.
Well, yeah, because every fascist guy likes to repeat, "Oh, they made the trains run on time at least," which I don't think is actually true. Oops.
I think they did, but it was like, not that impressive. I don't remember. I've read about it at one point. It's been too long. Italian fascism's pretty boring, like, to be honest. It's not. There's.
Well, if I remember right, the Italians actually screwed it up.
I mean, that would be a very Italian thing to do.
Yeah.
But as you can see, since you've been gone, the network has expanded quite a bit.
I see, especially the northern portion.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, I can continue to do some of the passenger stuff, but I see there's a lot of ungrouped stuff.
Oh yeah, no, I've been so bad about it. It's been horrible.
Yeah, I can.
Feel free just to dump everything freight into the freight section if it's annoying you.
No, you're good. I'm just gonna take care of passenger stuff at the moment. I won't screw with freight because you're doing that. I was gonna do some more branches out of Warsaw, and I see you have like a island network of MP54s going on up there.
Oh, they're little interurbans or whatever.
Oh, gotcha.
Because we added that new GRF. So for people who don't know OpenTTD, they're not called mods. They're called new graphic sets. So they're just new GRFs.
They're essentially PNG sets.
Yeah, I mean, they have a little bit of code. It's a mod, but like, old school.
Let's see, someone in chat. WMATA unveiled the 8000 series. Yeah, I've seen them. They're cool. I mean, they're just a step in the right direction. See, WMATA's doing really good. I'm always interested in, like, agencies that are shitting the bed because I get to yell at them. And that's currently Chicago. Let's see. But also, or what? Go on.
Sorry. Oh, I was in the process of electrifying everything.
I see
a lot of things.
Is it like...
Because now we have all the Milwaukee Road stuff.
Yeah, he's so EP. Yeah, I guess it's like worthwhile now.
Well, and then like the 65-mile-an-hour track lines up really well with the box cab from the older US train set.
Oh, gotcha.
The real box cabs could only go like 50. So the one that's like way more detailed and accurate releases them in like 2 years earlier, and you only get them at 50 miles an hour, which is like great if our system wasn't already at like capacity in a lot of places.
There's a little bit of bottlenecks here and there too. Yeah, especially down near Lviv.
And then Lviv was like the number one city in the game till recently, so I'm working on bringing that back.
Well, I think part of the reason was because what is it? Jeremy and Jlock have their metro system for Paris.
Well, they're also growing all those other cities at the same time, which is like why we started in the Russia, like none of it's actually Russia. It's like the very western edge of Ukraine, the Baltic states, and then like Poland.
Yeah. Let's see. I love the Park Ave thing they have in Paris.
Oh yeah. Oh, you should turn off the like transparency stuff so everyone can see.
Oh, I did. I turned it on briefly. Oh, okay. But to make the game playable, I usually keep it.
I gotta. Yeah. I totally have to do that too.
To actually see the streets and stuff. I'll give Lviv tram network in a bit because I see it's like.
I was just working on making the bus network bigger. The buses are pretty tolerably good now. So,
there's that. What's this one? It's the Leyland bus or Leyburn bus.
Yeah. I converted everything to that.
Yeah, those are pretty good. There was a bunch of. I mean, the ones along the main line between Warsaw and Berlin, they had a bunch of older buses, but they look. I think you changed them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Because that's the thing is about this game is you always forget about the little towns.
Yeah. I was working on also making Pinsk into a big city. It has grown from 500 to 1,500 since last night.
Which one is that?
It's at the furthest eastern edge of the map.
Eastern edge of the map. Oh, top of it?
Yeah, or no, like on the river that Warsaw's on, but you just keep it going east.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's the river that goes to Chernobyl. I can't remember the name of it. Oh no, the Pripyat River, if I remember correctly. I think it's the Pripyat River still by then,
I would have to look.
because of course the Soviets canalized it.
What are you doing over here? What is this? The bakery. With that's quite the terminal.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make so much goddamn bread. You're not even ready for it.
Let's see what's chat saying. Oh, they're all talking about CTA. Someone says not the franchised 432 Park Ave. I like these these tiny towns that you've added hotels to. Remind me like there's like a lot of Pennsylvania towns that like got like what's it? They got um state housing in like the 1970s and 80s. So it'll be this tiny rural town, but there will be like one like 7-story tall apartment building.
Okay, Pinsk in real life is like this cute little Belarusian town.
Okay.
It seems like it might have had some post-Soviet Union regime trademark, paint jobs done to stuff just to like make it not look as bad. But
Make it not as not as
yeah, because I think it's fuck, I can't remember what happened there. My European history is very bleh right now, but I think there's something to do with the Napoleonic War that was kind of big there.
wouldn't be surprised.
Because I mean, it used to be Polish.
Yeah.
And then, oh god, yeah. First mention of Pinsk on historically, according to the English Wikipedia page, has a timeline. It doesn't even. It just does like a list of dates. 1097. So it's been around for a bit.
Yeah.
That's pretty old for that area.
Let's see. Someone in chat. Thoughts on Blade helicopter in Manhattan and NY airports? 90 or 195 per seat, and it's advertised as skiing. Wait, skiing. I mean, it's like the rich people Uber. Like, they. This is not a new thing to NYC. Like, there was the New York Airways for a while, where they were landing like Chinooks on, or not the Chinooks. Where are the smaller ones?
The CH 33s.
Yeah, it's like the smaller version.
The one the Marines used until like 2012. They're like the silly version of the Chinook.
But they were flying those to tops of skyscrapers. There's a famous picture of it landing on the Pan Am building. But they had like a series of crashes. I don't think it killed anyone, but they basically scared themselves out of using helicopters, which understandably. And now helicopters are only allowed to take off, I think, from like designated helicopter areas, like on the Riverway. Yeah, New York Airways.
Which helicopter this is?
It's like the CH. Is it the? It's a.
There's just so many Sikorsky helicopters.
It's like the CH-46, I think, because the 47 is the Chinook, right?
Oh, I think you're right.
But it was the civilian version.
Yeah. The now it's called the Boeing Vertol Sea Knight. The fuck? That's an. Is it? Oh, it's one of those consortium things where it's like.
See, that's also my problem with Boeing is since like they've acquired so many companies, they've made every like name really bad. See, that's like my airplane foamer opinion about Boeing is that like.
Oh wait, this is an old one. Oh, this is like pre-Boeing getting the McDonnell Douglas corporate sickness.
Oh, one of those did kill people. It's one crashed on the Pan Am building, killing 10 people. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's your problem on it.
Boeing Vertol CH-46. Okay, so I was right.
Oh yeah, Japan used them too.
Japan used some weird stuff for a while. I mean, they were like the Boeing whatchamacallit. They were the Boeing hydrofoil capital for a while. Them in Hong Kong.
Oh, okay. There's a cool photo of one on the Wikipedia landing on Bell Island in Newfoundland. That's like one of those like it's just like a rock that
Yeah.
shoots straight out of the water, and it's just like barely big enough for that helicopter to land on it.
Okay.
Like,
there's actually I have someone's actually Pax says thoughts on CT rail and Hartford lines. Well, I have some good news for you. I can tell you that allegedly, and I can't say for sure, but allegedly, I might have some info that Amtrak might be looking into electrifying the Hartford line after they double track it. But don't quote me. Because I met some Boeing people at the last conference I was at, and that was the one thing I asked them that was like kind of no one else was asking, and they kind of gave me the hint that the Hartford line is going to be the next one. Makes sense. Didn't have too much time to ask them too many questions, but they at least hinted at that being the case. But I mean, like, it just makes sense. Like, any properties that they own would be the ones that are the easiest to electrify. Well, see, the thing why I say don't quote me in this chat talking is the reason why is that, like, in the rail industry is weird. It's where, like, I can't really, like, when I do a video on something and I've heard that, like, something is happening, I can't really say who told me it because
small world.
it's a small world and everyone knows each other, and like sometimes that information isn't supposed to be out there. But if you're smart enough, you can kind of figure it out over time, and kind of what the general sentiment is for these things. But like, yeah, I will tell you that someone told me in person that the Hartford line is on the, it's being studied for it. So I'm excited for that because that would mean a lot of different service changes.
It also just makes sense to run as much electric possible out of that area, like, because diesel operations, while like they're kind of cheap to set up in the
Yeah.
first place, you just have so much more reliability and stuff just due to like having, oh, I need to, like, anytime I spill fuel, I have to report it to the EPA. With electric train, you don't spill fuel, so
Well, it's
there's
that,
no
and then
fuel to spill.
it's that, and also the fact that like your mechanical and maintenance departments have to be bigger. Your your supply chains have to be bigger. You have to have diesel on hand to refuel like these things.
Yep.
Like, oh my god, like BNSF has like a massive supply chain just to do that shit.
I mean, yeah, and they like to brag about being the number one. I think they're still the number one diesel fuel consumer after the U.S. Navy.
Something like that.
Number 2 is Union Pacific.
I'm surprised.
And a lot of why they're number 1 is because they run the trains fast, and the faster you run, the diminishing returns, yada yada yada.
Yeah, I mean, like that's what you should be doing. Unlike UP.
I mean, they do. It's just nothing like they used to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Born and raised nutmegger, that's fantastic news. Hell, electrification would give more capability with MTA down in New Haven. Yes. Also, if they actually do electrify, I hope that they run more than 2 cars per Amtrak train, the CT rail. Well, okay, so 2 things about that is Amtrak, the whole reason Amtrak wants to electrify is that they already run regionals up the Hartford line that branch off the corridor. It's just they wouldn't have to switch engines at New Haven, and the arrows, when they get the new train sets, those wouldn't have to do pantograph down, turn the diesel engine on. So like it's in Amtrak's benefit for operations wise not to do it. And then the other thing is that CT Rail, you already know, is buying M8s, so they'll be able to run those M8s up to Hartford or further if they go to Springfield. So yeah, it would be a massive change.
Oh, it would fuck if Amtrak could get something like an M8.
It's also the Hartford line, I think, has outside of the Keystone in the Northeast Corridor, it has the most amount of 110 capable track on like for a line. Because it's relatively straight.
When hell freezes over, Amtrak will buy an EMU.
I mean, technically the Metroliner was, but I think that's what scared them.
Well, yeah, that's what killed it. It was it was a little too early. They flew too close to the sun with that one.
Does Amtrak have enough money left over from 2021 to do it themselves? Amtrak has enough money in their capital budget just to do it in general. If they are able to do it for the price that they did the Boston extension, um, they can do it. But they'll probably get a grant for it. Like, there's so much money floating around, and we had a discussion at the conference that I was at that basically, like, even the Republicans nowadays have a hard time not giving Amtrak money, or like a lot of them, like a lot of the insane Republicans want to try to cut money from Amtrak. But like the sane older Republicans know that it's a bad political move to try to cut money from Amtrak. We were talking about this, that basically, like, Amtrak has only become a partisan thing because of Biden, which is kind of funny. Because for the most part in the past, Amtrak has kind of been like a thing that most of the parties haven't really cared too much about, and it was a general good thing because, like, hey, if you're a Republican from like Oklahoma or Montana or something, you don't want to be the guy that has killed a town's train. Like, you are now their most hated number one enemy. Because those small towns, even though they don't get decent service, it's their thing. It's a thing that shows up for them. And if you're a Republican that cuts something like that, you immediately are made enemy of like these smaller areas and the places where these trains run. And I think Amtrak knows that.
Well, a little bit of it, yeah. I mean, a little bit of also was like, they're not that expensive to run.
No.
So like, it was an easy way for like, your kind of purplish Republican from North Dakota or whatever to be like, hey, I did something for you. Sorry, all your Cold War military bases shut down. Here's like, you can keep your Amtrak.
Or if you're Nebraska, here's a Kawasaki train factory.
Oh yeah. For once, we didn't go to North Carolina for avoiding union pay shit.
So dumb. Well, I mean,
here's your factory in Nebraska.
So frustrating that Siemens is doing that.
I mean, it sucks because it makes total sense. Everyone does. Like Toyota has done it. Like a lot of chip fabs are going there. It's just the state has like hyper optimized itself to be like the place you go if you're trying to avoid
the factory Hitler particle state. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I can't blame them. Like just inertia of the whole industry is just going towards there right now. But
yeah.
I mean, it's like why GE moved to Fort Worth.
I feel like there's
Hazlitt, Texas, which is just Fort Worth. But
I feel like there's going to come a time when suddenly the dominoes will fall in North Carolina and like unions will start showing up there.
Well, they don't have like a lot of the Sun Belt. It's like, oh, it's going to get really hot and miserable here.
Yeah.
They're like further north, so like they have a lot longer till like you get the like forces of like
the warehouse is like shitty conditions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this summer will be interesting because we've seen the graphs on some of the temperatures this winter, or lack of low temperatures. So
I think it's a lot of that's the El Nino shit this year. Right?
No, put the sulfur back in the boats.
Yeah,
make the boats emit the sulfur again. give my
Roll
shitty
coal, brother.
Give my shitty fuel back. So for those who don't know, ships burn this type of fuel called bunker fuel. And if you are not aware of how petroleum or how oil is refined, there's a process where basically like there's a stack. Think of a big, like, I don't know, can of Monster or some shit. Like, that's the shape of the like a tall boy, essentially. Like that's the shape of the what's it called? What's the term for
the cooker or whatever.
Yeah,
I forget
the
the name right now.
is it the cracking?
It's not a cracker. I think it's the.
It's just the refining, like whatchamacallit. Anyway, in the way that gasoline, diesel, all these fuels are made.
Distillation tower.
Yeah, distillation tower. So in the distillation tower, there is many different fuels that are made within the singular tank. And the top of the tank, you get really light stuff. You get you get really light oils. You get really light stuff for
you can get gases.
Yeah, for plastics and gases. You get natural gas, I think, in some of the top of it.
So yeah, there's some dissolved natural gas. Then you kind of get into kerosene and like your nice gassy, like your gasoline oils.
Yeah, some people are saying thermal cracking unit or cat cracker.
Yeah, and then you get to lubricants, fuel oil, which fuel oil is basically your bunker fuel.
Yeah.
And the next thing after that's pretty much asphalt.
Basically, the heavy shit falls to the bottom, the lighter shit goes to the top. The top of the tank usually has fuels that are like they burn cleaner, they're easier to like run in engines, they're generally more energetic. The bottom of the tank has all of the really terrible stuff that's like bunker fuel and even asphalt material or stuff that is used in asphalt. And basically, bunker fuel, what it is it's like the worst type of diesel possible, or it's like below diesel.
Oh, it's not even diesel. It's basically just gunk you can burn if you heat it up really hot, like a solid like 300, 200 Celsius, so like well over boiling, like water temperatures, and that's the temperatures you need to get it to move.
Yeah.
It used to be way more common, like in steam engines and other stuff like that back in the day, because
or famously the Union Pacific turbines.
The turbines, yeah. Because plastics just weren't a thing as much yet. So these really big, heavy, long, petroleum molecules and stuff like that could be processed into polymers, but the even heavier ones, you could just burn them.
Yeah.
And so that's what happens to a lot of them.
And essentially, bunker fuel, other than some of the things we've named, is mainly used for ships. And the reason why is because those big, huge cylinder engines with the massive turbos the size of people are able to compress that fuel to a point where it does ignite and it does burn. And they don't need high RPM, so there's no need for this fuel to be very energetic. So that's why ships are very efficient, is because they have these massive engines that generally are able to get power out of fuel that otherwise would not be used. And the thing with bunker fuel is that for the longest time, because of the refining process, all of the bad non-refinable stuff, like the extra elements and all of the... Why do these things have duplicate orders?
Oh, the ships?
No, it's saying one of the interurbans that you have duplicate orders for some reason.
I would turn off that notification. That notification's useless.
How do you turn that off?
It's in the settings.
Oh, well, I'm not gonna dig through settings. But yeah, essentially, when in the refining process, all of your extra little things from the crude oil that are not necessarily useful for burning, like your sulfurs, your some of the acids, some of the different phosphorus materials, they all fall to the bottom of the tank. And because bunker fuel is at the bottom of the refining process, it gets stuck in the bunker fuel and some of the other mixtures like the asphalt stuff. And so historically, bunker fuel has sort of always been a terrible burning fuel with a lot of residual elements that come off of it. And one of those things is when the ships were at sea or even in ports for a while before they switched to the cleaner fuels, they would burn the sulfur and create clouds over the ocean, because sulfur and sulfuric acid is very good at cloud seeding. And so one of the theories recently is in 2020, I forget what was the international cooperation of whatever, but they basically banned sulfur fuels for international shipping. And by 2022 or by the beginning of 2023, I think it was, that these fuels were finally phased out. And that's kind of the theory of why in 2024 we've seen sort of a spike in temperatures all of a sudden. Is these ships were kind of doing geoengineering for us because they were cloud seeding and doing a few different things because they were putting sulfur in the atmosphere. Oh, who had a fucking crash?
Oh, not us.
Oh, 971 died.
All right, I guess I'll do the sign.
It's yeah, Uziel is in chat down here.
We have a tradition where we have the sign of. Oh, okay, you already did it. Okay.
Yeah.
We have a sign of shame.
Oh, wait.
And every accident you have to mark with a sign, so everyone can see what you've done.
Oh, I was gonna put another one.
Oh, sorry, I deleted it.
What trains are they? Actually, I'm curious.
They're just passenger trains.
Big passenger trains, bunch of heavyweights and mail and Pacifics.
And the funny thing about this game is that, like, if you're in a train accident, just everyone dies. Oh, just trains explode.
Yeah, the trains just have to touch. Like it's a like what was it? Was it a Monty Python sketch or something where it's like
they're all like Ford Pintos for some reason.
Yeah. I think that was a Monty Python thing where the Pinto just gets like tapped in the rear and explodes.
Yeah, or was it not Airplane? One of those other movies.
They did a similar joke, but I don't think it was. It might have been The Naked Gun.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
It was one of what's his name's movies. That actor, I'm forgetting his name. The guy in The Naked Gun in Airplane.
Yeah.
Leslie Jones, I think it is. How did that happen? I don't know. It looks like
they're probably messing with their station.
It's
signals.
Usually signals.
Yeah, and then everything went wrong.
Like these signals look properly set up, but you can also like here. I'll show it on one of the trains that we have. So if I'm on a train, you can. There's a button here that says disregard signals or force train to proceed through signals. This is a very scary button because if you're not careful with it, you can send a train into another train very easily. Leslie Nielsen, that's it. Yes. So that's might have been what Uziel did.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Which station was that at? That's Hamburg. I like how the trains realistically take a decent amount of time to clean up too.
Oh, it's like a whole month in game because like the game was never designed to have. Whoops. Sorry, I just sneezed. The game is never designed to have like time go on this long. So yeah. We have a modification that makes it to where a day takes oh wait, I guess they changed that. Alright, it actually cleared up pretty quickly.
There seems to be a problem now with Uziel's trains blocking.
Oh, yeah. Sage said they hit the ignore signal button rather than depot. Yep, there you go.
Someone asks,
your problem?
Any idea what's going on with SEPTA's multi-levels? Good question. I wish I could give you an answer. My guess would be CRRC got fucked over, and they really don't want to do any work. And that they're just being slow on delivering stuff because, like, why do we care? We're banned from the U.S. now. So that's what I'm thinking. Also, what company is White?
Oh, that's one of the
Last Resort Railways. Open for all. Okay. Are they even on the graph? No, not really.
Not really. They're too small. I mean, you can turn off other companies and make them be on the graph, but.
So, to those that haven't played OpenTTD, this is the winning and losing chart. Because basically, this is a capitalism game. And the way that you win the game is you do the most capitalism. So me and Brian's company is the green line here, which has been relatively stable. Uziel's is this one that tanked for a bit and then went back up.
I had so many jams this
morning. Then Jeremy and Jlox is this like this blue one up here. Roz is the red. Everyone else
Roz is catching up to us.
yeah, so we should do something.
Stop fucking around.
Let me see if he's actually on. Let's see. What happened to Pink? Yeah, that was Sage's company. That was the company that just had the train crash. I assume there was a massive jam, because you can already see there's a lot of stuff running through over here, and I can assume there was a jam of some sort in here. Yeah, like especially there's like like these kind of junctions, which are like the turbo encabulator, blah blah blah. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to reply to a friend of mine tomorrow about breakfast. Let me do that, because let me see. I was like, hey, we should go to brunch tomorrow, and then never sent a brunch location. So I should do that. Is there a Sabrina's? Let's see. Oh no, that one's closed. I gotta make sure that I meet up with them early enough, because I have to go to a doctor's appointment tomorrow. Let's see. If only Bud still was in business. Yeah, well, I need to do the Bud video eventually. Who was talking about? Oh, I was watching one of Roz's old videos on his old channel. For those who don't know, he has an old channel called Do Not Eat 01, where he used to do Franklin, the series called Franklin, and another series called Power Planning.
Used to. Damn,
Politics.
We've moved on to used to.
I mean, like, he hasn't done it in a while, so.
Give him time. Let him cook.
I don't know. Well, he says he wants to, but it's just like City Skylines is so frustrating to get working with like mods and stuff.
It's a shame.
Because the biggest problem with City Skylines has always been like, and I had this.
Skylines.
Well, this is the kind of the problem why I stopped playing it a lot, is that like even the old one is like, if you don't get your mods installed correctly or properly, it's like you can stop playing for like a month and then go back to that save and it just won't play because one of the mods.
Oh yeah.
One of the
That's
mods.
Why I stopped playing.
Yeah, one of the mods updated and it's stuck.
Fuck you. Everything's broken.
Pretty much, and it was just like, well, this kind of sucks. I have to give like people like what is it, Cities by Diana or Diana a lot of credit, because like that's a lot of work. That is a ton of work to do that kind of stuff.
And like the Steam Workshop interface sucks ass. Like for how much mods you're downloading and stuff.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I'm looking at, what is this, a Prague fertilizer train, and you have 2 Anguses on the front and then 1 helper Angus in the back.
Oh yeah. Got some distributed power, brother.
Did they ever? They did that in the Steam days, but rare, right?
Oh yeah, but like it was like, you know, if you could find labor cheap enough to get away with it, yeah, like a lot of the mountain railroads had to do bullshit like that. Like the original before Moffat Tunnel opened, it would to get a freight train over that pass, not the Durango, the Denver and Salt Lake, because it wasn't Rio Grande yet, would have to use 3 or 4, sometimes 5 engines to shove a train over. What pass is it? It's not Roberts. It's fuck. I'll look it up. That pass is insane. The fact that they crossed the Continental Divide at like 12,000 feet is just nuts.
Well, there was even like East Coast railroads, like the C&O, that did that too.
Yeah,
they would have like helpers at like the Alleghenies.
Oh, useless. Rollins Pass. There we go.
Yeah.
And now it's a Jeep trail.
My friends,
but like you go past the tree line, like there at the top there are no trees. You're like you're only 1,000 or 2 feet off of like one of the 14ers in either direction from you, north or south. So
Well, yeah, that's a cue video of tunnel motors coming out of a tunnel at altitude, where it's
oh
just
yeah,
the most amount of soot you've ever seen in your life leaving the tunnel.
restore service on the Tennessee Pass route, or else Union Pacific. I'm
Yeah.
no longer asking.
My friend says he overheard a conductor on the phone saying they're not with. Wait, they're not going to work by Fraser? I have no idea what you're saying. Um, Someone says, I'm pretty sure it was still the Rio Grande back then, and it
It
was
is
the
not the Rio Grande
Oh,
yet.
it was Denver Rio Grande, which eventually became Denver. Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
no.
yeah.
So the Moffat line
You're
was
no, Brian.
originally the.
Brian's gonna be like, "Well, I am a
Actually,
Denver. I'm a
uh,
DRDG foamer. I know."
yeah, that was like my favorite word as a kid. Yeah, I was one of those kids. Hey, I wasn't like one of the weirdos who like obsesses over narrow gauge. I'm sorry, folks, but no, it was the Denver and Salt Lake. So it was founded by a bunch of guys who were pissed off that Union Pacific went to the north through Cheyenne and that Rio Grande went to Pueblo. Like, oh, they to them, some shithole to the south, to then go through Tennessee Pass. They're like, we're gonna build our own fucking railroad. It's gonna be bitching. We're gonna like go straight there, and then like they got to like Steamboat, and then they got to Craig, and then money machine broke when they got to the easy part, because it's basically like the hardest part would have been like negotiating with the Uinta like nation there,
Yeah,
and then like after that, like it's really not that hard to get to Salt Lake. If I remember correctly, they probably wouldn't have been any faster than going to Union Pacific way, anyways. They just kind of wanted a direct route
probably. Yeah,
for themselves. So like as like it was in the 20s, Denver was like, hey, or the state of Colorado, which is basically Denver at the time, if anyone of political importance, was like gave them a bunch of money to build an actual tunnel to replace the nightmare line over Rollins Pass that take like a whole day to cross, depending on the weather. And so Denver so the pilot tunnel became a water pipe for collecting water from the reservoirs, uh, collecting snowmelt from the other side. So Denver got water, and the Denver and Salt Lake Railroad got a tunnel that was, instead of taking a whole day, now it takes 20 minutes to get
yeah,
across this area. And in the what was it, the 30s is when the DeSoto cutoff, or Dotsero cutoff, was built, which goes from where Bond, which is where the Denver and Salt Lake kind of climbs back up out of the what river is it? Oh yeah, it is the Colorado River Valley, and kind of goes up towards Steamboat into the Yampa Valley,
yeah.
and they connected it to where the Rio Grande's main line coming from the Tennessee Pass went. So
Makes sense.
because and then eventually they merged properly into one company, I think in 46.
So there you have it. You got the longest "well, actually" response.
I'm trying to remember the actual timeline. I know it's in the 40s.
What was it? We have some questions. So I heard CTA's Dorval Carter visited Randy Clark at WMATA, his new control center. I wonder if he took any messages Clark gave him. What do you think? I've heard Carter is a pretty stubborn guy, so maybe, hopefully, um, can only wish for the best for CTA.
Okay, correction on the timeline. Uh, the Denver and Rio Grande Western took control of the Denver and Salt Lake as a paper railroad in 1931. So basically, hey, the depression happened. You're worth fuck all. We're gonna buy you, and then made them formally a part of DRGW in 1947.
Makes sense.
So unpapered accompanied them.
Let's see. Then second thing was it would make sense for Amtrak long distance service. Would it make sense to make Amtrak long distance service more high end, like the Rocky Mountaineer, and charge more money? Um, I mean, like, I wouldn't ever make it more expensive. What Amtrak can do is they can offer different packages to people. Like, I mean, that's what railroads did in the past, is that like that you have scum class, which is your commuters, and then you have like I will shine your shoes and fellatio you, everything. So it's like all the older railroads had like these classes of stuff where it's like they would have part of the train where it's like your normal commuter or normal passenger would sit and stay, and then you'd have your sleeper passengers and everything. So it's like Amtrak should probably stick to what they're doing now because they're kind of doing that, but like there's only so much high end you can give before like you have to start devoting manpower and stuff to dumb things.
Yeah, if you look back in the old era, it would have been like the early streamliners. Your fuck you pours cars would still be the old heavyweights from like the 1910s, and you're on a train in 1950.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah. But kind of coming back to more Amtrak long distance stuff and also we just talked about Moffat. I am really curious what's going to happen with the negotiations this year because the lease ends this year or next year.
Oh, for Moffat. I've heard from local Denver people and advocates in the area that legislators are aware of it, and that they
I think they need to leverage something out of it.
And that there is talks of running more train service, passenger train service specifically through it. I don't know much more information than that, but that's what I've heard from people in the area. So we'll see. I'm hoping so.
I kind of wish they'd get more local freight out of it too, because like during the worst part of the post-pandemic economy, like the just general freight service was awful west of the Rockies. Like you could tell stores were out of shit. Like frequently.
Yeah.
So like having some sort of like local piggyback service would be kind of nice, but like the Swiss. But that's a hell freezing over kind of moment probably. So
well, you're there's that there's that like political what is it? Political alignment chart that has all the different like foamer positions on it, and you're the one that's like local freight will come back any day now, guys. Like
trust me, bro, it's gonna happen. The cost of trucking will get too high just any day now. Just a week away. God, it's so bad. Every time I drive on I-45, the fact that they're basically like drayage trucking from South Dallas to Houston.
So bad.
Oh my God, just agony, pain, suffering.
Someone says, when is another corridor ID program video extension? Well, so I am working on one that's about the long distance study because that's technically the new stuff now. Because like we have the current corridor ID information, but there's not much more stuff. There's only so much like stuff you can do, and I think since the first video was out, a lot of people then looked into it. Like if people are interested enough, they'll look into it personally, and be like, oh, okay, that's what's happening.
Of course, that had to leak whenever you had just finished the video.
Yeah. Definitely not someone in chat who helped with that.
Rob K says, Iowa traction, exclamation mark. Iowa traction, exclamation mark. Iowa traction. Understandable.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I do have to visit that just out of, like, memoriam of, like, hey, the shit we used to have.
I'm so sad we lost our equivalent of that in Texas in, like, 2004, whenever Lone Star, the brewer for Lone Star, the Pearl Brewery, outgrew their brewery, so they moved.
Oh, I forgot that there was one there. Yeah,
it was still the original like 1905 whatever shitfuck little like converted like
interurban
interurban cars that they used to like just shuffle a couple beer cars and hops over on street running to it. So there's like photos of it, like merger era UPSP shit going on, and it's just like, hello, here's like a little interurban thing with like 2 or 3 cars.
When we used to do Dudes Rock stuff with freight.
That's right. Return, brother.
Yeah. Simply, we need to do it again. I just like, my favorite currently, other than Iowa Traction, is there's a brewery in Utica that has street running to the brewery, and there's a signal on the street. Or not on the street, but like it's like at like a stoplight on the side of the road. But it's a like New York Central positions, not position, but New York Central signal light. It's still working.
That's great.
Yeah. Let's see. What is chat saying? Thoughts on former rail YouTubers like Downey Life. I mean, Downey Life still does stuff. I think he's fine. He does more like, wow, holy shit, sleeper car. Wow, holy shit, long distance train. Like very much travel vlogger, not much like policy person. Which I mean, allegedly he's making fucking bank. So like, I mean, good for him. But like, I don't do that. And unfortunately don't make bank. Being an advocate and policy person doesn't make bank, surprisingly. Wow, I never would have guessed.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Hey, at least you're not. It's not bad enough to take a raid Shadow Legends.
It's tempting.
Yeah, right.
It's tempting to do it just because it would be funny, not because it would give me money. Honestly, half of the sponsors I've taken so far is just because I think they're funny, or that I can do something like interesting with the sponsor spot. Like I took the NordVPN one for like the what was it? The Cincinnati Southern video, because I was like, oh, I can do a funny ad spot for the Norfolk Southern like part of this. Like that was entirely the point of taking it for that one. But yeah, no, it's sponsors are interesting. The hardest part is just going back and forth, and like some sponsors are cooler with you doing whatever, and like you can be like, yeah, here's the sponsor spot that I did, and they'll be like, oh, perfect, you can just put the video up. And then the other ones are like, they want to make you like do specific things, and you're like, no, I really don't give a shit. Like, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, apparently YouTube is making like a streamlined process to make it easier, but like, that's good and bad. Because it's definitely, you definitely have better communication when you can speak to the people directly. Like the e-bike people I've worked with are pretty good. Speaking of that, I need to do a video maybe on the second channel about something of theirs. But the yeah, generally the companies that are more like selling an actual product or have like they're more reputable are the better ones to work with, obviously. The ones that are sketchy is like the Masterworks one or whatever, where they're like selling part of a painting, which like
that one's sketchy.
I mean, I've had financial. I mean, was it Victor looked into it and he was like, their paperwork and everything adds up, but it's just like that still sounds kind of scammy.
Yeah, the vibes are not there with that one.
Yeah,
that's me personally, but.
Let's see, what is chat saying? Did they finalize the sale with Cincinnati Southern? Allegedly, they're doing it right now.
Oh yeah, that one was disappointing.
That's yeah. It's like, and it's. I hope there's some consequences to the mayor because of that. Because it's like he sold out his city so badly with that, and if you read any of the information from the local newspaper there, it's so obvious what he did. And I really, really hope something comes of that, because the problem is that most people don't understand nor give a shit about like freight rail or railroads, and it's just like, oh, it's so frustrating. Because anyone that has a brain related to freight rail and stuff like that would not have like sold to a freight company, because we know that just once it's sold to them, you're never getting certain things, or if you do, you have to pay them a shit ton of money. Because, for example, the freight companies, the class ones, are getting smarter. And the reason why they're getting smarter is because Amtrak is starting to bully them with the government. And what the freight companies have figured out is if they go to the state first and ask the state, like, hey, we know you're trying to get an Amtrak service or build a passenger line this way. If you give us this amount of money, we'll make sure it happens. And that amount of money is usually a lot more than Amtrak would get, or is usually a lot more money they're asking than what Amtrak would have forced out of, or I guess had to pay in the first place. So they're essentially scamming states now instead of scamming Amtrak. That's like their business plan. They did that recently with the Pennsylvanian here in Pennsylvania, and there's a few other services. I think the Front Range corridor, they're going to do. UP is going to do that with Colorado, but we'll see. Okay, so
well, at least Colorado can afford it. Other states, it's like, okay, come on.
Yeah, like the one that's going to hurt is the Ohio one. The 3Cs corridor, because Ohio does not have money, or at least not the amount.
Well, they do, but they don't want to spend it, in the good way.
Yeah, well, they don't have as much money as like Colorado.
Yeah.
Someone says, "Hey, Alan, planning to attend the meetup on 4/5. Look forward to seeing you in the most beautiful city in the world." Ah, you mean Oakland? Yeah, agreed. Nothing like flying on BART over the UP yard and seeing the shitfuck Jivo pushing a local freight together. But what was it? Yeah, no, San Francisco gets a lot of hate. Some of it is very deserved, especially when it comes to housing. But a lot of the other stuff is not deserved, especially the transit, like generally like, oh, liberal city, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, no, I make fun of San Francisco because of the housing. Because once they fix the housing, you can't really make fun of them anymore.
Oh yeah, I would kill to live there.
Yeah,
it's just affording.
Yeah, once they fix housing and rent in San Francisco, you can't make fun of it anymore because it's a really cool city. But currently you can make fun of it because of the rent and situation. Let's see. Isn't the front?
That's the most. Oh, sorry. That's like the most frustrating part about SF is that it could be such a good fucking city.
Yeah. But to some point, I do agree with the conservatives. The liberals running it are terrible. And like, it's what's that Dean Preston guy? Fuck him.
Well, he's like good on everything but that.
Well,
but like he's really bad on that.
He's a virtue signaler guy. Like he's good on like everything that's like we love gay people, don't we, folks? But then fuck that housing. like yeah. Like I said, if they fix housing, that's the one thing that's like you fix housing, SF is the best city in the country. Let's see what are people saying. Yeah, homelessness is essentially just building more housing. Someone says, someday I would like to see you take on the whole Rock Island downfall, especially when Amtrak wouldn't take over the Quad City service. Ooh.
Well, Rock Island was too broke because with Amtrak you had to pay into it.
Yeah.
You couldn't just it was a way for like you had to pay Amtrak to bail you out, basically. That's why Rock Island's passenger services didn't go to Amtrak immediately. They were just too broke.
They were Rock Island was the best. They were the best. What is it? They were the best gardening railroad of all time.
Their track was really good until like the 60s, and then it just got worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, most amount of grass planted in a right-of-way of all time.
Yeah. Have you ever seen like the old main line to Denver? It used to go under the airport runways. It was sad looking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the old airport.
I didn't realize they went
new urbanist place.
I didn't realize they went all the way to Denver.
Yeah, they went to Denver and to Colorado Springs, which is why they had that goofy E unit that had the very funny cab. So the whatever Denver rocket or whatever.
The Rock Island rocket. Split. Yeah. Or no, that was the Chicago.
It was one of the rockets, but yeah, it was the one from Chicago. and the train would split somewhere in eastern Colorado, and one part would go to Pueblo, and the other part would go to Denver.
Yes. They were also a very heavy user of both RDC's Doodlebugs and their own like weird passenger DMU things.
Yeah. Well, and since they were like so close to EMD, like literally in the same like EMD was off their track if I remember correctly. They got a
Yeah,
lot of weird,
Lagrange.
cool EMD stuff early on.
Well, then they also did the insane thing of converting B units. But their B unit conversions weren't like the CNWs where they actually had cabs. They just made it flat with windows. Rocky Mountain Rocket, baby. That's what it was.
Hell yeah.
Um,
And then they had the train from Galveston to St. Paul in Minneapolis.
Someone
What was it?
says, "How long do you think SF can stop the state?" I think once the floodgate. Yeah, no, it's like I think it's like a maximum of like a year and a half now. I think it's like 2026 when like the state officially like builds stuff. But like right now, if they don't meet the mandates, I think they're not meeting the mandates right now. The state is already in the process of taking over, or at least like reducing um, the capacity of San Francisco's government to be able to stop housing. I think that's already begun, but the official like Governor Newsom communism doesn't really start till 2026, I think.
Which sucks because like it's gonna take years to really start feeling the effects of it, because everything with housing is such a downwind thing. So
Yeah.
hopefully they can sooner the better.
That's why like one of the things I might be covering in the future is that California Forever project, which is the sort of, I guess, housing development or new town that's going to go up near the Air Force Base, Travis Air Force Base, I think it is. So I'm interested in that because it's like the housing in the Bay Area has failed so badly that like something like that is not a bad idea because like people are so frustrated they're like, fuck it, I'm going to build my own town.
Yeah, it's bad that it got to that point, but like I mean at least there's something coming alternative wise, but
Someone says,
horrible it took that.
Alan, did you see the god awful hit piece on California high speed rail recently? It seems like they're coming in cycles. I mean, yeah, that's the news. It's like every once in a while an article is written by some guy, and then like
is it the LA Times?
it might be. I mean, the LA Times guy is
It's
just
always
like
the LA Times.
yeah. But what was it? Yeah. I mean, what happens is someone will write an article, and then every other lame journalist out there that has no original idea will go and copy it, and then there's like a cycle of news that goes out, and then it's like, yeah, it happens. So it's frustrating, but like the best thing that you can do is redirect people's. I had a thread on this about Twitter actually today. Is that the best thing you can do is redirect people's energy to basically talk about why it's bad, not or why it took so long versus train bad, high speed rail bad. Like obviously that's the train is not the issue. It's California's policies of how they got there in the first place. And that's largely the CEQA like environmental policies and other stuff like that. Like
still blow a new interstate through like a black and brown neighborhood in Bakersfield this very last year, but no, you cannot build a high speed rail. It's just got to be this monumental nightmare to get through.
Yeah.
To get approved.
Where's
and it says like, oh, you're doing nothing about environmental racism, actual like other environmental stuff. Like you're not stopping the highways from being built.
Because those laws were set up during like the Reagan
the
time.
highway revolts.
Yeah, and so it's like it's designed to protect property owners. It's not designed to actually protect people and promote good like stuff. Again, need to do another California video at some point and talk about this shit. But essentially, like all the bad things about California originated, unsurprisingly, from the Reagan era, and for some reason, like liberals and California people are only now just getting around to fixing a lot of this stuff. So yeah, frustrating to say the
Doesn't help
least.
that a lot of their constituents also profited off of it. That's what like kept a lot of them from like meaningfully changing stuff.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people, when like, even though California is like labeled by a lot of conservatives as like the super communist state or whatever, it's like, no, California was actually quite conservative for a long time and still is, and has only turned more liberal quite recently. Um, and they only like, they're only still liberal in like the most uh what's it, like the most stereotypical like way of like virtue signaling, and less actually like material like liberal changes that you see in other
Yeah.
states. Like the one that the conservatives always yell about is the plastic straw ban, and it's like, yeah, it's a honestly a decent like example of like they're not really doing shit that like actually helps, and they're kind of just like doing shit that it's more like signaling that they're like acting like they're helping. Come on, do the signals. There we go. Where's the station? There we go. Yeah, California was a conservative red state until around the early 90s. Yeah, pretty much. Someone asked when the next video come out. Hopefully this week. It's something that I've put a lot of work into. It has a lot of film and video work put into it. It's up on my Patreon, or at least the intro is up on it already. But basically, it's about the Philadelphia Parkway and sort of how European design standards are not always the thing we should be following. Because in the past, the Europeans had some pretty bad design standards. And the Philadelphia Parkway is a good example of like why it's not perfect or has some issues. Because everyone likes to be circle jerk, holy shit, Europe, but like there's some systemic issues that like happened in the past when we followed all European shit. And like, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff we should copy from them, but it's like, be wary of like praising them completely. Let's see. What town is this? I cannot fucking pronounce that. Let's see. Rizal, I think is how you say it.
Where is it?
Oh,
Reslow.
Reslow. Okay.
I only know it because war history nerd derogatory. But
Gotcha.
yeah, they went with like the local spelling, and it makes it so much harder to just say anything.
Yeah, I mean, like it's cool that they have all the stuff on the map, so I can't say too much.
Oh yeah, it's just I think they like did the thing where they just pull it from. There's no way they typed all these. They probably had to like.
Oh yeah, no, it's probably from like a
pulled from a list.
Someone says Risland.
Risland.
Let's see. What are people talking about? Oh yeah, someone said it was the LA Times. You're right. Orange Man upset. Yeah, California was, yeah. Do you ever plan to talk about Canada's problems with freight rail? Eventually. I mean, a lot of the problems with the US are pretty much shared with Canada for the most part, but the only problem is the Canadian government has no backbone. That's like the main difference. But somehow the Canadian rail companies are generally run better? Question mark? No idea.
All right, their networks are just fundamentally simpler. Like Union Pacific, BNSF, all these other ones, they're complicated messes. They're a web. So you have all these like contradictory traffic flows and stuff. CN, now CPKC, it's just one big long line. Like it's not. It's much easier to do proper freight planning on something that is just kind of basically one big line. I don't know. That's my take on it.
Well, now CPKC slightly more interesting, but still, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like now two lines.
Yeah.
Like same with CN now because they bought IC in like '99 or whatever. or 2001. I don't remember which year, but like it's just the line connects in at the convenient spot in the middle too, so it's not even that hard.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, I'm not even talking about European history books. I'm talking about the fact, like, urban planning wise, like we're talking about, like, city planning. Like, there's a lot of dumb things the Europeans have also done. It's just that, like, only nowadays have they started to fix some of those things. I mean, Germany for a long time in the mid-century was very car-centric. I mean, you look at East and West Berlin. West Berlin has all the trams. East Berlin does not. It's because they got rid
no,
of.
you flip that around.
Oh, I did.
East Berlin has all the trams.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
West Berlin was cut off from everything, so it was weirdly transit devoid for a while.
Yes.
It's the like places like Stuttgart. Those are like your super car centric German cities. I mean, it makes sense. Mercedes Benz there, and
What's the one like Volkswagen's in? Like Dresden or something.
No, Dresden's east.
It's like in the.
I don't remember where their main factory is.
I think it's in Bavaria. I could be wrong. Someone in chat
that's
would know.
BMW.
Well, yeah. I would
Wolfsburg is. Oh, it's in Wolfsburg. Where the fuck is Wolfsburg? Oh, that's in Saxony. That's
it
like
might be in the
almost on the
Wuppertal
East German
Valley.
frontier. Yeah, it's somewhere around there. I think was kind of like their center of gravity.
Someone's what Wolfsburg. Someone says Wolf something.
It's in Lower Saxony. It's not that far off from what the East-West Berlin, not Berlin, Germany frontier was. I think some of their other plants were in the like, the Rhine Valley, but I don't remember all of them.
Yeah.
I think Volkswagen was definitely the more distributed one. Because BMW is very eccentric.
Volkswagen's always been the bigger company.
Well, yeah, kind of. It became the bigger one because it was like
it's also
the flag carrier, but like before that,
it's also older.
Like, oh no, it's the youngest one.
Really?
Because it's a product of the Nazis.
Oh yeah, true.
And like Mercedes Benz is like, they made one of the first cars.
Yes.
And then BMW been around for a while.
I actually don't know how old BMW is.
I think it's from the 10s. I think it's a combination of other companies too, but 1916.
Oh, okay.
So during the war. First one.
It's like every German and Japanese company. It's like, wow, they really blew up at one point. I wonder why. Like.
Oh, they reorganized. They originally opened in 1910.
Ah, okay.
By some dude named Gustav Otto. Yeah, that guy was gonna make cars. His name is literally the Otto, like named after the Otto cycle or whatever. They were the Otto Flugmaschinenfabrik. Oh, so they made airplanes.
Ah. Oh, I mean, yeah, BMW made they made engines for airplanes.
Yeah, and then they renamed to BMW in 22. But they made their first cars in 28.
I like this massive field next to the oxygen furnace you have here, or blast furnace.
It's going to become...
Yeah.
Yeah, we're working on that. We're getting there still. It's going to be huge.
No, that's not a Stan Lee name. That's like a fucking J.K. Rowling name. The guy that makes cars, his last name's Otto. God, like reading. If I were to go back and reread the Harry Potter books now, and now that I know like all the racism stuff, it's like, damn. She really did name people like Chinese guy, like
hey, slur.
Yeah, like oh man. Right, and like all the Jewish guys were the bankers or goblins. It's just like, come on. Like,
the worst one was like in the movie. They had like a Star of David on the floor of the bank where like, the goblins were or whatever. It's like, come on. gross. Like, you have to try to be this bad.
It's like, it's almost funny of how bad it is. It's just
Oh
like,
yeah, it's like, what the fuck were you doing?
I'm surprised
Stop
you.
cooking.
Yeah, I mean, like she only got away with it because most of the books were written or finished by like 2004, I think.
Oh yeah, and then like, it's kids novels, so like all the people who were like reading the most of it were like young
Yeah,
and
like yeah,
uncritical.
and not paying attention.
Yeah,
That's what
they're
makes
stupid
that's
because they're
what makes
kids.
like the Harry Potter adults even worse, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, they scare me more than Disney adults.
Yeah. Disney adults are just people that like cities that are scared of homeless people.
That's one way to. All right, that's
I
one way to
mean, they like
interpret
going to
them.
walkable places with a lot of things to see. They just don't want to see the bad parts of society.
I don't want to see them.
Yeah. Like honestly, um, I'm surprised. Like well, everyone, a lot of urbanists mention it in like their videos, like yeah, Main Street America and Disney. It's just like what Americans want. Blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, they also don't want to see homeless people, and Disney doesn't have that. Because that's where conservatives and more normal liberals get to go and pretend that society is fine.
Yeah.
It really, honestly, it's really telltale when some of those people go like every year or some shit. And I'm like, just go somewhere else. Like, experience the world with that money. Do not go to Disney World again.
It's so much travel to like just never experience anywhere else.
Well, it used to be cheaper, and that's why like I think people are like used to it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Is that having like a year membership whatever to Disney and like going for like a week where you had like an all-inclusive Disney resort that used to be a lot cheaper, and it only has gotten like I think the pandemic excuse me, choking on some water. I think the pandemic made it more expensive. Oh my god. I think the pandemic made it more expensive, but it was getting more expensive beforehand.
Oh, okay.
Oh, fuck.
You good?
Yeah, like water went down the wrong way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm not gonna die. Don't worry. Yeah, I mean, most of my people in chat here are like, you guys want to go to cities and see transit and shit. Like Disney's cool to see like once or twice, but like after that, it's kind of like, it's a theme park. Someone's like, well, if you want to get rid of homelessness, why not just give them a house? And it's like, well, unfortunately, the amount of bullshit that we've put in the way of actually building houses has caused this problem in the first place. Also, there was like a thing recently where it was like something in like Brooklyn. There was like a good clip of like a bunch. It was specifically like the more Italian part of Brooklyn. That way, like a ton of people came out because there was suggesting putting like homeless housing or a shelter like near them, and they just all like opposed it. And it's like you guys are the problem. You are the issue. Let's see. Yeah, like I mean, taking a kid to Disney is like 100%. I think like at least a kid should go once because like it is a cool spot for kids.
Once when I was like 0 years old.
Yeah.
I don't, obviously don't remember it.
Let's see. I need to run. It looks like more Vienna trains.
And then Pretender 1147. I'm sorry, this is like classic Fummer username no moment. I don't know which Steam engine that is, but I know that's a Steam engine. We're using a variant of the Extreme Industry set. I think it is XIS. Oh no, it's Axis. AXIS 2.2.
Axis. The
Not
Nazi set? No.
Sorry for making it for your name. It's just I never remember the Steam engine names, like numbers, and so people will just throw a number set at me, like, and I'll be like, I don't know what that is. just show me a picture of it.
Well, it's like the joke I always say is that like if you want to become like a transit YouTuber, you can't be scared of people with trains as profile pictures.
Oh yeah, it'll be like, oh, here's 611. It's like the only one I kind of remember now because it's just like it's so common.
Oh no, yeah.
And then like, oh, here's 844, brother. I love big boy. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I had like a goofy train username as a kid. Eventually, I found a more creative one, but it took time.
I mean, my names were always shit posts, so
Oh
I can't say much.
I only finally, at the age of like 29, came up with a good online username. So, and it's not the one that's my mod one right now, but whatever.
Does this have all of the orders? Share orders? Yes. Okay, cool. Go. Be free, my train. I think the Pacific can hit 90, right? Yes, it can hit 90.
I find you kind of need to like just have a lot of double headers to get any speed out of them.
I noticed if you use the American version of the heavyweights and not the European pack of heavyweights, they're actually significantly lighter.
Oh, the American ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For some reason, someone must have screwed up the weights of the actual cars because the American set or the they look larger in the depot. Where are they? But let's see, which pack are they from? The heavyweights that are with not much info compared to the ones that have like the 2 on them are the ones that are lighter because these are 73 tons and then the other ones are 35 tons, which I think one of them is a screw up.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Still recovering from that water that went down the wrong way. Dollywood has a nice collection of narrow gauge steam locomotives. I need to go to Dollywood. That seems like a very goofy place.
Connor Flynn says, speaking of building housing, North Carolina has a program that's helping towns along the rebuilt S line do transit-oriented development. Is that the?
That's a new one.
Oh, that's cool.
That's the one that just got money.
I forget what. Yeah, the S line is the seaboard one, and the A line's the airline, whatever.
I think that's why it's called the S line ?
Yeah,
I actually never looked into that.
Well, because they basically paralleled each other roughly the whole way, and then
yeah, I mean that's just 1800s railroading something.
And for those who don't know, whenever a railroad has the word airline in it, it means it's like you're doing it's almost like you're a surveyor looking straight across the land, and that's like a direct route, not like an airplane.
It also means that there's generally more grade separation too.
Yeah, but it's just like a faster route.
Yeah.
And
I think
later in time, some railroads did get into airlines, like Canadian Pacific had a whole airline.
The thing that I always say that a lot of people don't understand is like the reason why we used to grade separate more in the past versus nowadays is because we didn't have automated crossings back in the day. So you had to pay a dude to sit at a crossing. So it was cheaper in the long run for a lot of these railroads to actually grade separate because construction costs were cheaper back then. And you didn't have to pay a dude. So a lot of the grade separation for a lot of the older railroads happened because of that reason. Also, what is one of your terminals is locked up? I think it's full of trains.
Where?
This is the Krakow refinery, or I guess this is.
Fuck.
This
is.
Oh
damn it.
Yeah, it's
not
pretty.
Again.
This is very backed up, actually.
It got jammed earlier today. I need to like expand it, but I just have so many other things to do.
I can work on that a little bit if you want.
No, I got some plans. I kind of thought it out. I just need. I'm only one person, so.
Let's see.
It just needs more tracks in general, but I'll figure it out.
Someone says another thing Republicans will never actually defund is the essential airline service. Yeah, you gotta be able to live in your You got to be able to live in your like tiny town in the middle of nowhere and never see the consequences for living out there. So, and all the rich people want to live in those towns sometimes. So they will be on people's asses if they something.
It was so funny, all the articles in like 2022, 2023, as like they were like bitching about all like, oh, there's nothing here to do. And it's like, well, you moved to fucking Montana. What did you expect? Or like Idaho. Like, come
Yeah.
on. I mean, Montana has some things, but like Idaho's got nothing. It's got Boise and that's it.
Well, it's all of the what is it? Idaho is basically all the conservatives escaping California, wanting mountains still.
Or Washington,
Yeah.
more of, but yeah. Yeah, they still have sundown towns. It's a state.
Let's see. Roz says he'll be on in an hour.
Oh, nice.
So I guess I'll stream for like an hour and a half or so. Let's see. Someone, Scholl says, at Brian, Idaho has Silverwood Amusement Park, wherever that is.
I don't know where that is. Let's go to Google Maps.
The clause in the HSR bill for the essential airline service is weird. Yeah, no, it is. That's a very, like,
What?
You can tell whoever designed that bill was very not a foamer.
Well, Silverwood must not be that good when it's not the first Silverwood that comes up.
Idaho's main drawl is if you like Hitler particles.
Oh, this is, and the Silverwood one's in the Hitler particle land. Like, it's in northern Idaho where all the Hitlerites are. Sorry, northern Idaho. Don't go there if you're not white. Like, it's bad.
Yeah.
They have legit sundown towns still up there. It is rough. And then like Sandpoint is like the one little like town of like NIMBY libs who were like resisting BNSF double tracking the bridge over the lake there for like 15 years.
Gotta give him some credit.
The bridge made it to where the trains don't idle in your town anymore.
But consider construction, blah, 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 blah.
It's motherfuckers. It's not even a real lake. It's one of those fucking reservoir lakes, if I remember correctly.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Well, let me double check before I like claim that. I think it's one of the fake lakes.
Let's see. I'm going to build planning track, city station, Amtrak.
Oh, I know. It might be a real lake.
Let's give this town an Amshack.
Hell yeah.
Cannot build railroad station here. Cannot build railroad station. Why?
Because it's touching another one, probably.
No, maybe is it the Amtrak station? Hold on, let me try.
Oh, it has to be built to a certain size.
I have it 2 tracks by 7 tracks.
Or it might not be available yet. I think that one actually unlocks when Amtrak is a thing.
Oh, that's funny. North Korea.
Oh, never mind. That's a natural lake. It's from the Ice Age. The one at Sandpoint.
We have North Korean station platforms and tiles.
Oh yeah, there's a really good North Korean train set actually.
Of course there would be.
I think it was made by the people who did some of the Japanese stuff.
Oh.
So it's actually more developed than the South Korean train set.
Well, that's a very like odd hyperfixation.
I mean, they do have a lot of trains there. I could understand how someone could fall down that rabbit hole, and they're weird trains. And also, a lot of the early ones are actually just Japanese trains, so I could also see how a Japanese person would be interested in that. But colonialism moment.
Something, yeah.
Because North Korea was where all the heavy industry in Japanese-occupied Korea was. It's where all the coal and iron ores, and that in like Manchuria, or what the time was Manchukuo. And South Korea was basically just all agrarian farmer shit. Kim would be so proud. Another farmer username, New Haven I5 1401. I don't know what the i5 is. Is that i5?
I5 is
Intel,
I5 is the cool streamlined New Haven.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, I might be a capital F derogatory foamer, but not even I can like decipher that one.
I only know
I'm
that
sorry.
because there's a guy at my model club that loves like Steam, and he has
Oh,
he
yeah.
has an i5, and it does look unique compared to
I
some.
gotta look up what this looks like.
It is cool. It is cool looking.
Okay, that's it. All right, I'll give him that one.
Yeah, I do have to
It does
give.
kind of fall in like it's very close to becoming like dildo streamliner, but it's not all the way there yet. So, but it's not like that one that was it the LNN or something. This is like all right, that's just a dildo.
What I think the Lehigh one.
It's one of the ones from like Appalachia or whatever, like southern Appalachia.
Oops, just
correctly.
we don't have any ships going west of Warsaw,
but,
right?
It's we can't get rid of the river.
Okay, well I accidentally did the thing, but the river's still there. Let's see, bridge. Alan, did you see the How We Get Around video? Is this Return to American Streamliners? No, I did not. That person's videos are decent, but they need to be condensed. They're a bit long.
I think I might have been thinking of the Frisco one.
I mean, you just hate on the Frisco, so yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck the Frisco Railroad. If you're a foamer of that railroad, I'm sorry, you have horrible taste. Oh no, AI results are starting to fill this shit. Oh, it's so annoying.
Yeah.
I just want to look at real streamliners. It's already half the results are just fucking 611 and like I'm not going to complain about seeing more photos of the daylights, but like, oh, it's 611.
611's cool, but it's just like, yeah,
it's so like, yeah, it's just because it's around right now and runs, everyone like hyper fixates on it. It's just like, all right,
well, it's also
there are other streamliners.
But you got to remember, not only hyper fixates, but also just like if you're a new person that gets into trains for the first time, it's like, since it's real and you've seen it like run, it's more of an interest to you versus something that hasn't existed for a long time that you have to look up and imagine that exists.
Yeah, I guess because I'm like, I'm 29, so like the stuff I grew up was like all the like media, like what was on VHS in like the 90s and shit. So it's like, oh, there it is, there goes the daylight. Like that's the shit I like.
Yeah.
Or like the pre Big Boy UP Steam stuff was great.
Because
Big Boy kind of killed everything else, which is lame to be honest. But
well, the only thing I'll give Big Boy is it sort of made a lot of international people pay attention to U.S. rail stuff.
Or they kind of did with the Challenger. I remember it, but like the Challenger was always like a big draw too.
But with Big Boy, you can say, "Hey, literally, this is the largest steam engine that ever ran."
It's the biggest in the world.
Which citation there needed.
Citation, DM&IR foamers being like that actually.
And also the Pennsylvania S1 was technically longer.
Fuck the Pennsylvania. It's between the DM&IR and UP. I don't want to give a Pensie's got too many like number ones or whatever.
That's right. Anyway, let me get this one comment.
Standard railroad of the world, brother.
Let me get the comment chat. BYD's monorail for the Sputendievel line in LA is awful and is plagued with issues and abysmal transfers to being in the middle of I-405. The heavy rail alternative provides more connections. I mean, yeah, I don't think they got the contract for the monorail yet, right? I think it's just that they're just talking about it. Right? I don't know too much about that, but like, I don't know why they're proposing a monorail. I mean, nice thing about what The Simpsons did is, even though like monorails are kind of useful once in a while, they did meme the shit out of it into the general public's eyes about like it being just kind of like a literal grift, yeah. Like, I do think monorails can actually be useful, but like,
You got to be like what is it, Chongding?
Chongqing, I
That's
think.
Chongqing, yeah, the like fucking Pittsburgh of China, where your like environment's so fucked up. You need something with like, rubber tires that can like go up grades, but also needs to be like off the ground because your like built environment and like natural like geography is just really fucking wild. So
Yeah.
it works there, and like Japan's made it work. But I mean, that's from like boom era Japan, where like they were just building shit to build it.
Yeah.
So like I don't know, like they made it work, but like they could have done shit cheaper and like
Honestly,
with a more traditional system.
that's like my biggest thing against like maglev stuff is it's so expensive that like it's shit like that that I don't think Japan will ever fully get working because I don't think they can afford it.
I think they just committed too much to it at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
They're too much sunken cost, yeah.
yeah, and like they need something because the original Shinkansen line is just at capacity and they can't add
It's
anything
one of
anymore.
it's one of the only instances where honestly it's not a bad idea to have an alternative.
But it should have been a traditional, like
It should.
conventional line that would let you go 220 and like had the proper tunnel sizing to do that. But
Well, they should have done the Fomer thing, which is done a 4-track main line of high-speed rail.
if they could make the tunnels bigger, they could get away with faster speeds. But
Yeah. Let's see. Metro would carry 120k people. Monorail would carry 80k people, plus require an UCLA people mover. Well, what's the fucking point of the monorail then? Like, why?
money.
Why would you need a people mover for a monorail? Because isn't the whole point of the monorail you can go up grades that the train can't? Like,
Oh,
so
I mean, but it's LA. You don't need that.
I mean, well, they want to run it through the pass, right? One of the passes on the 405.
Yeah, it's LA though. You still don't need that. Like,
And the light rail vehicles nowadays are just all like very powerful enough where it doesn't matter.
yeah, like when I said like crazy grades, I mean like insane grades.
Like Pittsburgh or the Chongqing
yeah,
stuff. Yeah,
like you're like, oh, I have to go around this fucking giant complex, and I can't like, I had to do some bullshit to go over a mountain to do it, basically.
that's
Well,
one of
like
the
LA is like, we'll just make a tunnel.
yeah. And that's honestly one of the only things that's like cities like Pittsburgh. It's hard to build a bigger transit thing. Is that like you do have to contend with the fact that like your geography kind of sucks for normal transit.
Yeah.
Um,
It's hard to get like anything fast
yeah.
without like spending a lot of fucking money.
I'll just start this line at this and then figure out what to do with it later.
Oh yeah, I was thinking Kunas could be like a hub, a mini hub to the coast and then to
Where?
Vilnius. Oh, it's the one where the copper mill's at. It's on the river where it forks. I noticed you were building up that way.
Riga or no? Where? Let's see. This
Kaunas,
right here.
Kaunas
Okay,
or whatever.
gotcha.
Yeah.
The copper concentrator.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh god, I have so much copper concentrate waiting there. I need to add trains to this one.
Yeah, no, I think your content's the how I get around channel. I think your content's good. I think that it's hard for people to watch an hour and a half video on a very specific topic unless it's like a podcast. Honestly, my biggest problem with a lot of the newer urbanism channels, because your content doesn't do that, is that a lot of the newer urbanist channels that I'm seeing is just they're just covering the same shit like other people have covered in the past. And they're still getting the views, which is fine, but like I personally find it really boring. There's like Streetcraft. Well, the Streetcraft guy is more just like road design, but like there's an Flurf design or whatever. He's doing essentially just like not just bikes topics again, which is fine. But it's just like I don't know. I just find it boring. Like, there's a reason why I do topics that, or try to do topics that no one else has done, and it's just because, like, I personally would go insane if I were to do the same shit that other people are doing, or to do something similar, or to cover something. Like, the only thing I'll do is if there's like a different sort of take on something than someone else, I'll do a topic. But for the most part, it's like I find I get really bored if stuff is not different, or
It
if
also
it's
helps you avoid stepping on other people's toes on like what they've done or planning to do and all that kind of thing. Like,
yeah, it's that, and also just like there's a lot of topics out there just to cover, and a lot of people just don't have the creativity a lot of times to go out there and find those very niche topics that no one's covered yet. There's so many railroad related topics that need to be covered, and not many people have touched them. So I definitely have a lot to cover in the future, including nationalization and electrification, because there's like, yeah, a lot of people know how that stuff works, but like, it's easy to fuck up the details. As we've seen with the Wendover type channels or the infographic channels, they often just get stuff wrong.
yeah, like that most recent half is interesting video that's just like completely fucking wrong.
Yeah. Which, if I have enough time this week, I'll do a rebuttal to that, but it's if I care enough.
Yeah. For those that don't know, and like spark notes of it is, it talks about the Alameda corridor, which is the trench that goes from the port of LA to like near downtown LA. Best piece of freight infrastructure built in California in the last like 50 years, easy. And it says that's where all the like cargo theft happened, and that is not where all the cargo theft
No,
happened.
Trench is good.
Trench good. There's another spot that has, which is where it actually happened.
It's
which is this
UP being fucking cheap.
Yeah,
It's
they
literally
didn't want to pay their security guys and cops.
It's literally
So,
lays off all these cops. Wow, people are stealing. Holy shit.
and there's this short area of trenching from their downtown LA intermodal yard going east into Alhambra, and that's where all the fucking problem is. And the video just like basically slanders the best piece of infrastructure built in California in a while instead of where it actually happened. It's like, come on, man.
Someone says a summary of old streetcar systems where they used to do freight last mile would be good. I already sort of did
That's
that.
a lot of them. That is a lot of them.
I already sort of did a video on that. I did like I named the video, it's something like why your 2-day shipping needs to change or something like that. And it's essentially about local freight. That video actually scored me that planning job, the freight planning job.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I sort of covered that in that video. I should probably do a more specific one at some point of like how to plan a network of like local freight. I would love to do at some point like a video of like how to plan the theoretically perfect logistics city of some sort. Because I think that would be like cool. Because I don't think no one's really done that before. Or at least not in like a... Because the problem is everyone will like... The only people that really propose logistics changes are usually people that have like a grift gadget bond type deal. And they're like, I have this thing that will fix all of your issues. And it's like, no,
The pod.
Yeah, the pod or the conveyor belt or some bullshit. It's like, no, just give me a solution that's just normal.
Get in the container pod. Eat the bug.
Yes.
Stupid as fucking shit.
What's
that one? It's like a bunch of farmer SpaceX guys.
Oh, the parallel systems one.
Yeah. Ugh.
The only spot I see that actually being useful is like in a cargo terminal. Like,
yeah, that makes sense. But like, honestly, they already have that. It's on truck tires and it already exists. So.
Yeah. But like the problem is that like it's you hope that these companies, like, their long-term goal is to actually like do help with that kind of stuff, but the problem is they always market it to solve other issues that aren't issues.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, frustrating. And it's just like, there's probably some good people at that company that generally think they're doing like a good job. It's like, no, your efforts could be much better used somewhere else. Because there was a LinkedIn post from like a girl that was working at Parallel Systems that was laid off, and she was genuinely like disappointed that like she was done working there. And it's like, I wish her skills was used somewhere else, more needed than there, and it's just frustrating that it's not. The San Jose thing. Yeah, I should talk about that. Well, there's a lot in San Jose I should talk about.
Which San Jose thing?
The fucking tunnel. But also the pod. They're doing the Heathrow pods, but in San Jose Airport.
Oh God.
I don't know what the fuck San Jose is on, but they're making some goofy fucking decisions.
California moment.
Yeah, it's very much a California moment. Because like, oh my god, the fucking VTA tunnel where they spent $3 billion on consulting. Oh my god.
You can't disturb these small businesses, small bean businesses that closed anyways because of COVID. And so we have to build the tunnel. Give us $10 trillion.
I should make like a Big Bill Hells parody, but of like VTA or like BART. I've already used it on the Avalia, so I need to do a different meme. Bring an interurban to a tech VC. Problem solved. Hey, well, interurbans are the original like transit grift.
Oh yeah, because like that is like one thing. Like a lot of people kind of like well you'll see the post about like this is what we used to have, and it's like the Midwest covered in these like interurbans, and it's like none of these were ever gonna make it, even if like we subsidized them.
It's like, yeah, it's like, why don't we have shit fucking Western anymore? It's like, well, it didn't really go anywhere. It's just like a grift.
Yeah. And some of them made sense, like where they like, okay, this is like a land development grift. I'm gonna build this neighborhood, and I'm gonna build a train to it. And that, like, some of those survived and stayed as like actual systems or like became bus routes and shit. But there's a lot of them that were like, this is a scam. I'm scamming some guy in Germany who has no fucking idea what like shitfuck Ohio to like where no one's ever heard of this Ohio is. And I got a couple $1 million on the stock exchange doing my little IPO, and I'm gonna rip people off. And like that's how a lot of them are built.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people don't know, going into World War I, like railroads were still like the tech industry.
My cat has
so we're speculated like the tech industry.
My cat has the zoomies.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I know.
It's the witching hours.
Yes. Well, she's like, she knows she's being bad because she immediately like looked at me, walked over to the chair, started scratching a chair. I'm like, there. Yeah, Shaker Heights. Yeah. But what was this person say? I saw the post about travel. See you on the 5th. Can't catch up on Discord. Got banned 2 years for telling a mod Sig Heil in jest. I'll check on that.
Wait, who?
I don't know. Their name is High2K7 something. I don't know. We'll check on that. But either way, yes, I will. We'll look into some stuff. But yeah, I'm excited to go to all the meetups and see kind of everyone, because it's cool to obviously do all the online stuff, but like obviously an online job you don't really get to interact with many people, and finally seeing people is kind of cool. Let's see. Oh god, wait, can I convert this without touching the... Yes, I can. Okay. Let's see. Failures and sessions, great American Transit street cars went into this. Yes. There is... Okay. Figured it would be Norfolk's Tide. Well, the Tide is, there's many problems with that. Mainly it got nimbied out of Virginia Beach or whatever. Like, they would be much better if it went to Virginia Beach. Unfortunately, it does not. Do do do. Um. What is... Pat, what are you doing?
Up to no good.
I know. Uh. Where is... Trying to see someone tag me or something. I dare look at Twitter and look at the California high-speed rail post, because, ugh. Okay. Uh, oh, I'm laughing at the Quario Metro suggestion. uh, let's see. Gotta finish this line before I forget. What are your thoughts on Amtrak's Superliner replacements? Do you agree with Christian Lenhart's ideas? Well, honestly, there are Amtrak's ideas personally are kind of bad shit insane. I think it would be cool if they can pull it off, but for the most part, operationally wise, it's like good luck. Yeah, that's that's the most I can say about it right now, because they want to do double deck train set plus normal cars. So that, and then they want to break the train sets in part so they can go to different locations and spots. So if they pull that off, sure, but like interesting. We'll see. Let me explode that. Build more terminal tracks. What electrification were you using? Class 4?
Depends on what line.
Okay. I think
just vary it on how fast I want things to go.
I think it's this.
There, I was using the one that goes 90.
Okay. Need to move the signals. Pat, what are you doing?
Up to no good.
No, real though. Okay. This interlocking becoming very complex.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to do about that one. We can fix it later.
Yeah, I'm just gonna... I needed to be able to connect a new depot, so... Wait, what is this train?
Just do it on the other side.
True. Have you seen Quiet on Set? No, I have not. I assume... Seeing the name Dan Schneider, I assume it's not good. Or not good things are in it. Bring back Transition Sleeper. Well, what they want to do is Amtrak is looking into
Oh.
the pods. They're looking into the night jet pods.
One of those needs to be longer. Oh, I'll fix it on your end.
Which one needs to be what?
Oh, just one of the tracks needs to be longer to have a signal. This one.
Yes. All right, new vehicles. Yeah, no, the Amtrak Superliner replacements will be interesting. I mean, if Amtrak wants to do all of the new long distance services that they're trying to do, you need like um you need like 3 times the amount of cars they have now. That's we'll do mail car, heavyweight mail car, do 2 of them. Passengers. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Transition sleeper is calling trans people. That's funny. As long as Amtrak doesn't do away with the diner and snack bar, I'm happy. I mean, I don't think they're gonna ever do that. Because like for long distance, like the stuff that the superliners are on, there's no reason why they get rid of it. The only areas they're ever gonna get rid of, oh, I forgot a station. Damn it. The only places they're ever gonna get rid of stuff is on like corridor stuff. Like whatchamacallit. They'll get like the California service, whatever it is. Yeah, the night jet pods. I mean, since Amtrak's contracting with Siemens, that's kind of what they're gonna strive for, I assume. Um, I'm just seeing blah 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 has too few orders on schedule. I just see tons of red like buying notifications on it.
Oh yeah.
All right, I need to group this. Let's see. What is this? Is a um Konas? Is that the how you say it? That new place we I can now
So.
I can now do Warsaw North. Warsaw North. Konas local. Now I need to grab ungroup trains. There's our train. Put it in the local spot. Let me get the bus service running up here. See, what are you working on at the moment?
Oh, just more freight stuff to get more capacity at the moment.
Let's see. I'll do something on VTA because like honestly the stuff is very dumb that's been happening there. It's snowing in Minneapolis at the moment. Interesting. Yeah, it's a bit late for that, but I'm like, I'm happy for honestly any snow I'm seeing nowadays. I'm just happy for because I know that like it's just gonna get worse and worse. Uh, what should VTA have done instead? No, VTA is fine with the light rail. It's the BART extension. Because they're managing that BART extension, and it should have been a cut and cover extension. It should not have been a deep bore metro. What's your next video that I have planned? It's about the Parkway here in Philly, and sort of about how European design standards are not always the best to follow for U.S. infrastructure. Also, why is this MP54 stuck? Is the game paused? No.
Someone's connecting, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, VTA is a disappointment. And it's like frustrating that like it's not gotten more coverage, and that like for example like California high speed rail's gotten coverage and not VTA, because VTA is arguably probably the worst, or the BART San Jose extension is arguably the worst. Oh, something exploded.
Wow. Killing people on stream. Cringe.
I know.
Would never be me.
Recorded for all time sake.
Caught in
now.
4K. Forever shame.
This is it's a metro train too.
Oh my god.
How did that happen? Because it didn't even...
our little chat box in the stream is covered up.
Here, I can move it.
They're going like, oh god, what the fuck? Horrible embarrassment. Never
there are signals. Oh, they have it. It's a fucking schmoter pulling them. Yeah.
Oh no.
New York Central S motor. Well, let me see. What was it? Yeah, it was an S motor pulling heavyweight mail cars. Oh, I guess combine cars, because they were like a mixture of stuff.
Oh, they're saying the computer crashed right as they were doing it.
Sure.
Okay. Sure. Very believable. Yeah, my dog ate my homework too.
Oh my god, someone's asking about Queens Link. Queens Link is disappointing, but it's not like the end of the world if it turns into a park. You can always turn it into a rail line later. But like I actually had a conference recently where I talked about rails to trails and how it's like what is this puppet ass company shit happening here?
What is going on?
This is the white company on the map. What is this puppet ass company happening here? There's no, I don't want that.
Puppet company? What are you talking about?
Look at the white company on the map.
Oh, they're like one of the newer ones.
Yeah, but like look at the turbo encabulator shit they're building.
Oh, are they building over in France?
Well, they're almost like a puppet company of Sage's company.
I think there are multiple people playing in that one.
Well, it's an open company. As far as VTA goes, oh my god. As far as VTA goes, their lines just connect to random places in San Jose without any real development vitality. Yeah, honestly, it's just TOD would help. Also, why is the VTA station next to the football stadium? Why is it like a block from the football stadium when it could be right next to it? That's also...
I don't understand that one. Statement that is kind of evergreen about VTA. I don't understand what they were doing.
Someone says first pieces of VTA light rail built in the 1990s were basically 4 to 6 highway projects in disguise since it ran through the median of both. Interesting. Okay.
What are those? Okay.
VTA is basically a worse version of BART.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's light rail. That just makes it inherently worse than
I mean, like,
mid-century, like heavy rail subway. But
I mean, light rail can work. You just have to do it well. You just have to basically, you have some congestion happening at your one terminal up here.
Working on that.
Yeah. Light rail works well.
Right now.
Light rail works well when you can run it on the street and the street is not much traffic, and then when the traffic areas are happening, or when the traffic area, when you hit a traffic area, you should have the light rail go underground or be grade separated. That's kind of how Philadelphia works. Our trolley network is above ground in places with low areas of traffic, and then once they get near center city, they go underground. VTA is the lowest performing light rail system. VTA poor man's part. Is it the lowest performing light rail system? I would actually
it's pretty bad if I remember correctly.
There's got to be one that's worse. I would actually be surprised if they were the worst performing.
It's pretty bad for like what it should be. It should be really good.
And it probably also got hit hard when like the pandemic hit and like all the tech in-person stuff dried up.
Oh no, I think it's just been bad. It has like not great bus connections and just other stuff, just weird decisions they made with it.
Oh, it says per mile ridership is the worst. Okay, that would make sense.
I love how high Houston scores in that. And as we build more light rail, eventually, hopefully, it'll get way worse. But for now, we're doing great.
Well, yeah. That's the thing is that like I think it'll continue to stay good because like that's the one thing.
They just built the densest spot first.
But that's the thing is it's the one thing Texas does really well is they build housing well, and it's usually next to transit.
Well, it's just like it's kind of like in spite of GOP policy, but yeah. Like some people like to try and say it's like, oh, because the Republicans or whatever make it a more permissive state, and it's weird blue city red state politics shit.
But it's also like housing in general, like
it is easier to build things here. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also the South generally is trying to make up. Look at this puppet company stuff, giving money. Okay.
They're being nice.
Yes.
They're just good buddies, good friends.
Mm-hmm. Is this a local? Yeah. That was a very fast unload and load there. What's the best way to grow a town? I guess fun buildings, right?
Fun buildings, and then also just give it a lot of good service. You want to have 5 stations in the town.
Okay.
So just do like the train station and then 4 passenger and mail stations. I usually just kind of spread them out and combine them.
Gotcha. Is that like a hard set rule?
Yeah, well, it's just like a part of the mechanics of how it works.
Oh, okay. Oakland should have. Let's see. Cleveland has worse ridership than VTA, I think. Well, I don't know. I don't think Cleveland's actually okay. Cleveland punches way above its weight for like what it is.
Oh, have you ever seen the chart where it's like whenever the Cleveland business district got gutted in the mid '80s? It's so
Yeah.
sad. That's like the probably the most painful ridership chart I've ever looked at.
I mean, but Cleveland is also a very good example of like environmental policy did like help. And
Oh yeah, no, it did. It's just like the central business district got slaughtered by like the economic changes of the Rust Belt era and shit. A lot of stuff got poached by the Sun Belt.
well, that's essentially what it was. Is that like one thing that I don't think a lot of urbanists talk a lot about is that like um, part of the reason why the boomers hate cities so much is that like they were actually shit for a long time. They were very not good places to live. Um, the 1980s and up till the 1980s, cities were actively very hostile, like places to live for many reasons, including pollution and various other things. Um, it wasn't really until the EPA stuff started kicking in and various other things, including like crime. Even though crime is a very hot topic nowadays, it was legitimately bad in the like 70s and 80s. Um, and there was rightful reasons and many reasons people remember to this day of why you'd want to leave a city. And oh, and despite us talking about it all the time, like yeah, that was an actual issue, and it's something that like stays in people's minds to this day. And it's part of the reason why you have like boomers or older people in the suburbs that are just scared of cities because they remember the city from when it was like in the 80s or 70s when they moved away. Or there's some people that live now in cities, but they still believe it's like it was back then. But obviously it's not. Um, let's see. Yes, I've been saying this to people that cities have sucked ass for a couple decades until a couple decades ago. Yeah, no, it's very real. Um, my mom's memories of Chicago was when she's from younger and passing industries and factories on the way on Metro. Yeah, no, it's like that's something people like we don't. It's not really talked about enough. It's also like I was watching a reel from an urbanist creator who's pretty decent, and he had like this thing about like Robert Moses that he was like talking about how like Robert Moses was like super evil and stuff like that, and I'm like, he was he was not like a nice guy, but also like he was kind of doing what was just in the fad at the moment. Um, like yeah, he definitely was like a racist piece of shit, but like also he was building stuff that was like in vogue at the moment, which was car infrastructure. Like there was a legitimate thing where a lot of people believed like cars were the future, and not many people questioned that for a long time. And some people still don't question that, but like it, there's the whole thing of like don't blame on malice, which can be blamed on incompetency, or even on like uh, just like um, wrong visions of what's actually like achievable. Um, so I guess incompetency in another form. Same with like highway DOTs. Is that like I don't think a lot of engineers at DOTs truly think they're doing something bad. I think that a lot of them truly think that they're doing something good. And it's just they're so incompetent at that what they do that they never question it. RTA is buying new light rail vehicles. Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see what they get. But yeah, no, I mean, that's another topic I've thought of doing a video on eventually, is that like the people that are making these decisions genuinely think they're making a good decision. They don't really question the fact that like this could possibly be like a really bad thing. Um, there obviously are some people that have done stuff incredibly in malice and entirely out of spite and entirely because they're super racist. But like, there's a decent amount of people that don't do that or don't like that's not their thing. Their thing is just like they legitimately think they're doing something good, but they just can't believe that they fucked it up or it didn't work out. Well, that's what I mean. Like some people in lower management know that they're doing stuff and like even in DOTs know that they're doing stuff wrong. And but the problem is that upper management still believes they're doing something right. Like the people in power, I should say, not the lower workers. Um, recently saw a picture of Robert Moses with Walt Disney and Henry Ford at the 1964 World Fair. That was certainly an image. Yes, an interesting group of people there with definitely some interesting beliefs. Does OpenTTD let you do the subways? Kind of. Um, you can build tunnels, you can go underground, but you can't do turns underground, which is kind of annoying. Like here in, or where is Paris? Here in Paris, there's kind of like a metro system set up by Jeremy and JLock currently. Like here, there's their metro, which runs mostly above ground, but is whatchamacallit. They even have mail trains being pulled by schmoters. What can VTA learn from WMATA? WMATA finished 2 maintenance projects. Have better management. Like, I hate the great man theory, but like, great man theory does work really well with transit. Kat, what are you doing? Where is... let's see. Okay, minimize that. Have you seen the Buffalo subway extension plans? Buffalo light rail is so goofy. Yeah, it's goofy, but it works. Um, it's definitely uh, Buffalo light rail. I've ridden and seen in person, and it's very goofy that it goes underground in the suburbs and goes above ground downtown. Um, kind of the opposite of what you're supposed to do. Tear down the BQE. Well, they need to get better freight rail access because part of the reason the BQE is important is for freight. They need to build the cross Hudson um They need to build the cross Hudson Bay whatever freight terminal thing.
Oh, the freight tunnel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said that, like, if that project gets done, it will probably be one of the reasons why a class 1 electrifies.
Oh, that'd be based, but and the tunnel would be so much cheaper if it was electric, but ugh.
Well, I don't think you would put a diesel train in. Like, what would how would they even do diesel through that?
The same way you do any other place. You just build a comical amount of ventilation
I guess, but
and spend a bajillion dollars doing it.
underwater though.
Yeah. What
Uh,
do you think they do with the car tunnels?
true, but I don't know. You'd think trains are
New York loves burning money, so I wouldn't put it past them.
true. Um, or you do like the ye old thing of having just the tunnel electrified, or they're just being battery helpers just to get through the tunnel.
Oh God, yeah, I could totally see that too.
Yeah, which is like some late 1800 shit. But the class ones are dumb enough to do that. They're really, could you
They're
do?
lazy.
Yeah, could you do a national mandate for electrification, or like how do you?
I think it's more of you have to pull a lot of economic tax levers and make just electrification too cheap and diesel operations
expensive.
too expensive to continue. It's going to be one of those like 9 bajillion page long policy wonk things, and like
the shit that
bit by bit
neoliberals
at it.
fucking love. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, but that's like the only thing they're good at.
Oh
But,
no,
like,
no, I know, but like love in a good way. Like it's oh, I fucking love tax incentives. Like yeah, it's like yeah. It's that one graph that I see posted on like a lot of like political Twitter. It's like you have like conservative Hitler face that wants all certain types of people dead, and then you have the Democrat that wants very specific tax incentives.
yeah, that weird guy from it just play around tax credits or something, whatever
Yeah.
is the meme. Yeah, I think that's like how we're gonna get it, because it's how we got the Northeast Corridor in the first place, is just New
Well,
Deal fuckery.
yeah. Well, that was New Deal. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like, and then the Pennsylvania Railroad just like, oh, this is a maintenance, and it's not maintenance; it's capital expenditures. So
Well, that was the
you can't get away with
Keystone.
that anymore.
That
But
was the Keystone Corridor. That was entirely. They were like, "Oh, this is operations."
yeah,
Yeah.
so like, I think we're only gonna get it through like some just painfully favorable tax credit something scheme. It basically has to be a handout, and we have to hold their hand. Like, you got to have the carrot and the stick. The carrot's
Yeah.
going to be able to tax shit, and the stick's going to be, we'll make fuel. We'll stop. We'll take away some of your fuel advantages and shit.
I mean, the other way to do it is not railroad related, which is just like a carbon tax.
Tier 5.
Well, that too. Tier 5 will just be hybrid.
It'll just be fuck you to stop you stop burning things. I mean, if they had gone with the urea, like, or the D, whatever, it probably would have been less miserable for tier 4. But
100%. I mean, it's literally only because they didn't want to have logistics chains of urea.
I mean, yeah, I don't blame them. Having to get a fucking tanker car a day to Berlin would have been like hell. But
Yeah, it's not the end. I mean, that's they do worse.
It's more shit.
Yeah. This chat's in. Pittsburgh needs to expand its light rail. Yes. Illinois needs a Shinkansen line. I mean, they already kind of have the half decent Amtrak service that goes kind of fast.
Chicago gets everything, I swear.
Modern power,
when it comes
even
to heavy rail.
Yeah, modern power, even GP and SD40s can't fit the gauge in anything beyond 67th Street Yard where the rail flow is now. So diesel is basically out. Well, I assume if they would build a tunnel, uh, they
They
would
use F-15s and stuff
they
and
would
like other diesel power.
well, if they built a tunnel, they would probably just redo all the gauging up to the tunnel too, because if you're going to spend $1 billion on a few $1 billion on a tunnel, or more than a few, but like if you're going to spend a lot on the tunnel, you might as well just fix the tracks leading up to the tunnel too.
Yeah.
Also, if a tunnel was built, even though it's a class 3 that runs that area now, the class 1s would 100% want to take over. Or it would be a
I don't know how much they could really do because like you only have 3 tracks going north. Like Hellgate's still only 3.
Well,
so I don't think you really get like unless it becomes 4 and the freight slots become really generous. I don't know if there's much they could do.
Because it would mostly be local freight.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, local freight desperately needed because like New York is specifically terrible at getting freight to downtown facilities.
Mm-hmm.
It's so annoying how like freight logistics are just not talked about when it comes to general logistics chatter. And it's basically relegated to businesses doing it or talking about it.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the most important things that affects your city, but no one really gives a shit.
They only care when it's in your way.
Yeah.
Which is understandable, but like
hey,
there's more going
hey
on.
dude, this is how the shit gets to your house though, in the long run.
Yeah, but it's someone else's problem, not mine, obviously.
So true.
So true, yeah.
Let's see. SUV drivers in Paris now pay triple the parking fee. What would happen if we implemented that NYC, Philly, or DC? I mean, the only place it's going to happen is NYC. I highly doubt it'll happen in any other cities because you already need some sort of you need some sort of what is it? What New York is trying to do now? You need some sort of system of what is it called? Congestion charging in the first place to be able to even do the SUV thing. Because otherwise, like, since our politics or our stuff is revolving around, it revolves around state powers. You can't just get the state, like, a state would have to charge people more for SUVs. It can't be a city. That's the problem with a lot of like automobile related stuff in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And like, unless your state is very small, say like New Jersey or Rhode Island, like it's very unlikely that anything like that would happen state level. The only the only state actually I would see doing is California.
Yeah.
Which honestly, it's the one thing California is kind of decent at is like automobile related climate change stuff. I just wish they give a shit about other non-automobile related transit.
Yeah.
I think they're slowly getting better and they're slowly realizing it's an issue about other transit not automobile related, but it's definitely one of those things where it's like yeah, they just never have cared, so it's like it's just the um it's just the amount of political capital you need to have in the first place to be able to recognize that this is a thing that we need to give a shit about. Let's see. Let's see. Any list of major roads in Chicago should run so frequently you don't need a schedule. Yeah, I mean, like, that's just CTA having issues. Oh, wait, I can build a bridge here. Let's see. New York, New Jersey local freight is municipally owned. No. It's there's Conrail.
It was.
Yes, it was. There's Conrail Shared Assets, which is owned by Norfolk Southern and CSX jointly, and that is what confuses people because like people think that that's Conrail. No, that's it's like a husk of what Conrail was.
And then the stuff in like New York City proper, which is like a Long Island Railroad stuff, is essentially a private railroad is like leases the freight access to it.
Essentially, yeah.
They're pretty good at what they do. They actually like bumped the carloads from like I think it was like 15,000 when Long Island Railroad was doing it, and they're at like 40 something carloads a year now. So 40,000, which is pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, if you
Could be
want,
better, but still pretty damn good.
I mean, if you want examples of like the best like municipally or publicly owned railroads, look at Alaska and Vermont. Essentially,
Yeah, Alaska's great.
Alaska's one of the best examples in the U.S., and I'm surprised more people don't use it often. Oops, shit. I'm just adding roads to all the towns that are growing at the moment, which is basically all of them.
Yeah.
Is the game paused?
It's someone joining probably.
Okay. Just couldn't tell if this bus was stopped. CTA used to be such a great system, and then Dorval Carter appeared. I mean, Dorval Carter, it's more than just him. It is a lot. It is his fault, but it's also that like Chicago also had like a big, like many other transit agencies, had a big staffing issue. Now, granted, if you have good management, staffing issue can be remediated quicker. But it wasn't entirely his fault, though it is a decent amount of his fault. Because basically every transit agency in the country has had staffing issues at this point, but some have been better at remediating it than others. And where if you're like California agency, you basically have kind of infinite money, so they can kind of just raise the incomes of all their drivers, and they just get more people. But not everyone can do that. Okay. I think game is still paused.
It is.
It's probably like Ansel joining or someone.
I don't know who, but yeah.
Well, it's like Nixie and Ansel are the ones that take the longest. Unless it's Roz. Roz did say he was going to get on around this time. See, Pittsburgh's been bad with staffing. Yeah, I mean most places have been. Um, there's very few cities in the U.S. that haven't had issues. Yep, it was Ansel.
No.
I was referring to New York, New Jersey Rail. It's owned by the Port Authority. Is the Class 3 owned by the Port Authority?
Oh, that wouldn't be surprising.
Um, it might be that the trackage is owned by the Port Authority, but the the railroad itself is private still. MARTA has better headways than CTA now. Yeah, that is kind of bad. Jeremy saying the Herculean effort of downloading 21 megabytes.
It's a lot of megabytes.
That is. Well, imagine telling someone in like the late 90s that like 21 megabytes is like laughably small.
Oh yeah, they'd be like, "What are you talking about?"
I still remember like being in high school and my it was like 2010 or something like that, and one of my teachers was like, I don't have to worry about much. I have 2 gigabytes of RAM. I can do anything I want.
Only we could go back to that era.
Yeah.
Return.
And that's still like it's still ingrained in my head because like it was such a funny statement at the time, and now looking back at it, I'm like it's even funnier in retrospect. I still remember the worst times for computers was like 2017 because like RAM was insanely expensive. Um, and that was like everything else was cheap, but RAM was insane. Let's see. Oh my god, there's so many cities we have now that are just like needing more.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's happened with California high-speed rail? Nothing's happened, but the news has decided that it's going to talk about it. There's one guy that works for the LA Times that really hates it. I'm sure he's paid off by someone. Or he's just an old fuck that thinks like, I got him this time. Which, I mean, it could be a mixture of both. Yes, 2017 was the first like Bitcoin surge, or technically not the first, but it was the first like really big one. First one was in like, oh god, like 20 2012 or something. It was like 2011 or 2012 when it went to like $1,000 and everyone was like, whoa. It's like crazy. Every time Bitcoin goes up in price, there's like this, we repeat the same fucking process of like idiots that have never heard of it getting into it. And then it gets hyped all hell, and then the bubble happens, and it's so funny. It's just every single time.
Oh, Justin's on now.
Oh yes, okay. Let me message. Actually, if you want to message him and get him on in VC, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick and get a snack. So let me put the camera in a spot where there's like shit going on, and let me go do that. Yes. Yeah, be right back real quick. And yeah, be right back, chat, real quick. I'll just leave this kind of looking at Warsaw. Muting my mic though.
Welcome back.
Hello, chat. I am
Roz has not looked at my Discourse message. So you should probably just DM him.
He just texted me, so let me.
Oh, okay.
Hey, look at Brian's DM on Discord. I'm in chat with him. Did my phone just eat my text? Hold on. Do not eat.
You add people to the call. All right.
Figure it out. So what is chat up to? Whistle jump scare. Yeah, I have all the sounds turned off in game except for the trains themselves. Yeah. I think. Hold on. Now I'm actually sound. Turn on music.
Oh, you might need to take control.
Oh.
Of the call, cause.
Let me see. Add friends to DM.
Oh yeah, do that.
You can. Is he not a friend of mine? Hold up.
He's not a friend of mine thing, so.
How am I not? How have I not been friend requested with him? That's goofy. Game options. No. There's like the. Could you share where to find details about the April 5th Oakland meetup? It's in the Discord. So if you look at the links below, most of the details are there. Otherwise, we're meeting at King Street Station in San Francisco, and then riding some trolley buses, then eventually making our way over to Oakland and whatchamacallit, making our way over to Oakland, and then whatchamacallit, going to that brewery. Do I not? It says I have all my sound on. Button clicks construction interface. Oh, I wonder what I found. Jazz jukebox. No idea. Oh.
There we go.
All right. Let's.
Holy crap! I didn't see there was a whole other chat that existed. I'm dying. I just walked like 4 miles home because I knew a trolley wasn't going to show up. I'm really mad at everything right now. I am sitting in a chair right now. It's great. I'm glad to be sitting in a chair. I'm glad I'm here.
I hope it's a good chair.
What? Wait, why weren't the trolleys showing up?
Oh my God! There's a second me in here. Hold on. Oh, I see what's happening. Right. I had to turn off the YouTube.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Just
right.
mute the YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. I'm really frustrated that they're renaming things now when things don't fucking show up.
Yeah. Wait, where were you coming from? I guess Center City?
Yeah, like 19th Street or so. I was just like, okay, I know what time it is. I know there's no trolleys. There used to be before the pandemic, but there aren't anymore. And I was like, all right, time to hoof it.
Huh. That's frustrating. So, Brian,
well, it took me a long time to realize that the trolleys weren't going to show up, because for a long time I would go there and see the pretty blue light, and then I would want to say something. The algorithm that would not like.
No, you're fine. You're fine to curse. I really do not care. Most of the money on stream.
I wanted to kill myself.
I already used.
I don't know if the algorithm's fine with that one.
No, I use.
That's where I was going.
I already use copyrighted music. I do not give a shit. Let's see. What station tiles did you use for Warsaw Station?
Warsaw? I don't remember. Those were the ones you put down. I just expanded it.
Huh.
I think that the Australian one.
Oh.
The Austrans one or whatever.
Those are like the bottom of the list or something?
Something like that.
Oh.
You can filter by string, but that's, I don't know, thinking.
It's too much work.
Yeah. Ain't got time for that.
I thought I used it. Oh, I see. Okay. City, tile, city. Okay, yes, I see. I didn't even realize we had this pack. I must have just used it by accident.
It's just down there.
Yeah. Okay.
Some of these station sets, they never quite figured out that people who didn't know what they were would have to use them at some point.
Yeah.
I appreciate the effort, but also like I'm a moron. I mean a lot of us maybe we got into the game, back in 2004, but we were out of it for a while, like 20 years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I got back into it at like the end of high school in like 2011. And the computers didn't block the IP of who was running the Reddit servers at the time, so I'd just like fuck off and a couple classes and play for like an hour or two.
You had to be legendary in high school. In high school, I am the reason why HLX.exe is banned from my school or high school.
Thankfully, I avoided detection.
Legendary OpenTTD player in high school.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, no, for me it was Source Games. I was the one that got HL2.exe banned.
Nah, it was Minecraft for me. I did not get Minecraft banned because I was technical editor of the school newspaper, and I did it on those computers.
Oh,
nice.
I'm trying to think the other one I got. I think I was also in the group of people that got Minecraft banned too.
Alright, we have finally upgraded to quad freight track.
Hell yeah.
It's too much infrastructure. Everyone has done too much infrastructure so far. It's gotten a jam. You gotta
we've been good so far.
You gotta slim it down. You gotta do PSR like I'm doing.
Bigger stations.
Well, we're already doing.
Bigger station would fix me.
We're already doing pretty long trains, at least freight wise, not passenger.
I started with base like 15, and I've worked my way up to 30 on some of them. It's a proper freight train.
Yes.
I was about to say we're about to get some superpower steam. We
Oh,
haven't quite gotten there.
Well,
but I believe we're about to.
We have the goofy, eerie Camelback articulated.
Honestly, I've thought about it as a bit whenever diesels come around is to de-electrify.
Get just
to see what Jeremy's reaction is.
Once the U-boats show up, yeah, it's over.
I'm just waiting for. There's a big Canadian Pacific mountain that's about to. I forget if it's a mountain or a Berkshire, but once that happens.
The Texas type's pretty good.
No, I think it's
Santa Fe one.
I think it's the mountain because
it doesn't go fast enough.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's good for drag. That's it. Though.
I think it's specifically the mountain. I remember that.
And the drag seem to not do very well with whatever kind of industry we have, because I was okay. So it was earlier this week, right? That I was like looking at a different railroad. I forget which. With a similar hull to something I had. And I was like, they went 400 blocks and I went 1,700 blocks at the same speed. And I made a quarter of the profit they did. Right?
Yeah.
I said, this seems wrong. What is happening? Jeremy Zorik said it was a skill issue.
That's a very Jeremy response.
And I said, Jeremy Zork, I didn't say this, but I want to say it now. Jeremy Zork, I've been playing this game since before you were born.
That's so real.
Yeah. That's a little, yeah.
It was TDD patch back then, but yep.
That's like me when like I went over to like a cousin's house and they have kids. The kids wanted to play like Mario Kart, and like they didn't know. Back in elementary school, I was ranked
Back in the day.
in Mario Kart. Yeah, these kids didn't know what was about to hit them. Oh my god, my cat! I'm eating like cheese sticks, and she really wants a cheese stick.
I was.
Sounds
I was.
like you gotta give her a cheese stick.
I gave her a tiny piece. What were you doing, Roz?
Okay,
Wow.
so we do get the 482 CNRU 1A class in
Yeah, that's
1923.
what I'm looking forward to, because I refuse to double head anything. But I think when I
Real.
get that, I can put that on the freight locomotives, and I can put the Pacific on all the passenger locomotives.
It's so
Well, we're in
real.
Eastern Europe, so labor costs are way lower. So that's why that's
Yeah.
how we explained away all of our double heading.
Well,
No, I've fully developed North Africa now. We have the highest wage rate in all of the Eastern Hemisphere.
Oh, okay. Oh, you got all the gold plating too, you know? Oh, okay.
I think we have the most productive automobile factory in the entire on this side of the Mediterranean. Well, I think we have the most productive automobile factory, period.
Working on that one. Right now, we have the most productive industry in the entire map, which is the Krakow oil refinery.
did you see my
I could
response to Jeremy in
Theoretically
chat?
fix that. What?
Because Jeremy was like in chat, I'm not looking at stream ends, will just tell me. Joel said, Roz said it was a skill issue and says he's been playing since before you were born, Jeremy. And Jeremy's like, the graphs don't lie though. And I was like, well, Roz hasn't killed anyone yet.
Yeah.
I finally broke my record of like 3 games of not killing people.
Oh, yeah.
One train just decided to ignore a signal, even though it was there. And like I didn't do any fuckery with it either. It just was like, nah, not today. And our RAP, our 4 crewmen.
That's a certified Conrail on weed moment.
Look, I just want to say, everyone has been spending all their money on all this infrastructure, and here, La Dame de la Terre has never had a jam.
Oh, it had one the other night.
It had one, but I knew at 2:00 in the morning that it was going to be a problem, and I woke up and I fixed it.
Let's see. I gotta respond to someone in chat.
I knew exactly what was going to cause it.
Someone's talking about the Sputtendival monorail that's being proposed again. The heavy rail for Sputtendival would run through Bel Air and elevated through San Fernando. Bel Air and Sherman Oaks HOA hate that. I mean, yeah, that's literally
They hate anything happening.
I mean, that's literally every neighborhood in California ever.
You breathe and they call the cops.
Yeah.
Yes. The Spooty Duvel.
I can't make fun of goofy town and place names because we live in Philadelphia and there's like Dutch and weird other names.
You got nothing on the town near me.
we got some good Algonquin names. They feel good to say.
Oh, like
We have words like
Conshohocken.
Wissahickon,
Yeah.
Conshohocken, Anakamixon. You have like Schuylkill. That's a good one.
That's
You
Dutch
got,
though, isn't it?
Oh, Schuylkill is Dutch, yeah.
Yeah.
But King Sessing is Algonquin.
Okay.
You have,
Wissanoming?
Wissanoming, yes. You have, based on how satisfying the word is to say, that's how Algonquin it is.
I'm trying to think. What's another neighborhood? Passyunk? Or no? That's Dutch.
I think Passyunk is.
I think the funnest town name near me is Cut and Shoot.
That's very
Ooh.
Texas.
Yeah, it's like East Texas derogatory.
Yeah.
The pine trees. Don't stay there after sundown.
Oh, it is a
Oh,
sundown
it's not as
road.
bad as Viter. Viter has an actual active KKK group still.
Not good.
Of course, they're right across from Beaumont, which is like one of the larger black towns in Texas.
That was it was kind of like me growing up when I learned like in high school that like Pittman had a KKK group until like 91. And I was like, holy shit. Like the joke when I was growing up, because Pittman was kind of always known as like the white people town. The joke from all of my Glassboro friends, which Glassboro's super diverse compared to Pittman, was that like, oh yeah, Pittman, I know all the black people there, both of them. Like, so it was always like, damn.
You know the guy who in the Vietnam photo was like pointing the gun at the other guy? It's like imminent, like summary execution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he owned a restaurant down the street from me.
Wait, like on Baltimore Ave?
No. When in Burke, Virginia.
Oh, okay.
Rolling Valley Mall.
Oh shit. Okay.
It was American Vietnamese restaurant.
Okay. Nah. Okay. Pittman wasn't that bad.
The town after Cut and Shoot is Security, Texas, and then it's Cleveland.
What the fuck? What? Why is it?
Obviously, it was the guy. It was the guy doing the shooting. That the guy who was shot. The guy who was shot died.
Why is it named Security, Texas?
It's kind of just like in the woods. Well, it's not woods as much as it used to be.
I mean,
the sprawl is hitting it, but
I mean, Texas is known for its compounds, so I'm not gonna.
I also got the Old Security Square Flea Market.
Huh.
It's not that old. Nothing's old there.
I haven't checked the stream health in a while.
And then Cleveland's like a little railroad town.
Well, is it named
the
after
Santa Fe line to Silsbee that didn't make it all the way to New Orleans, and the old Southern Pacific.
Is it named after the Cleveland though?
I don't know. I honestly want to maybe bet it was maybe named after the president.
Grover Cleveland, yeah.
Founded 1854, and then by some dude who worked for the Houston East and West Texas Railway, which is what eventually became SP. And the guy, Charles Lander Cleveland, a local judge, donated the land and asked for it to be named after himself. What a fucking egotistical asshole.
I mean, every judge ever.
I like that. I like them. I'm the East and West Texas Railroad.
Yeah.
I do both of them.
They did get to both sides because it became SP, but yeah. Let's see how big the actual East and West Texas Railroad was, though. Oh, they got a map. They got a map with the hash line from Texas all the way to El Paso.
Huh. Man, what's that
Out
big?
in the West Texas town of El Paso.
Are these all the? Yeah, these are the EP3s. Okay, I was wondering what's pulling this. What is this carrying? Oh, it's not grouped. I don't know. No, it's engineering supplies.
There's no map of it. It's just another map of the Texas and New Orleans. Okay, it was just always a paper railroad.
Someone asked in chat, Roz, when's the bonus episode of anime coming? Well, I don't know exactly what that means, but I assume it just means the disaster that is anime.
I have to finish watching. What's the thing called?
Rail Wars.
No. I was thinking the one that's got the big robots.
That's a lot of them.
I have to finish watching Evangelion first.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
then I will determine my entire thing about anime. I will determine what anime is like after that.
That is the 2001 Space Odyssey of anime.
Yes. I have to figure out how hot is Asuka. I have no idea yet. I'm going to determine this using science.
Technical knowledge.
Yes.
Someone says, I get my town names for Transport Fever 2, etc. names from old railway maps of Texas from 1910, like Canebrake, Danvag, Wospur, and Wutan.
Wutan. Wutan is for the children.
What was it? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, no. The only anime if you like really absurdist comedy and also people punching each other, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure I always recommend.
I think they would say Wooten.
Wooten? Okay.
That'd be my guess.
I would say if you don't like people punching each other, I would recommend One Punch Man because he only does it once per episode.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But in the Discord chat, I did put the one little fun rail thing. There's one of those UTLX service centers, and they have a little mini tanker car there as their gate guardian. It's kind of neat.
Where'd you wait?
Wow.
Wait, you put it in?
Oh, in the Discord.
Oh,
call.
gotcha. Here, I will.
There's a ton of those tanker car facilities all around Houston. You'd think they'd centralize.
I will show.
Yeah, go break into the one that's the geodesic dome.
Oh,
This is
didn't they
what-
like finally demolish it? Sadly.
No, there's two of them. They demolished
Oh,
one
there's
of
two
them.
of
but
them.
The,
Okay.
The other one is still it's somewhere. Oh my God, where the
It's
fuck
like
is it? It's
isn't
still
it
running.
near Baton Rouge?
I think it's in Baton Rouge. Yeah. Folks, you want to see the most modern piece of architecture on Earth? Go to Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Isn't there like a? Oh, where is it? It's like in Virginia or somewhere. There's like a office park with like a coal unloading. Like there's like a hopper car on top of like a coal unloading slip that's just in a parking lot. Oh man, I'm gonna be annoyed that I don't remember where that is. But it's the most like
The coal dealer they're about to demolish in my own neighborhood.
Wait, where?
What's it? Like something than Warrington. It's on the Media Elwyn line. They're putting a
Really?
kind of ugly building and a huge parking lot on it.
Because the one that I always found really interesting is there's one in Bordentown, and like it's in the middle of a neighborhood.
That's where you put a coal dealer.
Yeah, well, it's like the building that it's at. Here, I'll find it. Is like now a mixed use building, but just in the backyard is just still the coal like unloading terminal. It's really funny, and like the tracks are in the driveway. Like it's sick. Like yeah,
that's what you want.
Here, like here, Roz, I'll put it.
That's convenient.
I'll put it in chat here, and then I'll also stream. Let's see, where's my browser?
Okay, the one in East St. Louis is still there. It's like up the river a bit from East St. Louis. They still got the dome. Now it's Watco.
So this is the one I'm talking about in Bordentown. Bordentown, very cute town here. You got your
sure enough.
Got your river line
to a
here,
railroad.
and then you got your Camden and Amboy main line. And along Camden and Amboy main line, you got this like weird looking property over here, which is a mixture of stuff. And if you zoom in and look into this driveway here, you can see, that's suspiciously shaped in the driveway. And then if you look in the backyard, you can see it, there's some pilings there, and there's some rail above those pilings. Where those vehicles are parked, and that's your old coal dealing building was here, and these old warehouses and lumber mill I guess was here too. So kind of cool that this still exists like in a backyard somewhere, because I guarantee that it was stopped being used like mid 1900s.
Here, I throw it in there. This entire lot is about to be turned into about several apartments and 10 million parking spots. And this used to be the neighborhood coal dealer.
Where did how did they run? Oh, I see. Okay, the line's right in the backyard. Okay.
Yes, exactly. You just dump the coal in, and then you would pick it up, and you would carry it. I don't know, holding your shirt up, and dump it in the furnace.
Makes sense.
If you're rich, you got a wheelbarrow.
Wow. Imagine having a wheelbarrow.
Oh, the Jones has got a wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Or no, a wagon, the coal wagon.
moving up in the world.
Yeah. Let's see. Where's my OBS? There it is.
Getting the kids to get their steps in, running back and forth, getting coal.
Hey, kids, I need you to pick up $50 worth of coal. Yeah, you're gonna have to do 45 rounds.
I was gonna say $50 of coal in like early 1900s is like a ton.
It's okay. You only have to do this twice a year.
It's instead of a pickup truck, it's just a horse with like a flatbed on top of it.
I always thought that could be like a fun like restaurant. You could like have some like, you could have like booths underneath the fucking the stalls for all the coal.
Oh, wait.
Different grades of coal. It'd be really good.
Hold on.
You could have like, again, they're replacing this with a big apartment building, which is kind of boring, and a bunch of parking spots, which are also kind of boring.
Well, I guarantee the guy that bought it and is replacing it does not know what the fuck it was. Oh, okay. Computer did a weird thing for a sec, but we're good. Oh, my webcam is TTD still responding?
It's still working on my end.
OBS seems to have audio seems fine, but I might need to reload OBS real quick. Stream 1 second. Or no, is it working? Oh no, it's just literally okay. So it's the OBS screen is frozen but still operating. Huh. Weird. Okay, sure, whatever.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
It's my graphics drivers. I know exactly what the problem is, but okay, if it's still working, it's still working. We're groovy. But what I was gonna post to you, Roz, is this is the place we're meeting at in Oakland. You can see it's a brewery, but check out where the kegs are stored.
I believe I was told about this place. Well, there's a big bus.
Yes, and
there's a big bus.
They're stored inside the bus.
Shouldn't the kegs be in? You should be drinking in the bus. The keg should be in.
I know. I was thinking that when I first saw it, but you can sit in the driver's seat. That's what I saw.
Oh well, obviously.
But I can't be the king of the highway in my bus full of kegs.
Honestly, I would be the king. I would be the king of the highway if I had a bus full of kegs and I could drive it.
The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat.
What was it? Truly the most discriminated group of people, drunk drivers. Let's see.
All right. Listen, I'm going to defend Jake Flores to the death on this one. He is a bartender. He was a bartender in Austin.
Okay.
And you are dealing with a lot of people who go to bars in Austin.
Okay.
Having gone to many bars in Austin, I kind of understand.
That is just how it is. That
Six
is
Streeters,
the situation. They
worst.
want you to drive drunk. They really want you to drive drunk there.
This is very true.
Yes.
It's not.
They even make you walk a bit from where you're at the bar because you got to go one of the stupid public parking garages or whatever.
Oh my God.
Oh no, not just
and
public.
Like nothing. You want to get water? Fuck you. Nothing's open downtown other than the bars after like 11.
Oof.
You can't do anything like what I just did, which is walk 2 miles home.
I've done that.
But if you're drunk, you're probably going to get splattered by someone who's drunk driving.
Yeah, I was pretty drunk walking home. You can't do that in Austin.
Honestly, some of my best walks at night in Philly have been very drunk back from a bar.
That was like me in Albuquerque.
It's so real.
Love getting drunk and living in downtown Albuquerque. That was great.
Oh my God. But some of my memories of like drunk walking is like when I was at Rutgers, New Brunswick, and I lived on the other side of the river, literally walking like 2.5 miles home from the bar in New Brunswick, cross the river, and then all the way back to the dorms. Yeah.
So the problem with Austin is if you're like not like made of money, you don't live in downtown.
No.
You actually live like either across the river, which is like very cursed roads to walk across for like getting anywhere on foot, or you live like around UT or further north. So it's like very desolate downtown at night. It's kind of weird, other than around 6th Street. But like 6th Street's like the bad too many people.
It's like, well, no, it's the touristy too many people, yeah.
Yeah, so you get like the really like aggressive drunk guys who are like, I don't know, there to like go to some like fucking comedy night with what's his fuck face name?
And they're the suburbanites, yeah.
Oh.
The podcaster. Who's the
Joe-ish Rogan.
Joe Rogan, yeah. They're there to like go see Joe Rogan or something.
Oh my god, they went to go see Jake Flores.
Oh my god.
I mean, I've been to some pretty good like pop-up shows and stuff around there, but it's
that was an insufferable week on Twitter, was when that fucking YIMBY conference was happening in Austin. Oh my god.
I don't remember that. When was that?
It was.
Oh, I don't want to hear anything. I would,
Yeah.
you know, that is. I'm glad I missed that, because I would start shooting people. I would start murdering people. I would start, you know,
I was just like, I like the entire week was just like Austin posting, and I was like, please, just like a lot of them were acting like, oh, the city's so great. I'm like, oh, there's good things about it, but don't act like.
If you're from the Sun Belt, you know, Austin feels pretty good, but like, yeah, as soon as you like go to either coast, it's definitely a down. It's not as good.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels very hard to defend the concept of buildings. Sometimes I'm like, I get it. Sometimes I'm like, we should all have a more lenient position about the concept of buildings, but like some of the people who are really gung ho about it, I'm like, could you just not? We just want to all be chill and think about buildings. We don't want to.
Someone says another cool place in Oakland is Faction Brewing inside an old hangar at the Alameda Naval Air Station. I'm gonna look that up.
Cancer place. No.
No, if I'm gonna drink, I want to get Superfund site material in me. That seems real.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Let me look this up. Oh, it's on the other side of the inlet there. Okay.
Yeah, it's where the Mythbusters did all their fucking like shit.
Oh no, I know, but I'm just saving.
It's also where they filmed the second Matrix.
Is there a bus that goes? Oh, there is a bus that goes here. The 96 AC transit bus.
Transit accessible Superfund site.
Yeah. I mean, granted, there's a lot of housing over here, so like.
Yeah, I was joking.
Okay, well, I saved that. I saved that location.
I do always wonder how like Oakland and San Francisco lost out to San Diego and all the like naval military shit. Like, I thought Feinstein was like a shooter for that.
I mean, there's still decent amount of Coast Guard stuff in the Bay Area.
Yeah, but that's like Coast Guard shit. That's kind of lame.
Golden Gate Bridge. Theoretically, the Japanese could down it at any point. Doesn't happen in San Diego.
It's
yeah, they just have. Oh wait, no, they both have earthquakes.
Well, the boats.
Yeah, but you know, there's no bridge over the harbor down there.
Oh no, they did. They built the Colorado Bridge.
Wait, they built a bridge down there?
And it's like the aircraft carriers are on the right side of it.
We're fucked.
It's never been more over.
I guarantee there's some like internal naval plan for if something happened.
Have you seen Hampton Roads? There's no bridges. There's just tunnels.
Well,
oh my god, they got a street view. You could street view under it.
Norfolk,
on the boat.
Norfolk's still used though.
Oh, yeah, Norfolk's still used.
Yeah.
Yeah, Norfolk's big.
It's like most of Norfolk's economy is just Navy now.
I don't know why they built this bridge. This is a comically gigantic bridge for like all like 10,000 people who live on this side. It should have just been a fucking train tunnel.
Well, because San Diego and like the super turbo NIMBYs all live on that island, so they want their car infrastructure. Yeah.
What they should do is obviously to rebuild the San Diego and Arizona Eastern.
Ryan, are you doing something with this boat up here?
Which boat?
Boat 87. It's like stuck inside of the.
Just get rid of those notifications.
Yes, but like.
It's there as a template. It's cheap. It doesn't cost any money. It's whatever.
Okay. Where in the
See,
settings do
it's
I
costed
turn?
$0.
Where do I turn off?
Yeah, just type in on settings because
Okay.
it has a string. Or you just type in no orders, I think, and it'll like don't
all
or,
one
like,
word. No.
Or it's on like
news advisories.
News and advisors. Just go through news and advisors. There's a bunch of stuff there to disable.
Warn if
so
vehicle
annoying.
does not have or depot order. Okay. Off.
Like, I would turn off if vehicle's lost, income's negative, and train is struck due to routing restriction. I don't need to know any of that. I look over my railroad.
No, the lost one is useful because that can indicate jams.
Nah, a lot of them are just false positives.
They can still. I leave that on because like if you have a big jam, you will just get shit tons of notifications. So, San Diego has the most convenient airport in the U.S. out of any major city. Think that's true? Maybe.
What about Newark?
Arlington has that one where it's just right there at the Pentagon.
Well, I would say Newark, but Newark's is on the other side of the Northeast Corridor and a highway.
Dallas's Love Field is like literally right next to downtown.
Yeah, actually, fucking Love Field, Ronald Reagan, Washington National
Honestly,
Airport.
National Airport is probably the best.
I've never flown out of there. I fly out of Newark.
And all of the security people hate that National Airport exists.
Good.
I personally enjoy Washington Dulles International Airport.
Yes.
Unattended baggage may be damaged or destroyed.
You just have to ride.
Austin's used to be really close to downtown, but now they moved it out to the old Air Force Base, and they made that airfield into a new urbanist development. That's like okay.
That's every new urbanist development.
It's better than the Denver one.
I've never been to an airport I liked. That's the God's honest truth.
Well, I mean, like, if I take out the fact that I hate existing in airports,
the art in the Denver airport's neat.
I think Orlando's is kind of fun.
Let me tell you a terrible airport. New Orleans.
Really?
Oh, I've always driven New Orleans.
If you land at New Orleans Louis Armstrong Airport, here's what happens. You go landside. There is nothing to do.
You're out here.
There is a bus that shows up once every 2 hours.
Oh.
The worst part was, the only time I've been there, I flew in. I feel like I'm the only person who ever done this. I flew in first class, and then I waited 2 hours for a bus.
It's out of spite of not using Uber or some shit.
Absolutely. I will never use Uber. I don't trust those guys. I've only had miserable experiences in Uber.
I use it just...
It was an interesting trip on the weird local bus.
Honestly, that's half the reason to use the bus. Yeah. I when I was in Charlotte for the Strong Towns conference last year, I took the bus to the airport, and like it is sort of an express for part of it when you're getting out of the city, but then it turns into a local bus that stops at like Walmart's, and it's like, huh? Like, I guess, sure.
I was intending to take the express bus, but then those of us who were, this was a brand new airport. This is a brand new $2 billion airport. And there were some of us sitting on this upper level departure section. There were like 8 lanes of traffic. It was 400 feet in the air or something. And there was just like a bus stop sign. And there were like 20 people sitting there. And the bus showed up and it was the wrong one. And it was like, we all had to figure out if we all could get dollar bills to get on the bus.
Oh, it looks like the Route 202 has been upgraded to an hour and a half now.
Ooh.
It was
Ooh.
like it was like, all right, we all of us had to sort of work together to pay the fare for the bus, and it's like, come on,
The worst
could
is
you at
when
least extend the streetcar out here or something? No, there's no transit to the airport except for one bus, to the one express bus and one ridiculous local bus, which have completely separate fare systems.
Oh my god.
so I have to ask, someone asked in chat, Roz, when is the Colorado Midland episode? That's very specific.
I don't know much about.
Brian might know.
I
feel
wouldn't
like I've
know as
heard
much as
about
Wings
this
and
before.
Strings. They would know
Yeah,
so much more than I do because
we
I
would
hate
have
the
to
Midland.
talk. Yeah, we would have to talk to Tom, or we would have to talk to
It's like
Heiss.
Heist, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Heiss has also expressed interest in coming on the podcast in the past. Don't quote me on that, but
Gotcha.
Uday would also be a good one for
Yeah.
that one, just because of how it like worked into the fuckery of like all the shit that happened with the USRA when it, because the USRA tried to use it as the direct path because it was like, oh, it's a straighter path over the fucking Rockies, and you
how
know,
did that go?
not very good. If I remember correctly, they had like 300 cars waiting, which for them was like a gajillion.
Which is
They crossed the
300
Continental
cars.
Divide at like 11,000 feet, like a whole 1,500 higher than the Rio Grande.
Which one is
You're
where
like
does
losing oxygen at that point. Like the steam
Oh, yeah,
engine
no,
is
it's like-
having like
and that was after they put a cutoff tunnel for their like non-tunnel way across, which was at like I think 12,000 feet.
wow, you get all the way up there and you see green boxcar.
which main line is that currently?
No one's.
No one, really. Okay.
Colorado Melon died like a year or two later and was almost completely abandoned.
Someone said, "Will we ever get a well? There's your problem on JR Hokkaido or JNR." We have to talk to another person about that.
Yeah, there's some good people for that.
I
I know
finally
exactly who to talk to.
I finally
The
met
Nightmare of
Uday in
JR's
person.
Privatization would be good for that. A good episode.
Yes. I finally met Uday in person, speaking of him.
Oh
yeah. Uday's good. We all like Uday.
yeah. If someone doesn't like Uday, that's a red flag to me.
I feel like the only reason someone wouldn't is that they're just not a freight person. But even then, it's like that's a red
Or they're
flag
just
too.
an asshole.
Yeah.
Not a freight person. not thinking about freight. I only take I don't know where I'm going with that.
Well, there are
2 miles.
There are advocates that literally do not think about freight. They're only like
most of them.
They're only
Like,
passenger.
Almost all of them,
yeah.
actually.
And it's like frustrating because it's like, no, unfortunately, freight is like a massive part of like what we're doing.
The only way like most of them ever think about it is, at one point in their life or childhood, they were a capital F foamer.
Oh well,
And
even if they were,
how are you going to get a rotisserie chicken into your mouth? It's through a freight train, bitch.
That's right. Bring back livestock trains.
Oh my god.
Well, they kind of exist.
Maybe not.
I know, no, and that was sarcasm, but
Yeah. Although.
Well,
Because I think the last livestock shipments were to
I
a
think
kosher butcher in New Jersey.
Yeah, and UP picked it up in like Utah or Wyoming. So there's photos of them on the same train as like double stack hot shot trains.
really,
Yeah, going over the overland route.
that's
So
kind of
maybe we can get the halal carts to bring back livestock shipments.
Oh man, I was walking back from the gym the other day, and the halal cart at what is it, 20th and Callow Hill saved my life. I was like, I saw it coming back from the gym. I was like, what am I gonna make for lunch? And I was like, oh, Never mind.
Nope, halal. Give me
Yeah.
the halal cart.
Yeah.
I'd eat the halal cart right now.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's great because they like a lot of times they pre-make everything, but then like fry it up real quickly in front of you, and it's just like, yeah, ready to go.
Oh, and there was
Yes.
another one that went to LA. Those ones with the Hog X. I love that.
The
running
Hog
game.
X.
Hog
Yeah,
X.
it's
It sound-
HOGX.
That sounds like some like startup that would be about like I don't know, some bullshit like manufactured meat.
And they're 60-foot modern like livestock cars. They just look so strange.
The pig palaces.
Yeah.
The Hog X. It's kind of like
Hog
there's
hoardings.
very few named freight trains nowadays. My favorite is the CSX one, the Coke Express.
Here's one from 1990. 9 Hog X cars on a hotshot intermodal to LA.
I like the Nerf. I think it's Nerf or nothing.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
someone asked who I'm talking to. I'm talking to Brian and Roz. You don't.
Hi, it's Roz.
Hi, it's
That's
Brian.
Brian.
Let's see. Someone says bring back the Train Masters. That's a very Fomer opinion. I mean, honestly, just we need more rolling stock manufacturers. So honestly,
That's not impossible. Those engines are still made.
true. Not the opposed Pistons one though, right?
No, they are.
The car bodies are not. I would love to see, because the Train Masters are like just some of the prettiest diesel locomotives ever
Yeah.
made.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago, but that was one of the first, like, when I got into 3D modeling, that was one of the first locomotives I made was the Train Master.
I like their
I
vent.
lost the original model, unfortunately.
I like
'cause
their vent sections on the back.
I even had like the full cab model too, which would be useful considering the current state of train simulation, and no one has a
Yeah.
yeah. And so you know, it you know, I don't have it anymore. All that stuff is mostly gone.
I'm
But yeah,
surprised.
Train Master is so like good. It's so good. You know, it looked really good, like hauling like anything, like from
Yeah.
huge fucking stupid freight train to like Southern Pacific, like gallery cars.
Do the Bay Area commuter stuff, yeah.
The Peninsula commute, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they were just so good.
There's some
and there's
great
like only
right.
one of them left.
There's one at IRM, right?
No, there's one at Expo Rail.
Oh, the one at
There's
IRM is
one
the baby
Canadian
Train
Pacific
Master.
one, and then there might be some slugs in a scrapyard somewhere.
There's
There
a
is
lot.
a slug left. Yes,
There's a lot. Well,
Something to work with. That's a car frame.
there's a lot
I
of.
think the slug is like in. I think the slug is in Roanoke.
Yeah.
Oh. There's a lot
Oh,
of
no, it's
baby
currently
Train
preserved
Masters.
at the Reading Railroad Heritage Museum in Hamburg, Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's basically a scrapyard.
Oh,
Oh, the Pennsy
there
Museum.
are too many railway museums that are basically just some dude's scrapyard.
I mean, I've never been there. I need to get out there at some point because I want to see it.
Wait, which one?
The Reading
one in
Railroad
Hamburg.
Museum,
Oh,
Hamburg, Pennsylvania.
yeah. No, it's just.
Oh yeah, looking at this on Google Maps, this looks like a scrapyard museum.
It's just a yard. Yeah.
There's just my stuff I bought before it got scrapped. I
Oh,
kept on
yeah.
buying things, so I can't actually fix any of it.
The saddest one.
Who would do that?
I would absolutely do that if I had the money.
Yeah.
I can't talk shit.
The saddest one, in my opinion, is the guy that bought all
I got pretty close to doing that.
the saddest one, in my opinion, is all the PCCs that rotted away in Johnstown.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is pretty sad. There's a couple sad ones in Texas. One of them kind of got partially moved to the Galveston Museum, but the other half of it's just somewhere in the Houston Ship Channel, rotting away.
Huh. Also, the very interesting question in chat. Young cranners go hard turning freight into passenger. What's a resource to see freight congestion? It's hard to tell if a route is unused or slammed. Well, that's one of the best questions of all time because freight companies generally keep it very quiet about where they run stuff, right?
They abuse the 9/11 shit to
Yeah.
not publish their timetables anymore, and so investors or the public or anyone who researching it and anything just basically has to go find some foamers to go sit there with a webcam and watch. And some of them
I
do it.
mean, so for asking that question, I'm sorry, you're a terrorist.
Yeah. Why do you want to know where our nukes are? Why? You know that.
Oh, that
or,
was funny. Did you see that reel I sent you? I think yesterday.
I haven't looked on
It was
Instagram too much today, but
there was a foamer that saw a nuke train on like the I think it was the Florida Plant City like one.
Have they started sending nukes by train again?
Yeah,
or no, like the waste.
the
ones,
waste. Yeah,
Oh,
the
okay,
naval
okay, yeah.
wastes.
yeah.
The white train has been stored at Amarillo for decades now.
But
Oh,
it was
I'd love
like
to see
it
the
was like
white train. That'd be so funny.
it was like CSX hauling 2 vats and then the DODX caboose on the back.
I love that caboose. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I love it's armored.
Yeah, like it's just. I'm surprised they didn't go with 6 axles to like have more.
I thought it did.
No, it's just a double axle.
Oh,
If I remember
okay.
correctly.
But to answer your question, Hager Topeka 1. No.
There is no real resource. Yeah.
There's no resource.
There are a handful of websites that are like eclectic and ancient because some reason the type of foamers who do this are very protective of their information. And you know, if you can earn their trust over time, they'll give you like crumbs of it. But
it's like a fucking RPG. You need to
yeah,
earn their
yeah,
trust
like-
to get the knowledge.
or you gotta cough up the dough and spend money on like trainorders.com.
Oh god. The second least functional train website, only behind railroad archive pictures, whatever.
Yeah, .net.
I might just, I'm just thinking about like I'm an adult. I could just pay to access trainorders.com.
Yeah.
Like it's
Not
not
a
even like the
site.
principle of the thing at this point, but like also like I don't like the fact that that's a paid forum. I don't understand why it is a paid forum.
You're not something awful. Come on. Like,
well, I
put
think
some
it's
web ads on your website.
Yeah, but I sort of understand that one.
well, the funny part is that a lot of like train related forums and just honestly websites still hold on to a lot of the web 1.0 concepts, which I think is honestly kind of funny. And
Well, the web 1.0 is much better than the web 2.0.
well, the web 2.0 is just kind of improvements. Web 3.0 that's the issue.
Some web point. Oh, you know, there's like a lot of web 1.5 shit where it's like
Yes.
slightly social media-y now, but like no one uses any of it. So like Flickr.
Yes. But like a lot of the old train stuff is still web 1.0-ish forums, which honestly like those forums had a lot of issues, but there's also a lot of reasons why they're great. Also, Brian, it seems to be a lot of congestion at Calliope North.
It's fine.
Are
It's
you
all according to plan. The Patriots are in control.
Are you sure about
Yes.
that?
Yes. It's called a freight yard. They congest.
Okay,
have
but
too
it's
much
congested all the
infrastructure.
way back to the junction.
You have too much infrastructure.
I need more infrastructure.
You have
one more rail. One more
I
rail.
have no listen, I have no fucking clue what you people are doing. You have way more infrastructure than I do and are making a fraction of the profits.
It's not about profit.
We're
For me, it's
also-
line going up on cargo delivered.
We're also running.
I'm trying to decolonize Northern Africa.
Well, I see you're running sailing ships still, which is very good. Also, those are.
I don't want to pay for fuel.
So those ships are really loud. Where is the cargo delivered graph? I actually want to see that. Oh yeah, we're number 1.
Yeah, we've been number 1 for a long time on cargo delivered. That's my real metric.
By a long shot. Holy shit.
I got to deliver more cargo. Just a little bit more cargo needs delivered.
I gotta send the logs to Whittier Sawmill.
Yes, more logs.
More
Just-
logs.
Just need another 1,000 tons of logs. This will be the last. This will be all I need.
Starting the steel plant just 1 week away.
Just 1 week away. Oh God, I did say that a week ago. Now I'm almost oh fuck. I need more coal. There's not enough coal in this map.
There is not. It's in the mountains, unsurprisingly. Trying to think where is. I'm actually gonna look at our infrastructure costs because I'm actually curious what's costing us.
It's not that bad.
Well, I'm curious what's costing us a lot of money.
It's the 36,000 pieces of Class 3 electrified rail.
Probably.
Is half of it basically.
It's like, well, Class 5 electrified rail.
And then...
yeah, that's significantly more money.
Yeah, the Class 5 is only for passengers.
So we have Class 3 electrified rail and oh, the electrification costs so much.
Yeah, but wires.
This is true. But if
but steam locomotives.
I like steam. I don't hate it. It's just, you know, we don't have the good shit yet.
Yeah, this is the issue. It's gonna be like next year when we finally get superpower, and you know, I'm kind of like, you know, people are already giving up on this save. Like, why is the day lake so fucking long?
Well, the idea was that you could play more casually and not like let it consume you, but everyone just let it consume you. So.
Yeah, exactly. I was immediately consumed by. I'm going to make North Africa the most industrious part of this hemisphere.
Speed it up, but that we'd have to rebalance all the industrial output.
I think it's okay for now, because honestly, if this just lasts like, whatever. But yeah.
And then, kind of, I'll be honest, a little bit of my motivation to not push for it to be changed was Jeremy and them bitching that they won't get their Shinkansen.
Honestly, yeah.
When they make everything a Shinkansen.
Yeah, all you need is a T1. That's like the fastest you need to go.
Yeah.
What's the fastest? Well, the electrics kind of get capped at like 100 for a while with the GG1. I think the EP4 can go like 110 or something, but like you can't really go any faster for a while.
I've heard the top speed of a GG1 is 160 miles an hour.
That was an unloaded one, right?
No, it had 10 coaches.
Oh wow, okay.
How the fuck?
That was when the engineer shut off the throttle. He said the top speed of a GG1 is 160 miles an hour.
God damn.
I love that a lot of the Pennsylvania Railroad speed records are just like some dude just wanted to push it one day. And
those motherfuckers should have put speedometers in their shit. They hurt.
No.
They cost money.
The Apocrypha is better.
Because then we could have held it to the fucking Brits.
You know how we held it to the fucking Brits?
Well, I mean, we
That's right, the War of Independence.
Well, honestly, it's just annoying that the British still have the steam high-speed record.
Oh, the Mallard.
Which destroyed its bearings in the process.
We'll fix that soon.
Yeah, they did it the Soviet way, where they like the Soviets flew the MiG-25 at like Mach 3 and just like charred the engines flying over Israel to spook the shit out of them.
Yeah,
you know, and they just did that with the steam engine. This bullshit.
Blew up someone's village.
Oh yeah, well, they did that later, a bunch.
Yeah.
But
then accidentally lands a MiG-25 in Japan from
MiG-25 landing anywhere, not as a a normal landing, is not a good thing. That's a big plane.
Well, there was the defector that was the reason.
Oh, the one that went to Japan.
Yeah, and then we all saw it. We're like, oh shit, it's not as advanced as we thought. We built the F-15 for nothing. Like, we built the.
Not allow a bomber gap.
Yeah.
Just one more bomber.
It's insane reading about Operation Chrome Dome still. Like, okay. That's some superpower country shit. Like,
what's Chrome Dome again?
Chrome Dome is when they flew B-52s 24/7 with
Oh yeah, on
like
constant standby,
over the North Pole. And they would just refuel and keep the airplanes, like individual crews would stay up for like 3 or 4 days at a time.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah. Chrome Dome was legitimately one of the most insane things, and it was only done because the Air Force it was their futile attempt to keep bombers still relevant. It was literally there was no reason to do it because it was just the Air Force being like, see, bombers are still relevant. They're always on time or on schedule to be over the Soviet Union. ICBMs are just a fad. Like
Bombers are still relevant because you can call them back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, technically,
until they don't, go back.
Technically,
Go AWOL.
technically you can.
But then you can shoot them down.
Technically, you can cancel ICBMs mid-flight. You can just terminate them, but like,
You have to do it before they release the warhead.
You have to talk on the phone to Yevgeny for a while.
This is true. Yeah.
You may need a little bit more time for the professionals to get on the phone.
What was it? Theoretically, hypersonics are similar to bombers, but that's a whole different thing.
I think that one's a bit more of a fad than most people think, but
well, I think it's just another DoD scare tactic to get more funding. Like,
well, I mean, the funny thing is, the Bush admin was like, "Oh, these are really expensive. We're not going to develop them to start a fucking arms race," and then Russia and China did it themselves.
But I mean,
extremely rare Bush administration reasonable decision, I guess.
Well, we were always developing hypersonics with the X-43, and then later the X-50.
Well, but they took it off the front burner. They were like, "All right, this doesn't need to happen now."
Yeah, but I mean, like, the funny part is allegedly the Russian and Chinese versions are not as advanced as like most people think that they are, and it's just scared them into spending a lot of money, essentially.
I mean, I would guess the Chinese ones aren't that bad. But
well, when I say advanced, I mean like something that's not comprehensible by the like how they do the scare tactic.
Yeah, the way they were like, "Oh yeah, the missile will fly around South Africa and like hit like San Diego from the other side of the ocean or whatever that Putin one was talking about."
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I always think the air-breathing hypersonics are really cool. I mean, I have a poster of the X-43 in my room, so.
So what's everyone think about Boom Supersonic? They finally got their test airplane.
Well, we should get Matt on because Matt could talk about all that shit forever. But I don't know. I think it's essentially like we live in a time where rich people have enough money to spend money on stupid shit to get them across the world slightly faster. So I think that they'll probably succeed because of that, but also at the same time, there is a lot of little grifts that I'm seeing with those companies, and I don't know if they're totally going to be able to do it.
It's got like 50 seats. It's going to be like a 737. It's going to be able to go boom, 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 back and forth between London and New York, like 800 times a day. I mean, it'll probably actually be cheap. I mean,
well, I mean, like, what did the Concorde? Concorde had like double, right?
Yeah, Concorde was like it had a whole bunch of other bullshit going on though.
Well, Concorde was really complicated.
The problem with supersonic planes are generally like if you keep the fuel burn down and you also keep maintenance costs down, they will work. It's just that like you need to like that's the whole thing is like you need to keep the maintenance down. And that's like the hardest thing to do with supersonic stuff because going supersonic is really, really hard on engines. Especially if you need afterburner to get through the transonic region.
Oh, but Boom doesn't use an afterburner.
I think it does.
No, it does not.
Well, it can supercruise, but I think it still has an afterburner to get through the transonic region.
Like Boom's gotten actual orders?
Yeah, they got United and
United has
they got 35, 20
Yeah.
from American Airlines, and then options for 156.
See, the thing with the
Now, admittedly, the Concorde had a similar situation, but I'll say, boom, no afterburners.
I swear, oh no, now I'm gonna look because like I
Because
swear,
if you get Super Cruise, I think that. Oh, okay, it's 64 to 80 passengers. It's better than I thought.
yeah, because that's the main problem is that like I don't know if let me go to Wikipedia. I don't feel like digging through their shit.
It'll be like a 4-hour flight. You know, I mean, you're gonna be able to do two flights with the same crew. I mean,
because honestly, supersonic airplanes, they're fine. We've designed them since the '60s. It's all about the engines, which I'm trying to figure out what engines they're trying to use.
The Boom Symphony.
Well,
yeah, they've developed their own, which is kind of weird, but also like that's probably the only way to go because what else are you gonna do?
Well,
GE is a part of it.
They're
The
powering.
design for it. So
Oh my god. They're powering their test vehicle with a J-85, which first entered service in 1951. But the modern versions are used in many training aircraft. Using the F5.
oh, it's the same F5 or T-38. Okay,
Yeah.
it's a well understood engine. It's also cheap.
That's kind of I mean, on one hand, oh my God, it's an old engine. On the other hand, yes, 70 years of improvement. Sure, let's go.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
70 years of knowledge.
I don't know. The main thing is just, are you able to produce airframes that are reliable? That's like the main thing for supersonic design.
I mean, people can barely produce reliable subsonic airframes right now.
Well, half the problem with Boeing is that, and my dad has complained about this with like contractors in the US in general, is that like they're no longer building things, they're just final assemblies.
Yes.
They subcontract everything and all they do is put the pieces together.
Return to vertical integration.
Yes. I mean, that's the one thing that SpaceX did well. So.
Yeah, I mean, you do like you've all of a sudden you've spun off the middle of the company into something called Spirit Aerosystems or whatever.
Yeah.
Who has one client, which is Boeing.
Well,
it's like, well, this is just some kind of financial trick.
Well,
they spun it off to raise capital to finish I don't remember which one it was in the like early aughts.
Well, what happens?
The Dreamliner.
Yeah, it was a whole shitstorm.
Well, what happens? What happens is we've had the same thing sort of happen with Amtrak a little bit because we've have friends that have talked about it where it's like you have the one guy that knows how to fix superliner toilets, so he leaves Amtrak and starts his own company that subcontracts superliner toilets.
Oh, this is what every single derailment contractor is.
Yeah.
You guy figures out how to do a good derailment response, and then he quits, and he knows how to make a lot of money off of every class one.
Yeah, because then it's the one company that does the one thing that used to be internal, but now is subcontracted out. Yeah,
like understandably, he goes, "Fuck you, you pay me," but like, yeah, it's stupid. It should be internal, but
yeah, just pay your people that know how to do specific things more. Crazy how that works.
Folks, you heard it here. Pay people the money they're worth.
Yes.
Otherwise, they'll end up charging you a lot more.
Yeah, in an indirect way. Yeah. Oh my. And so many companies just don't figure this shit out until it's too late.
Why the fuck does DB have a fucking freight warehouse next to the Spirit Aerospace factory?
Deutsche Bahn?
Yeah, DB Schnickel or whatever I can fucking say the fucking whole thing.
Fucking Deutsche Bahn?
In Washington?
I knew that like at some point Deutsche Bahn was gonna make moves.
Oh no, they're in Houston now. I saw them like 5 years ago. They're like next. I think it's air shipping stuff.
Well, I mean, like SNCF is in the U.S., right?
Yeah, they took over. I remember when I used to take in high school. I used to take the VRE into school every day, and it was operated by Amtrak until I was in my junior year. and Cialis took over, and everything went to shit immediately. Because
we love the
the
French, don't we, folks?
the thing that it started it was like the niceties went away, right?
Yeah.
Because when Amtrak ran it, the conductor came around and gave everyone candy on Halloween.
Yeah.
And like, everyone was nice. Nothing bad happened. No one bothered you for anything. Callis took over and it was like, welcome to the gulag. It was no longer like a fun experience to take the train there. I guess it was like, the schedules were still okay. Like nothing changed in that fat, but all the crew changed, and it was annoying because there were new people, and the new people didn't like you.
Yeah. There was a guy at the transit camp that happened this weekend, and he worked for Keolis. And every time something came up where Keolis was involved, he's like, I had nothing to do with this. Like,
Not my problem.
Yeah. There was also a girl that showed up. She works for Alstom Comms now and started working there a month ago. And I walked up to her because I saw she had like an Alstom bag or something. I was like, "Hey, what do you do there?" And she's like, "Oh, I work in comms." I'm like, "Oh, I guess you don't know who I am. Okay, good."
Good.
Oh my god, it's so funny. They contacted me on LinkedIn.
Nice lady.
The head of comms for Alstom North America contacted me on LinkedIn. And he was
I
like,
would panic. I would immediately probably lock down my apartment. I would just sort of start boarding up the windows.
well,
Jump at the sound of someone speaking French.
I have a screenshot of it, but on my LinkedIn, LinkedIn does this weird thing where it's like the so and so has viewed your profile, but if you don't pay for LinkedIn's like premium service, it will just say like bus driver at SEPTA has viewed your profile, right? So I logged in one day and it said like some student at some and some university viewed your profile. Lawyer at Alstom has viewed your profile.
Lawyer at Alstom has viewed your profile. I would start. I would have to contact my brother's godmother.
Well, nothing has come from that, but I was just like, I remember seeing that and be like, huh, interesting. Like, slightly concerning.
I just go down to I go down to Roanoke at that point. I would hide out there for a while. Alstom can't get me here.
It's just so fucking funny that they've fumbled so much shit that they're just doing damage control now. Yeah, there's honestly some like, there's a little justice in that, to knowing that they're kind of concerned about everything.
Having some issues.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like looking at trolley modernization right now. I mean, I'm one of the reasons I moved my apartment that I live in right now several years ago, because I thought trolley modernization was happening. And I don't believe it's happening at this point. It's just not going to happen. Because I thought it was going to happen in 2011.
Yeah.
We're 14 years in the future.
Well, honestly, at this point, I'm more concerned about like downgrades in the system because of trolley mod. Because like they're not going to be able to run the articulated sets as fast as they do the K cars. No way.
They got to make sure those things go fast, and if they don't, they're gonna get fucked up.
Because like, there's gonna be some reason they can't go 45 miles an hour in the tunnel. Like, there's gonna be something. And it's
maybe there won't be though.
Maybe,
but there probably will be.
Yeah.
You gotta get people with the same attitude.
It's thankfully the SEPTA trolley department seems to be the one department that really likes what they do, and they really don't like when they can't run stuff a certain way.
They also seem to be like the enemies of everyone else in SEPTA.
Which is not a bad thing sometimes.
Well, but it's also like, well, all these trolleys should be buses.
Yeah.
That's the official line.
Well, I mean, that's part of the reason why the 15 has been taking a long time, is I know that SEPTA planning does not like the 15.
Mhm.
Or I should say SEPTA lack of planning department.
The lack of planning department, yes. I mean, this is the lack of want to department.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
essentially what I've been told is that there's two problems with the SEPTA planning department. One is that it's become very bloated because it's like absorbed a bunch of other departments like procurement and real estate stuff. And so there's just a lack of focus, I guess. And then the other thing I've heard is that there's just a lot of people like in the planning department that are just institutional, like sort of people that don't believe in like planning new big things, which is
I'll
like,
put me in charge of SEPTA real estate. I would do that in an instant. I would be like, we're gonna build a skyscraper that's 12,000 stories tall,
well, the interesting thing that I
like
didn't know.
next to Mequon Station or something.
Well, that's what the controversial video I'm tempted to make is the SEPTA like save the train Chestnut Hill West people. I'm like, what would truly save your train is if you actually built up the west Chestnut Hill West line with like insane amounts of TOD.
Yeah, you could put like a whole bunch of big buildings there.
Yeah.
I think you could do like a whole bunch of big buildings there without even like tearing down anything that's important.
Yeah.
I think you could probably do like a whole bunch of big buildings up there. I think the other thing you could do, um, I mean, one of the things about like it's insane that they're the consideration is we're gonna take out the Chestnut Hill West line before the Chestnut Hill East line. It's the Chestnut Hill West line. This is the better engineered line.
Well,
Although it also kind of isn't because of the junction. Other
well,
than the junction, the rest of it's very good.
well, you know the reason why they said that, right?
I
Like,
assume to get everyone mad so they get
yes.
funding.
Yes. No, they purposely, SEPTA released the Doomsday Map, and in the Doomsday Map, they purposely made the Chestnut Hill West line, the Media line, and I think it's like the Warminster line have major cutbacks. And it's like, interesting. Let's look at the median house value along those lines specifically. Wow, it seems like there's a lot of rich people along those lines. I wonder what SEPTA's doing.
If they cut back the media line, I would walk into the office, like with you ever watch They Live?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be all out of bubble gum.
You ever watch The Matrix?
That's great. Yeah, I
Walk
mean,
into 1, 2, 3, 4 Market. Is anyone in the chat? Would you look really hot in leather? I have an idea.
Working on it.
Yeah.
What was it? But yeah, no, they purposely put out the Doomsday Map of lines that specifically had people that they could mobilize that are generally more affluent to go like bother like state reps. Which so I gotta hand it to Septon. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of funny how you need to scare the rich people to take away their train to go get them to actually advocate for better transit service.
Well, it's kind of weird, like the strategy that they're doing, considering what's his face at will matter right now, who has been
Oh,
doing exceptionally well by like, okay, we're gonna lead with extra service.
well, I mean, it's like that's the thing is that like we need a better leader of SEPTA because Leslie Richards isn't bad, but she's also not good
Yeah.
because she's a very I mean, I hate to use the Zoomer word, but very mid when it comes to transit people.
Well, yeah, that was sort of the impression I got when she came in here. Um,
Because
I
like,
was like, okay, she's at least like using the transit system, but she's getting on at the Mequon station and like taking the train in from there. She's like, this is not like I'm not someone who strikes me as like I am going to, I want to do this as my career. This is someone who
it's a political stepping stone.
maybe a political stepping stone, maybe it is not like I don't know. It'd be nice if we could get people into these positions who are like they are they want to do public transit.
Yeah.
She has not like sort of struck me as a person who is here for the public transit.
Well, yeah, she's there because it was a. She moved from PennDOT to SEPTA, so it's like very much just like a kind of political move for the most part. It's
Although the other thing is like you think about someone who probably is there for public transit, it's fucking Pat Dion. He has a caboose in his backyard.
wait, really?
Although we
doubting
all hate
that.
Pat Dion, he is a foamer.
Oh,
Wait, so the
foamer
dude,
derogatory,
the dude that
okay.
wanted SEPTA defunded for the most part is a fucking foamer.
Yes.
I didn't.
It's the lead in the water, that whole generation's.
It really
gotta write
is
off.
like the whole generation of boomers that are like into trains. They kind of have all of them have sort of insane sort of ideas and concepts of what they think is good.
They
It's
treat the railroads like their girlfriends. That is abusively.
oh well, I got some
Yeah.
information from a
It's actually
friend.
kind of a good way to put it.
I was talking to a friend at TransitCon. I won't say who because then like
Yeah, understandable.
but basically they worked at this railroad. I'll lead into this. They worked at this.
Railroad.
They worked at this
They
railroad.
worked at a railroad.
They worked at
All
this
right,
railroad
narrowing it down.
that went out of Providence and went north. And
All right, that narrows it down quite a bit, but
and they said that the owner of the railroad was a very very show-offy person, and he would purposely invite women to rail yards to be like, yeah, that's all of my stuff.
oh god.
And this other person really, really liked specific old-timey companies and bought a specific airline trademark to turn in his company into that.
That guy, okay.
Yep. And I got more and more information about this guy of like, oh yeah, he'd invite women to the rail yards and he'd have sex with them in the rail yards or something. Like,
oh my god.
Like, okay, sure, huh?
Hey, you want to see my 450 coal cars?
No, literally. Or it would be like, you want to see the F units or something like it's
Hey,
like
girl, you want to see my unit train?
like literally they wouldn't. These women probably would not care if it wasn't for the fact that this guy had like
You want to join the mile long club?
Yeah. Like these women would not care if he did not have $1 million to be able to do this.
He was a class 1 guy. He could have said, you want to join my 2-mile long club?
Ooh.
But yeah, no,
APSR.
that specific
sex thing now.
But yeah, that specific generation of railroad related people have some
executives
wild concepts of what is good and what is bad about or how you should run shit.
The last good CEO of BNSF, I'm trying to remember his name at the moment. I think is Matt Robinson or something.
Yeah.
He was the guy that last electrification study happened under. If he was still around, I think it would have maybe happened. But
is that the like 1980s one?
No, it's from like he was around till the like early 2010s, if I remember correctly.
Wait, when was the last study?
2011.
Holy shit! Really? Huh?
Yeah, if I remember correctly. I
yeah,
mean, that was like, oh, they should have pulled the trigger then. Interest rate was like fucking nothing. They could have just gotten the money for free, basically.
Yeah.
They could have electrified that whole bitch for like the money they spent double tracking it.
Well, that's like the
Or
thing.
maybe like double
but
that.
what if they had done stock buybacks though?
They could do that too. With all the money they'd get from stealing the last bit of intermodal traffic from UP.
True.
God, UP somehow. God, the SP UP merger. That'd be a decent episode. Like, it's such a nightmare. The traffic jam all the way to fucking Oregon from New Orleans. Like, oh my god.
It's just a travesty that they kept the UP name instead of the SP name.
It's a travesty that it was allowed to happen in any way. Like it did. Like half of Texas UP trackage should have been like stripped off of it to someone else. Like it was such a shitstorm. Like they have trackage rights, but like it's like, you know, the trackage rights where I like make it miserable for you to go anywhere.
They were shamed by Neil Young.
Yeah.
Which, admittedly, they should have been. How's it $14,000 to build some road? Oh my god. Wait, where the hell am I? Okay, yeah. I found the one Greek town in northern Africa.
Oh.
I'm trying to like. I think a good thing to do would be to connect every single town in my operating area.
That's what we are slowly working towards.
Yeah.
Pinsk will be a huge city. Guarantee it. That's what we're already grouped to almost 2,000 just in a day.
I'm hoping that I can get Algiers to be the largest city on the map.
As long as it's not Paris, I'm okay.
Yeah, honestly.
Well, did you ever hear about the like the French Language Institute was supposed to be headquartered in the largest French-speaking city? And then when it became Algiers, which was something in like the late 90s, they were like, no, it's headquartered in Paris.
All those fucking assholes.
This is why we need to grow Quebec City to the biggest French-speaking.
I still love the meme that's gone around a couple times of the last week where it's like highlight of like the Louisiana Purchase and like Quebec, and it's like the real French speakers.
Oh yeah.
And France is highlighted as cosplayers.
My favorite version of that is like it's like highlighted the top of Argentina and like the side of Bolivia and like part of Brazil, and it says like and then it highlights it says like the real people, and then it highlights Italy as like the fake cosplaying people.
The first time I went to Quebec, Liam and I were going to Montreal.
Yeah.
We crossed the border at where were we? Like 87. We went across the border. Then we went to a whatchamacallit, the donut place, a Tim Hortons.
Okay.
And I attempted to order a coffee in French. And you know what happened?
They probably said
I forgot how to speak French.
Yeah.
And I also forgot how to speak English.
Ah.
And the guy just stared at me. And then Liam's dad had to order the coffee for me.
Got caught in like a language paralysis.
Yes.
That's great.
The language is gone.
My tongue is gone.
Yeah. I am Quebec. I am. It's over.
It's funny if you ask any like French speaker from France what they think of the Quebecese, and it's like they just are like those hicks.
They're such haters. I have to respect it.
Yeah, no, the French are professional haters. So at least
but
give
also
them that.
I respect the Quebecois for being hated.
Yeah.
But also they're also good haters.
But they're also good haters is the other thing.
Yeah.
They're also racist assholes. So somehow ended up the most racist province in Canada.
I mean, isn't that just a hater in a different form?
No, it's just something that happens when you speak French. It makes you more racist. It's like a 10% plus like debuff on like you just become more racist.
Yeah.
What was it?
It's a shame because French is a fun language.
Yeah, it's a very goofy language.
Oh, oui, oui.
Exactly. Baguette.
Baguette.
Oh, some guy in chat is talking about the guy in Council Bluffs that keeps harassing UP crews.
All right, fuck you. You live in Council Bluffs. You know what you signed up for. Like,
yeah,
like it is. His videos are funny, but like, come on.
Yeah,
you know what you signed up for.
I think his name is Sean or something like that. But yeah, his videos are pretty popular in railfan groups because it's like just guys screaming at Jivo moving at 0.5 mile an hour.
Jivo that's been parked for millennia.
Yeah.
There's a lot of railfan videos that I just don't understand.
I mean,
yeah,
it's kind of like.
There's a lot of very obscure shit now, I found.
The Zoomers. They've ruined us. They're making us old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They took us to the ocean that makes you old.
the
beach that makes you
old. Beach that makes you old. Whatever. I couldn't fucking remember it. See, I'm old. I'm now.
That's open
yeah.
TDD.
Yeah.
Give here an open TDD. It's making you old. You know when this game came out?
When I was a month before I was born.
Yeah, month before I was born too. Granted, this is an open source implementation of that game, but it's very old.
Yeah.
I think I was maybe like 11 when they like did the open source version.
And you're playing it against people who were born after you started playing it.
There's people here who were born after 9/11 in this server.
Yes.
It's never been more over.
Well, you know what?
People here who have never heard of a priority merge. There are people who have never used pre-signals.
Oh yeah.
What was the thing that really killed me the other day when someone like making me feel old? Well, there was one that was like there's people that don't know what YouTube annotations are.
Oh.
I know, right?
Okay, wait, that's only like 3 years ago.
No. That's more than a decade ago.
No way.
Moons ago when these old oaks.
Oh god. Time is just going. Oh fuck.
Yeah, no, it's YouTube annotations have an existence. It's like I think 2013 or 2014.
They should bring them back.
Pretty useful when they existed.
Yeah. Well, they were a good. My favorite. There was this like meme video back in the day that had like hundreds of them on, and you literally could not see the video because there were so many of them.
Are they still in the old videos, or are they just gone?
I think there's some legacy ones that they're in, but for the most part, no.
Damn.
I will be right back.
I'm actually curious. Does chat know? I don't think they're available in some of the older videos. Oh no, I think there's a toggle that you can like it's off by default, but you can in legacy videos you can turn them on. I think that's how it works.
Now I want to find one.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's a toggle that's off by default, but you can turn it on legacy videos that have them. But again, I'm not entirely certain.
All right, I'm gonna look at the YouTube video on how to use them, and then see if it's in the little gears section. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is.
Okay. So they do exist on old legacy videos. You just have to turn it on. I need to find that one meme video that's just a spamming of like the insane like it was so funny. I need to find that. Information top right of it. No, we're talking about annotations. Annotations were basically these like What was a good way to describe them? It was like those end of the video things where you could click on stuff, but they weren't exactly for videos. They were for messages. They were for like links. They were for anything.
If you could
Yeah,
pull
you
up
could
the
put 'em just
Discord, just
anywhere in the
show them
video.
this image.
Yeah, I think that's like the video I'm thinking of, where it's just like a shit ton of them. Yeah, I mean, if you just look up YouTube animations, you'll see annotations. But honestly, they were a really good way to fix mistakes in post, because you can't like replace the video, but you could at least do an annotation over, like, say, like a typo or something. But yeah.
Really good on
Yeah.
like tutorial videos.
Yes.
It would be very good if you were, say, half as interesting, and you had made a video about a certain corridor in Southern California that.
That's a lot of
was
annotations.
That's a lot of annotations. Yeah.
God, if I finish this Parkway video early enough in the week, I will do a very quick video on that, because oh my god.
That's so bad. Like, come on, man.
It also just gives me an opportunity to just dunk on that shit, and like I've wanted to do that for a while, so.
The thing that got me about that one, the thing that really got me, it was not getting the wrong subject. It was not getting the wrong locations. It was that he said cargo when he should have said freight. Because cargo goes on ships, and cargo at rest is cargo at risk is not as snappy as freight at rest is freight at risk.
Yeah.
It just does not work.
Doesn't
You're
have that
using too many syllables.
Yeah.
It was
It just doesn't work as
well, it was that, and it was
People
also
gotta learn about freight. It's not cargo, it's freight.
honestly the funniest thing is the BNSF versus UP thing. That's the funniest thing to me.
Like, and then he has like the BNSF like logo on shit. It's like, this dude, like, they're litigious. They're like the most litigious class 1. Like, and it's really well documented that wasn't them. So it would be funny if he got a fucking letter from a lawyer.
Just make I would make
funny. Please do not sue him. Please no one sue him. I don't want to.
I don't think. Yeah, he doesn't need to get sued.
Well,
they would just.
I don't want to be
notice.
involved in a YouTube beef.
Well, no,
yeah.
you just what you
But
do.
I do want to be annoyed.
Well, what you do is you just be like, on a second channel video, you'd be like, "Hey, farmers, I've heard, allegedly, supposedly, that BNSF doesn't like when people misconstrued them with other things. I don't know. There might be a video out there that has done that recently."
This is a message directly given to Mr. Berkshire Hathaway.
Ring, ring. Yes.
Ring, ring.
Or just a letter that goes to Buffett himself.
Yeah. Hey, Buffett, I have something for you. Yes, it's
Mr.
important.
Buffett. There's a man on YouTube defiling your name.
They said your trains are getting stolen from. I know your trains are not getting stolen from, Mr. Buffett.
This is how we bring down Nebula. It's okay now because Abby's in Star Wars. We don't have to worry about them anymore.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, I mean, like, literally the only reason I haven't said anything about Nebula out loud is because, like, there is people I really like that are involved with it, but my god, is the CEO an asshole. I still can't believe what Reese told me. That was insane shit. Reese basically went to whatever had an interaction with the CEO where the CEO basically insulted Reese's audience. So not probably the best practice there.
You gotta respect your people. I mean, that doesn't sound very good.
Yeah. Even if they're not like going to be professional, at least be not professional in a way that's not problematic. At least that's what I would think.
Or be problematic in an interesting way. That's called an eccentricity.
True. You're quirky.
Yeah. Be quirked up. Worked up streamer boy.
Let's see. Well, I think it's funny, Brian, what you were saying about when you mentioned my name at the con or whatnot.
Oh yeah, I went to the furry convention, and there's a lot of like urbanist nerds who wanted to meet up, and it's like I'd mention Alan, and they'd be like, "Oh, he's a spicy one," and then I'd mention, "Oh, have you watched Do Not Eat?" and they'd be like, "Who?" And then I would say, "Oh, well, there's your problem." And they'd be like, so most of them would go, "Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah," and it's like, damn, all the youngins haven't watched the good shit.
Real though.
Yeah,
Listen, I like what I'm doing better than when I was doing
understandable.
Oh, yeah.
I don't blame you for not wanting to deal with the nightmare that is City
Well,
Skylines.
we were discussing this earlier. We were like, half the reason we stopped playing City Skylines is because we would load all these mods, do a game, and then come back to the game maybe a week or two later, and one of the mods updated and the save file just doesn't
could
work.
literally be the next day.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is they gave us this game like ages and ages ago, and it was like this is City Skylines 2, and I was kind of like, well, maybe I should wait for this to come out. And you know, it took 2 years after that, and then the game that came out 2 years later looked identical to the game we got 2 years ago.
Huh. I wonder if they just didn't, because like when I talked to the developers, when they were talking about like having it in videos and stuff like that, they legitimately seemed like they were excited for it, but definitely worried. Like it almost seemed like there wasn't enough people on the project. That's what it seemed like.
There's It's not all their fault.
I mean,
it's not all their fault.
It's usually not.
But there's stuff I know that I can't say on the stream.
Understandable, yeah. But it's
also like it's been a fucking disaster.
Yeah.
I don't know why they didn't let it cook longer.
Yeah. Honestly, it's
There's a lot of reasons. One of which was Russia invading Ukraine. But
yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think about that because yeah, part of their studio was in Ukraine. Huh.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, because what part of Paradox is in Ukraine or was in Ukraine, I guess.
No, the contractor.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Because I know.
Again, there's not much I probably shouldn't have said that.
You're good.
Yeah, there's not much they can do to me now, so you know, I would whatever.
What was it? I mean, like there was other Russian or Belarusian developers like Wargaming and War Thunder that had to do a lot of interesting things when that whole stuff happened because of the war. Gaijin specifically, because they're actually in Russia, where Wargaming was in Belarus. So yeah, kind of interesting what happened there. Gaijin also gets a lot of stuff from the Russian government, I think, or at least they've distanced themselves from it now, I think.
Well, they moved over to Hungary.
Okay.
The core of the studio, but they still have a lot of guys in Russia.
Slightly less problematic country, but only slightly.
Well, Hungary was like the cheap place to move into the EU for studios from Eastern Europe, because like I think Wargaming moved there too, and some other Russian studios.
Wargaming moved to Greece.
Well, there was like a couple other ones, I think, but yeah.
Yeah.
The ones who have definitely stayed in Russia and are weird about it are the people who made Tarkov.
This doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was funny when I learned that the CEO makes the music for that game.
Really?
Yeah.
I would probably
he's a real like one of those like crazy like guys who owns a company guys.
Really? Okay.
I would probably be weird about it if I stayed in Russia.
Oh,
I'd be really weird if I was in Russia right now.
I mean, you can't really say anything or else, like, you basically disappear.
I don't think anything he has to say is anti-Putin. So.
Oh, no. I just mean in general.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing is, like, most of the people who were super, like, anti-Putin of some sort have left. Because they're just, like, they've realized there's no way to sort of get around this shit without getting killed. which is really sucks.
It seems like you have to be. But yeah, there's like no one who's anti-Putin, right? You know, it's not like domestic protests. I mean, it sort of exists, but it's like sort of like in the United States where you can have like a huge, massive protest and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, the US is weird because it sort of does things, but it takes a while. Um,
Well, we did eventually end the Iraq War after the largest protest in history in 2003 or something.
yeah.
Ugh.
What was it?
We did end the war in Afghanistan when we lost.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. The media response to it was so unhinged. The president's never gonna do that again. Like,
Well, the
oh my
most
god.
frustrating part is that it was entirely the State Department's fault too.
No, we lost that war like
Okay, but like
We
the
lost that war when we
2004
started it.
or 3.
oh no no
Yeah, we lost that war because we went as a major power into Afghanistan.
true.
We said
Like,
we're going to make the Soviets lose in Afghanistan.
Oh no, I
and
didn't.
then we are going to go into Afghanistan and also lose.
and we lost even more whenever we basically like started a whole
We're going
nother
to lose
war
harder.
and
We're going to
lost
prove
like
that we can
interest in
lose
that
better
one.
than the Soviets can.
By fuck up of the State Department, I mainly mean it was the exit, not the war itself. The war
Oh,
itself was
yeah.
obviously an issue, but apparently the
Oh yeah, like ideally you would not have had people falling out of wheel wells of airplanes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was gonna say the war itself was kind of just a legacy of the Bush administration and dealing with that, but like the exit was the real major issue, because it's like that's any
That is ugly.
yeah, because any president after Bush had to deal with that, and it's like you could at least deal with that a little bit more smoothly, because that was entirely kind of on the State Department. State Department just failed that because like DoD had a plan, but the State Department rushed the whole thing for some reason, which is like frustrating because everyone I've talked to in the military was like, yeah, there was a plan, but for some reason the State Department just wanted everything out immediately, and it's like, okay. Sure.
Folks, it's Foreign Policy Hour here on Alan Fisher Extras.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Armenian genocide now.
Oh god, that one is just agony.
I love the Balkans.
We really just let him get away with that shit.
Well, that was like in the. When was the Armenian genocide?
That was like at the same time. The last wave of it was like the same time as the Palestine shit was kicking off.
Turkey,
Oh, okay.
Turkey number
right,
one.
Yeah, they were doing another round. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when they finally like closed the noose on the encirclement and basically just did what 80,000 people were ethnically cleansed.
Was that was Turkey, right, or was that the Kurds?
No, Azerbaijan. I mean,
Oh,
Turkey's
It's
involved
Azerbaijan.
because
Yeah, those
they give
bastards.
them weapons and shit. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, there was some really bad footage coming out of that because there was all the loitering munition shit, which is just evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Azerbaijan also notably has very bad railroad infrastructure.
aka none,
Another strike
right?
against them.
I thought they mostly preserved the Soviet stuff.
Yeah, but the railroad crossings are bad. That's the only
Yeah.
thing I've seen out of Azerbaijan is like the railroad crossings are
I
really
saw
bad.
that they're like making their connection with the Iranian railway system better, but which is like the one part of the Iranian system that's electrified that has like the fucking toasters from Sweden.
Yeah, I
someone
thought the
said
Iranians like mostly standard gauge.
someone asked very
Oh
briefly.
yeah, they're all standard gauge with
Someone
like
asked-
AAR couplers and everything.
Someone asked very briefly if Roz is in the game. Yes, Roz is this entire red railroad over here in northern Africa.
Yes, I am. I am. Whatchamacallit? I'm the Le Dame de Terre.
Let's see.
Which, if anyone here knows about Fanon, That's the wretched of the earth.
What's your main industry chains?
So I have North Africa Motors,
I see.
which is,
I see the slogan.
yeah, I bless the wheels down in Africa.
See, I'm trying to see where your big hubs are. Let's see what's here.
That's tires. That's the tire factory.
That's the farm area. Farm supplies, and then what's this one? Engine service.
Yes, there is an engine service. That's where the headquarters is as well. I was intending to make that bigger, but I haven't. I've only just started making a lot of money, so I haven't been able to pretty this up yet. And also, I'm still just waiting for the superpower to show up,
It's
so I can increase speeds overall.
what is this? Yumla? How do you say that?
Where?
Where your headquarters is.
I have no idea how to say that. That's just where the building is.
It's the Altoona of Africa.
Yes, this is African Altoona.
El
Altoona.
Yeah.
Speaking of Altoona. Oh wait, someone in the chat says, didn't Azerbaijan get some of the Stadler KISS train sets? I actually don't know.
Yes.
Maybe?
No, I got whatever the double decker one. Yeah, they got some Stadler Kisses.
Interesting.
And they're like weird ones, I believe.
They're the Russian gauge ones, where because Moscow has some too.
And they're apparently the most luxurious train in Azerbaijan.
I would assume.
Oh, and they also have those weird Jivos, the fun one, the really goofy ones.
Oh, where they're like like they have like a Soviet cab on them.
No. It's like a modern new build Jivo, but it's like just a double cab brick, and it's very boring and ugly looking.
I mean, that's kind of every export Jivo except for like.
Oh no, it's like exceptionally goofy looking.
Oh, okay.
I think they make them in Kazakhstan.
Someone
like parts kits from Erie.
I was like on Instagram Reels, and someone caught the Egyptian Jivo export or whatever it was going through Norfolk.
They got like actual Jivos though, I think, right?
No, they have different cabs.
Oh, but like they have like side platforms and shit, right? Or is it cowed?
I think they have side walkways. I could be wrong. Also, is Ian still playing in game? Because I noticed that the Rome Railroad or whatever has the base tunnel now.
He's been playing like a little bit every morning, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see the Alps base tunnel running MP54s back and forth.
I was about to say this day length setting is very short.
The what setting?
The day length setting.
I thought you said it was long.
Oh, excuse me, long. Yes. Yeah, so,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I roughly.
The idea
time is confusing to me.
Well, I think I calculated it. One day roughly takes 45 minutes.
Yeah.
No, wait. No. It's like a year is like...
A year is a day or so.
Okay.
It's about... I think a year is about 14 or 15 hours.
Okay, so maybe it's a month takes about 45 minutes. I forget what calculation.
It's not especially good because we hear people are already dropping out because this is the networks have been built out and we don't even have superpower steam yet.
We have electrics.
I think I'll talk about rebalancing it tomorrow.
Honestly, just speed it up like 30%.
I'm gonna be up to do that because I don't.
But
have
the thing
that,
because what is it? You have to once you increase the time or make it faster.
You have to change cargo generation to make sure not everyone's just like crippled by like 9 gazillion tons of everything needing to go everywhere.
Makes sense.
I don't know. I can like pretty quickly. I could cripple everyone by like
Well-
starting to really seriously export North African motor cars.
You're like good at this game. Not everyone in the server's good at this game.
Well, you can see by all the companies
I've
that
been playing this since before some people on this server were born.
At least half of them.
well, you can see by all the companies that are kind of underwater at the moment on the chart. Not everyone is. It's honestly they just have to run freight. A lot of people just aren't running a lot of freight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
skill issue.
Yeah. Also, it's weird. Like looking at Paris. Paris isn't that like built up compared to some of the other bigger cities in the game, and it still is #1, which I don't quite get.
It's the cursed a gajillion little cities sprinkled around it. That's really annoying.
Well, I mean, Warsaw kind of has that problem too.
Hold on. Let me take a look at Paris. I can try and attempt to diagnose the problem. If I can find Paris.
Oh, they're
Well,
French. That's
It's the
first
middle
problem.
of the network in France. It's kind of obvious.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. So we have there's sort of an RER system, right? And
They-
there's
yes,
sort of
they
a
do.
metro system. And there's sort of there's a lot of sort of. I mean, another issue here is that the town expansion is so like small and it takes so long that you can't like do ridiculous things like have a town that's 100,000 population.
Yeah, I
Um,
wish it was a little faster.
It will happen.
It will happen eventually.
I think I might
Um,
ask to bump that up tomorrow or overnight.
Well, that's the thing is if I just see the game's interesting to me because I did disappear for a day or two and then come back to it. I'm like, oh, interesting.
Yeah, the idea was that you could do that. Like
Yeah.
that was Ian and I's idea when we were like kind of brainstorming this over the last like year. Is to have a game that was like real long time scale, big map, so people would take their time, and then we forgot that we all don't take our time.
no, I immediately took over North Africa.
Assumed direct control.
hmm
Let's see.
I built the anti-colonial railway.
I guess I could do I was tempted to do like a metro or something around one of our cities, Brian.
Oh no, you've made the mistake of tripping into actual colonialism, though. You've colonized southern Spain.
No. Well, yeah, obviously I got up to Cordoba. Yeah.
The Twitter call-up posts have left the launch tubes.
Look,
You've
Cordoba.
become the colonizer.
Cordoba is where the caliphate should start.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
This is the counter Reconquista.
Yes, I have the only Islamic railway in this game.
For now, only Islam.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's someone in Bosnia, isn't there?
Who's in
Yeah.
Bosnia?
Someone's in Greece.
Whoever the gray one is.
The
Is,
Balkan
like, close to it.
Balkan Railroad.
You got
You know what
competition
is like a
for the title of the
fucking wild
Islamic
thing
railways.
I
What?
found out.
What?
So, during the caliphate in Spain, in Cordoba, they had gas streetlights in the 1100s.
Oh, that fucks.
How? Did it wait like natural gas or like oil lamps?
Like natural gas.
How? I guess it just
Well, I
had
mean,
like
it's not that hard.
I guess they had like surface vents that just was venting natural gas and they just kind of plumbed it.
Getting natural gas is not that hard.
Well, I
It
guess
just
in
kinda
that
comes out of the ground.
I guess in that section
it
of
just
the world.
comes out of the ground. It's natural for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Someone asked, Focus 9912. I'm sure that's another Steam engine. Asked in the chat, are there any ex-Soviet state that maintain decent railroad infrastructure though? It's pretty much everyone but like Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan.
So that's like all of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
I mean,
yeah, it's like the railroads are like. I guess Armenia's kind of sucks, but that's also because of like the situation with Azerbaijan and being like cut off.
But like most Soviet countries were sort of turned into foamers accidentally.
And like the Georgia shit was all fucked up by the South Ossetian War because of the like the main connection was from like down the coast in the Black Sea. So now all their freight that goes to the rest of the former Soviet Union has to go through Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean the basic situation is like especially during the collapse of the Soviet Union, the public transit infrastructure was the only institution that could keep running.
Yeah,
You know, it was sort of like um
It was like needed. It was like
it was needed. It was also like no one could sell like you couldn't sell it off because it didn't make money.
yeah.
So this was like the only part of civil society that kept running versus you live in bumfuck Siberia and like you know your steel mill got sold off to Western bullshit and
some
you
German
got laid
guy.
off. Yeah, it's some German guy, and they were like, "Well, we'll buy the assets and cut our losses and just turn the whole thing off." The only thing that was left in your city was the public transit system that was designed to bring you to the steel mill, which is now shut down.
Yeah.
But that kept running.
Yep. That's why there's a bunch of like ex-Soviet tramways that go kind of out to the middle of nowhere in a lot of places.
Well, now like if you look at like what's happened in the war in Ukraine, like the Ukrainian state railways have have an immense amount of state capacity that you just don't
Yes.
see in Western European railways. Like they have hospitals. Like I think a
Yes.
lot of people don't realize that like the former Soviet republics railways are like institutions, like in the
Yeah.
If
old
you
railroad way.
if you want to get mad at George Soros for a non-anti-Semitic way, it was for selling off all these Soviet institutions.
Yeah,
Oh, he was
Yeah.
part of that? I didn't realize that,
He
huh?
was instrumental in that, yes.
Huh.
He was, yeah, it was this this whole thing like people, you know, they got shares in the industries they worked in. They didn't know what the hell having shares in the industry was,
Yeah.
and they were like, I can sell these off immediately for hard cash. And then
that you
suddenly the
need.
factory that was providing you with a job, with health care, with, you know, a pension and so on and so forth was bought by, I don't know, German fuckface. And
Yeah.
it was fucking gone. It was over. It was done. It was shut down. You know,
Some German who just finished pilfering Eastern Germany is now like ready for more, not
yeah.
satisfied,
Yeah,
and
I'm here to I'm here to take over
here to
Siberia.
fuck
Yeah.
shit up.
That's where I think a lot of the German efficiency, and putting that in quotations, comes from. Is it's like some guy from Germany goes to Eastern European country, says, "I'm going to fix your terrible communist industries that fell apart," and then he just kind of just pillages it.
We are here to propose a partnership. We will make the Volkswagen components for nothing with your peasant wages, and to further ensure that Germany's exports are very good and profitable. And yeah, and then
Yup.
yet another Eastern European country is just obliterated economically.
Yes.
Yup.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
The
It's not good. It's not good at there. I mean,
yeah,
no.
the closer you are to Germany, usually the less fucked up it was. But like, yeah, it was not good.
the only place that works is you know, the Czech Republic.
Yeah, the Czech Republic, they got their shit together still. Other
Yeah,
than burning Lignite,
they
but
have like
I forgive
you
them
know,
on that one.
that's just because everything runs on like absurd clockwork systems, you know,
Yeah.
like pneumatic tubes and shit. You know, it's like
the Germans couldn't take over just because they couldn't
the
figure
Germans
it
couldn't
out.
figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were better at being Germans than the Germans were.
I was talking to Adam something, and he was showing me this one railroad that starts near the border of Germany, below what is it?
I know that you mentioned this.
Yeah,
one. I
it's
found
literally
it, yeah.
and the Czech railroad that starts on the one side, literally it leaves the station that looks like it's an old warehouse and then just a kind of like cracked concrete platform. But the DMU that's leaving it is actually kind of nice. And then this DMU goes about 1 or 2 stops at rural, like flag stop looking places. Then stops at this place that looks like it's like a general store out in the middle of a forest. And then from there, it goes on a switchback where it has to reverse, and then continues on the line, and then that ends up in a satellite city.
I found it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insane.
That's one of the coal mining towns on the frontier.
Insane railroad. Absolutely insane. And it's funny. It gets like...
You're describing the Amtrak Hilltopper.
Yeah, it gets...
And the German side, of course, has been abandoned.
Yeah, well, it's...
only like 1 mile away.
Yeah, well, there's apparently, allegedly, something to continue it, but I don't think the Germans want to deal with that switchback.
Bus replacement train. Oh, okay, very German solution.
Yeah, but the
Germans got way too into austerity.
But
it's a fetish. It's a national fetish.
It is a national fetish.
Brian, I should say about the German
which is bad if you're German. Think about other German fetishes.
They have way funner things to be into than
actually
that.
Don't think about German fetishes.
Brian, I should say about that German section that got severed. It was severed in 1942.
Oh.
Wow. Who did that?
Wait, no, that's when both sides of that were German. Like that was when they were the Germans in the fucking Sudetenland.
So yeah, it's the right of way.
Speaking German right now, not me.
The right of way is there, but it hasn't run anything for a while. The right of way, I think, it now is a bike trail, topical for part of the right of way too.
They bike trailed my railroad.
The Germans.
God, they are way too into austerity.
Rail trail.
Well,
they're just so it's so bad. Like every time I get a glimpse of it, it's jarring. Like what is wrong with
They have more trains in the U.S., but that's not saying much.
They're all late though.
Yeah. Well,
the Germans will be the first nation to turn a high-speed rail line into a rail trail.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my god. Well, the funny part is that like the UK, famously a place that has like high fares and people complain all the time about it, has still one of the highest modal shares of rail riders in Europe, which I think is wild.
Or their trains generally show up on time.
Yeah.
The British rail system is one of the best in the world. It is very, very, very good. Despite how much they try to kill it every year.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
It really is. In spite of everything
it's really hard.
Does.
It's like it's not good because of any government policy. It is just so resilient that they can't kill it.
They overbuilt it so much. Like, I mean, of course, it's just a byproduct of like colonizing a third of the world, but like, still.
Well, it's also that, and I think that like
consider look at India. That's a great rail system right there.
That's a fucking great rail system.
Well, that's a rail system that needs way more capacity for the demand, but yeah.
Oh no, they're working on it. Have you? I mean.
Oh no, I know, but still.
Oh. But I want to ride a train with the doors that are just the train with no doors. I want to do that.
What was it? The Indian trains also will be like an 18-car long passenger train, and it will be
it'll like even longer. It'll be like 25. It's the only way you get longer.
25 cars. The last car has an X on the back,
and it will be like a 25 car.
No doors.
It'll be a 20.
It's going 500 miles an hour, but it's going 50 miles an hour, but it feels like 500 miles an hour.
Well, it's like a 25 car train with a brake van that has one electric locomotive. It's a local train between small villages, and it is totally packed. It's like
it's totally packed. It's going 70 miles an hour,
Yeah.
and it feels like 700 miles an hour. It ran over 5 children today, and it will run over 5 more children on into its terminal. But that's fine. It's normal. It's in.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's their whole network is insane. And it's just like it works, but yeah. The thing I was going to say about like Britain is that like it's such an old system that like because it's such a legacy of the country, no one will kill it because the person that kills it is then known as the "you killed our country's history" type guy. So that's
Alan, you got a top chat here.
Oh yeah, thoughts on the rail infrastructure bill money going to 4 projects.
What are the projects?
Well, I assume they're asking what 4 projects you think it should go to.
Oh wait, no, they have another comment down here.
Oh, BART VTA project, downtown extension. What's the downtown extension? Seattle Light Rail.
That's the bad one.
No, but that's 2 different projects, right? Or is that the?
Is it?
Because they put a comma, unless I'm reading that wrong. Seattle Light Rail extension, SAS2. I don't know what SAS2 is.
I believe that would be 2nd Avenue subway 2.
Oh, okay. Chicago.
They're putting a second subway under the 2nd Avenue subway.
Okay. Chicago Red Line. Well, Chicago Red Line is probably the one that helps the most disadvantaged people, so they should build that. The BART VTA thing is the dumbest thing, and it should be a cut and cover subway, both because it would be cheaper and because fuck you, San Jose.
It would be very funny.
Yeah. The Seattle Light Rail extension, fine. Should have been a metro, but fine. They're basically building it to metro standards, but it's using light rail vehicles. And then 2nd Avenue subway, that's an obvious thing that should have been done 50 years ago.
Should be 6 tracks.
Yeah. 2nd Avenue subway is not enough people that talk about 2nd Avenue subway talk about the fact that it used to be an elevated there and they destroyed it, and then they were like, oh, the subway portion will be built any day now. Like
just a day away.
Yeah, just a day away, just a week away. And 50, 60 years later, it's still being worked on.
50 years later.
Yeah,
that's a little short.
Well, what is it? The 70s, right?
When was it taken down?
I thought it was like late 60s into 70s.
I thought it was taken down around World War II.
Yeah, that's what I was also thinking.
Okay.
We're closing in on 90 years now.
Yeah.
Many moons ago, when these old oaks were young.
It's just wild too, because that whole section of the city has so many like express buses to make up for the fact that it doesn't have a subway.
Oops.
Yeah.
Who could have thought taking down this piece of transit infrastructure would have issues in the future?
Crazy concept. I'm mad at BART. BART TB2T. This is what? Is that?
Goddamn.
Is what acronym is that? Purple Line.
Terminator BART. Terminator 2.
What's Purple Line in San Diego? Is that the one that wants to use the Impossible Railroad right away?
That's in Mexico.
But like, what's Purple Line in San Diego? Is that the Transbay Tube 2? Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that should be probably built eventually, but it probably should be a high-speed rail tunnel or a regional rail tunnel.
Well, they should probably just, build like several tubes, and they should just use those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roosevelt Boulevard obviously should have been built a long time ago.
Decades ago, yes.
Nostrand Avenue subway. I don't know what that is.
It's like something in like Brooklyn or something.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
understand like the New Yorkers things because it's like so difficult because there's so many lines already.
Yeah, right. That's exactly. I hate doing videos on New York just because of that. Because it's like, wow, you didn't talk about 124th 8 and on the 2 or something. I was like, I have no fucking idea what that is.
No fucking clue.
Yeah.
No fucking clue.
Yeah, no.
Is there like a Polish shop there? I have no idea.
Yeah.
If there's a Polish shop, I will be happy about that.
And Sput and Devil, yeah. Sput and Devil.
The Spootin' Devil.
Yeah. Um
I just assume it's spoken like it's Angry Beavers.
California
Devil.
California is just weird with projects. Cuz it's weird. California is the opposite of the Northeast, or just like honestly the West Coast or South is the opposite of the Northeast, where the Northeast has a ton of really, really good urbanism, but then the infrastructure for the transit is old as shit and doesn't get money. Where the West and the South, maybe not as much as South, maybe just the West, is you have this beautiful new transit infrastructure, and then it'll just be built through the worst suburban hell sprawl of all time. Um, and it's like I hope that changes, but like it's very funny the difference between the two. Like when I went to, it's just very funny when I see people complaining about BART, and then like it's like yeah, it has issues, and then I go back home and I have to ride the L, and I go. I have to go to like 11th Street station on the L. And I'm like, yeah, I'd prefer the BART stuff. Like, because it's like the L is technically more functional than BART, but the stations sure don't feel like it.
Yeah, well, I don't even know what we could like say about like antisocial behavior because I've heard nasty things about the West Coast.
True, yeah. I mean, it's almost better here in Philly because you can just yell like, "Hey, asshole, stop that!" And then it's going, "Oh," geez. And then like, "I'm gonna fight you," and then you'd be like, "Okay," and they're like, "Okay," like it's very
Yeah, you could get away with like a lot more on the East Coast. I don't know what I have no fucking clue what happens on the West Coast.
Well, people on the West Coast. People on the West Coast are just not as confrontational. So it's like when someone is confrontational, they think it's like super serious. Or at least that's what
not today.
That's like my read on the situation is like they're just not confrontational. So like when someone is, it's like it's wild, it's crazy.
I mean, I have taken a punch on the trolley. It was not very good.
Yeah.
It was not a good punch.
I'm trying to think.
All I did was I went up to the top of the stairs and I was like, I'm not going to deal with this person anymore.
Yeah.
And I went to the bar at 30th Street Station, which no longer exists.
The only time like I've never really had anyone like the only time I've had a confrontation with someone was I was walking to 30th Street like super early in the morning at like 6 a.m. Well, I guess not super early, but early in the morning at like 6 a.m. trying to catch like a really early train to go catch a flight. And this homeless guy that was just like had a bag on like the JFK bridge or something just like came up to me and like swung and missed, and then like that was it. And I was like okay. And I said I yelled like fuck you back, and then like kept walking.
I was coming back from, ironically, a transit riders union meeting.
Yeah.
One of the early ones, like right before the pandemic started. And I got on the trolley at 15th. You know the 15th westbound stop?
Yes.
The one that no one's ever been to.
Is that the one where it has like a circular kind
with
of
the glass blocks?
Yes.
It's such a good stop.
Yes.
It's so good. It looks great.
Yeah.
And there was a guy, I sat down on a bench, and a guy, I was, across from another guy, and he was like, he started getting in my face, and I was like, he was like, could you buy me some food? I mean, okay, this is clearly a homeless guy. He was like he was having some issues, and it was like, but I was like, nah, I just want to go home. Come on.
Yeah.
So he followed me on the 34, and then he sat down behind me in the seat. He was still talking to me, and I was kind of like, this is, very annoying. And I sort of at 30th Street Station, I was like, I've tried to say, look, this is very annoying. I don't want to deal with you. I got off the trolley, and he got off the trolley. I got back on the trolley. He got back on the trolley. I got off the trolley. He got
The
off the
fucking
trolley.
hijinks.
I got back on the trolley. He got back on the trolley. I got off the trolley, and I was like, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. And he swung a punch at me, and he connected in my head, but it was not very good. It was not a very good one.
Yeah.
A lot of people were like a lot of people were watching this, and I was like, I just don't want to deal with you anymore. And I went up to Bridgewater's pub. Is what I did at that point. I was like, I'm going to get some distance between myself and this person. There's been many witnesses. I don't want to deal with this anymore. I don't want to call the police or anything.
Yeah. There's what was it? I'm trying to think. I've never really had that happen. I've yelled at someone smoking before. It was like a younger kid. I was like, dude, that's so fucking lame. And he just kind of looks at me, and he obviously like felt a little bit ashamed with that. Like I saw it in his face, and then kind of be like, yo, shut the fuck up. And I was like, okay, your choice, and then walked away. I saw him putting it out later as I like left the station when I arrived. So it's like, it does work if you shame people. It's just that like, hey, you gotta be careful. But yeah, have not had a dude punch me yet.
It's fine. Just a little punch. It's just a little punch. It was not very good.
No. Someone says, West Coast is very sympathetic but won't help, while East Coast will grumble but will help. It depends, yeah. It also depends on the city.
Well, okay. So, like, the way I've heard it phrased is the West Coast is nice but not kind, and the East Coast is kind but not nice.
Yeah. Like someone will yell, "Fuck you! Get out of my way" on the East Coast, but they'll help you if you fall down. Where the West Coast,
everyone on the trolley will scream at you, "Step down," and you'll have no idea what you're doing.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. What was the like trying to think something that happened that was like very like, it's very like all the train like agreed at the same time on the same thing. Yeah, it was like some kid was getting yelled at because they didn't pay their fare on like regional rail, and apparently he's done this like every week or something like that. And the conductor knew the kid, like, and was holding the train at like Melrose Park for like 5 minutes, and like the entire like first half of the Silverliner kind of stood up and went over intimidated. It's like, I have to get to fucking work. Move.
That sounds about right. That sounds like a regional rail thing. Yeah. At some point, if you have a regional rail commute, I used to have a regional rail commute, and you sort of, even if you didn't know the people on there, like you were like, I've seen you here every day. I know exactly the station you get on. Yeah. You get on at Primos every day. I believe you're a lawyer. I think you're a lawyer. And you get off of the same station that I do. We get on the same train going back the other way.
Yeah.
And when you're going to fly off the handle because the train is late, I sympathize with you.
Yeah. It reminds me of like, I take to go to the train club some of the like 6 o'clock either West Trenton lines or the Warminster line that stop at Elkins Park. And some of those trains, one or two of my old coworkers at the planning firm I was at will ride those trains. And like, I'll ride into them once in a while, and it's just like kind of awkward because it's like, I don't really want to talk, but like, you're here, I have to say hi. And like that planning firm has gone through a lot of issues. I know in the last.
You gotta get a commuter club car on the back of the train.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, that planning firm has gone through a lot of issues in the last year or so, and like every time I know there's only one or like they've had to lay off one or two people from the 10 people company, and like I know if I asked a question, seeing one of those people that's commuting back from that work again, it's like, damn, I know it's not going well.
You got a top chat from Japan America car.
Yes.
Got a bunch of people taking the Surfliner from SD for the LA meetup. Like 7 or 8. Should be fun. If the Surfliner is running, you should try it.
So I do want to take the Surfliner at some point, and I do want to do a video on it, but I don't think it will be this trip, because I am only in LA for technically 2.5 days, and one of the days is the meetup, so I don't really have much time to do much else other than to hang out with people and to get drinks, and that's about it. And then the next day I have like a half day to explore like some parts of Long Beach, maybe like LA, but for the most part I need to make the dangerous trek to LAX, which apparently takes like hours.
Take a beautiful tour of the port of Long Beach.
I probably will.
Personally, I would prefer, rather than SD, to come from GP. I like 4 axles.
It's so
That's
true.
right.
But yeah, I need to get to San Diego eventually. I would love to someday, if I ever had enough time, actually explore the Impossible Railroad or part of it. But that
you would definitely need GP to explore.
Well, I need a backpack
You
and
need a
some
hand cart to do that.
at least backpacking in a
And
day
legs.
or two of time. Yeah. But yeah, no, I will plan another trip for SoCal to go see a bunch of things. I have a bunch of friends and also relatives down there where I could like kind of tail off of. But what was it? I need to. There's a few other places in the U.S. I just need to go visit. I need to annoy Brian in Texas at some point.
Oh yeah, before I eventually leave.
Yes.
At some point in the next 2 years, hopefully.
I need to go annoy some of my friends in the Pacific Northwest.
But please visit in winter.
Yes. I need to go.
We don't have winter.
Need to go visit Pacific Northwest. I need to go to. I need to do like a Rust Belt sort of like tour. Unfortunately, probably road trip, because that's like the only logistically easy way to do that.
I need to drive around in the car DFW with you and just see your reaction to every single one of their interchanges.
No, we need to go. We need to go to like a Hitler particle suburb of DFW.
So we'll drive around DFW to all the worst interchanges. That's where they're at.
True.
You go to Scottsdale, Arizona.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh no, we'll go to Prosper, Texas.
I want to go to Phoenix to see the new Urbanist thing, and to say hi to people there, and in like, and to see God's most egregious city. Yeah, I mean, oh, and then so Roz, I've been thinking, because like I've been looking into the private car stuff of like tagging shit on the back and hosting an event on like an Amtrak train, but like that shit is limiting because you can only get so many people on that.
Right.
So the other thing I've been looking into is a transit accessible heritage railroad, or like something railroad where you can like, it's either a cross-platform transfer to Amtrak, or like it's at least like very transit served from somewhere in a city, and like there's very few of those.
Well, I mean, if we all got together, we could maybe make the Strasbourg Railroad transit accessible.
Well, also I don't. Strasbourg is kind of disappointing in some ways, because it's like there's not like, there's a lot of cool older stuff, but other than the museum itself, that honestly Strasbourg doesn't really excite me when it comes to like rolling stock.
It has cars from 18 whatever.
This is
I
true.
love everything about Straw. I love those ancient cars. They're
Yeah.
so good. I love cars made of wood.
I love a car that will telescope when hit.
I love a car that I know that if there was an accident, I would die instantly, and I would feel good dying.
As you just get splintered by a gajillion fucking wood chips.
Yeah.
Yes, you know the Angry Beavers episode
Yeah.
where Daggett gets the huge splinter.
Just 1,000 of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like a few that come to mind that are actually transit accessible. One is the Adirondack Railroad, which is a cross-platform transfer with Amtrak at Utica. There is the I don't even know what the name of it is, but I call it the George R.R. Martin Railroad.
Oh, that one.
In Santa Fe, which at Santa Fe Depot is a cross-platform transfer.
Yes.
The Dragon Train.
Yes. There is the Danbury Railroad, which does do like some excursions. That's at Danbury. Where else?
I believe they got truncated recently, very severely.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
There's not too many though that actually connect to. I think there's like one in like California that I'm misremembering. Well, there's the Wine Train, which I think interchanges with Smart.
There is one in Dallas.
Oh yeah, the one
The
that
Grapevine one.
Yeah.
And it goes in like a building. Like
it goes
have the locomotive in the building. Like
Oh,
the
no,
steam locomotive is in the building.
They have one where it's you cross platform to fucking Stadler Flirts.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good picture.
I do find it really funny that Texas has become the land of DMUs.
I mean, it's just like you guys have the
Of all
newest
places.
You have the newest amount of lines, and electrification isn't happening. So it's like the best thing you can do
Well, like,
is
I don't know. Utah did their shit at the same time. They got fucking Comets and like fucking F-59s or MP-30 whatever the
they were slightly earlier, weren't they?
or around the same time as Dart. I got not Dart, DCTA in Austin, and then like I don't know, there's been others that started with.
I thought
like,
Front Runner is a little bit older. Let me.
Front Runner is like nearly the same year.
Front Runner train. 2008. But began
the A line because the A line started with the RDCs.
It began planning and building in 2002.
And then the A train opened in 2011 with RDCs.
Okay.
And then got the GTWs.
Because the only thing at that point that had DMUs was the River Line.
And then the Capital Metro Line began operation in 2010 with GTWs.
So that is after Front Runner, but it's
like only like a year or two.
Yeah. But I think
they wanted to get what was it, the Siemens Sprinters back in like 1995.
Oh yeah, isn't that the one in the one outside of San Diego? What's that one called? Because that one.
No, they wanted to get one like way. Let me show you what they wanted.
Because that one's older. That Siemens Distro one outside of San Diego. That's older. I think the River Line is still the oldest.
Not Sprinter. What was it? It was one of the like low platform ones. Like,
hey folks.
Yeah.
I just remembered. I have obligations tomorrow.
Yeah, I do. I do too. So I should probably end the stream somewhat soon.
I'm going to bed. I'm going to try and drop off this. How do I do that? Oh, right. Yes.
The big red button.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Yeah, I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna end the stream in probably like 5 minutes because I probably should end things soon too. Because I actually am supposed to meet someone for brunch tomorrow, but That the good thing about that is I can just wake up and walk over there.
Yeah.
The Grand Canyon Railroad used to be connected with the Southwest Chief.
Oh, no, yeah. I guess there's no way to do that like because the line goes around. Was it Winslow?
Yeah.
Not Winslow. It's it starts with a W. I swear. No, Williams. Yeah. Now what they have you do is you just take a bus from Flagstaff, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. Disappointing, but it works.
I mean, at least it gets you within an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not too many heritage railroads that connect with some form of transit. I mean, the other ones are just like being able to run a charter on like a metro line. That's the other thing you can do pretty easily. But that's not quite the same as mainline rail. Can't really host a party on that as easily. Because that's why the Adirondack Railroad comes to mind, because they have some nice rolling stock. They have dome cars and shit.
Yeah.
The Adirondack Railroad, and then like, well, the Grand Canyon Railroad is another good example. Like they have like really good rolling stock. What's that one that is there? There's that one in Tennessee Pass, right?
There's like a tiny one, but it's isolated from. It's been isolated from the national network since '85.
Yeah.
I mean, like you could build a mile track, but passenger service hasn't run there since I think '69 or something.
Yeah.
Because once no one went to Pueblo anymore, there was no point for Rio Grande to run anything there.
True. True.
It was the Regio Sprinter.
Okay.
And it's basically a DMU tram.
Japan America are moving downtown soon. Should be fun. Hoping to take the trolley to work. But after the floods, there's been a ton of track work, and the line got completely trashed and washed out. So that's fun, huh? I don't know too much about the damage that happened, but I know those floods were kind of rough. It should, by the time you are commuting and stuff, it should be probably back into action. I don't know how long it would take.
Oh yeah, Calgary almost bought these.
Oh, for the like O train or whatever.
Oh no, because instead of like using the regular light rail EMUs, they were gonna like, oh, we'll do it cheaper with DMUs or something. It's basically a rail bus.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I posted a photo of it in their Discord.
I mean, that kind of looks like the River Line.
Yeah, it's basically the competitive product to that. So
GTW, yeah. But yeah, let me see. How long has this been running? Reload page. Analytics. Okay, yeah, it's been around a long time. All right, I'm gonna end the stream, so because I am tired, gonna go to sleep. Yeah, it's been good hanging with you guys playing OpenTTD. So I will see you probably in another stream. Video should be out sometime this week. Otherwise, yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the super chats, and yeah, hope to answer more questions very, very soon. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully San Diego gets their light rail up and running soon. But have a good night, guys.